Summary. Tired of his life, a 6-year-old Naruto eats the fruit of the Shinju. What will Naruto do when he gains such unrivaled power? Dark Naruto, Genius Naruto, Evil Naruto. Chapter 1. A 4-year child is running from the streets. People throw anything at him, from stones to various weapons. He cried for days non-stop as he saw those piercing eyes staring at him, wanting him to vanish from his very existence. What did I do wrong? He thought. The young Naruto was crouched at the corner of a street crying excessively. Hours passed. He successfully got into the orphanage where some kids would throw hateful glares at him, sometimes bullying him excessively. Only time will tell when it would stop. He always wondered why people treated him this way. He prayed that someday he would be saved by something or someone else, paving way for making this misery disappear in his life for eternity. Naruto slept that night with dried tears from his eyes. When morning came, some of the people in the orphanage would just ignore him, reluctantly giving him food. When he began to shove piece by piece into his mouth, other orphan children glared at him. Some bullies have gone near him and threw his food down, making him hungry for the rest of the day. In order to evade the bullies, he ran outside the orphanage and he managed to avoid them all. As he paced the streets, he saw those hateful glares again. Suddenly, an angry group of mobs have beaten him with their canes, not caring that the poor boy are bruised and wounded all over. A few hours passed. He was left lying on the street, too weak through walk-over. With determination and strength, he managed to got up and ran, not knowing where to go. 2 years have passed. He was now in the academy. Why did the third agree to let this demon become a shinobi? A random parent of a child stated. Those hateful glares. I see it again, Naruto thought. He made his way into the academy and sat on one of the chairs. As he sat, he saw a raven-haired kid surrounded by several girls, shouting, Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun. He was so annoyed by these antics that the raven-haired man decided to ignore them. A few minutes later, a teacher arrived, introducing himself. Welcome to the academy. My name is Irika Umino and I would be your instructor until you graduate. So do your best and pass so that you may become a ninja. Now, let us start. As Irika started the lessons, Naruto was bored until he drifted off into a sleep. He was woken up when an eraser was thrown onto his head, startling him up. How many times do I need to tell you that you listen to your lessons? Irika said angrily. Naruto then saw those glares that he remembered not so long ago. Reluctantly, he forced himself not to cry and just nodded on Irika's command. Days passed. He still hasn't made friends. Until one day some kids named Choji, Shikamaru and Kiba befriended him. Now, he was extremely happy that he made new friends. Yet, even with this type of improvement, his classmates would always call him a dope and even a failure. He was now known as a dead last. One academy student even managed to bump him on his should intentionally in order to let Naruto know his place. Now, it's time for you to spar. Sasuke and Naruto, please come forward, Irika said. I'll surely beat you, Sasuke, he thought. Naruto threw a series of punches and kicks to Sasuke, yet he managed to dodge them. When Naruto kicked him, Sasuke disappeared into a poof of smoke, replaced by a wooden log. Little did he know that Sasuke was on his back. And before he knew it, Sasuke kicked him on his back. He fell to the ground and he was defeated. That's for you, loser. You will never win against Sasuke-kun, a fangirl shouted. Naruto, your kicks and punches are not good. Sasuke's are the best, so I suggest that instead of playing pranks on other people, focus on your well-being first, Irika said flatly. Naruto slowly got up and he saw Sasuke gaze at him with an incredibly cold eyes of hatred. Classes have been dismissed that day, and Naruto, determined to make new friends, joined the test of courage by other academy students. Yet he was easily beaten up into a bloody pulp. When he got home, he was surprised that there was the third waiting for him. So Naruto, how's your day? Have you been doing well in the academy? He asked. Naruto forced a grin and stated, well, of course, I've been doing well. What are you doing here, by the way? I was just checking you, and because your allowance is running out, I'm giving you allowance, albeit higher this time. Thank you so much, GG. The Sandaime smiled and he got out of the apartment as he said goodbyes with the hyperactive child. I'll make sure that the kid doesn't know who he was, he thought. Naruto was late in class and Irika scolded him. As he made his way into his seat, he was tripped by a student. Why did you trip me? I didn't trip you. You were the one being stupid. Oh, you are not only stupid and clumsy, but you are also a worthless, dumb person, Shiro stated. Enough you too, Irika intervened. I have to admit it, but he's right. Now, get out of the classroom as I don't want to see that stupid face of yours. Naruto didn't have time to argue, and with that, he stormed out of the academy. Why do the people treat me this way? What did I do wrong? Irika-sensei too. His glare is the same as those people. I pull pranks in order for them to recognize me. I guess it wasn't enough. Even Gigi doesn't tell me who are my parents. I guess I'm really worthless at all. Naruto didn't go home that day. As he walked, those glares are there again. He cried and cried while walking. Night came, he still wandered the empty streets of Konoha. Oh, so there's the demon child, a group of men shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto decided to run for his life, yet the men were too fast. He was punched and brutally kicked upon in his guts. One of them stabbed him. Naruto pleaded to stop, yet they weren't listening. As he was bleeding heavily, he pretended to be dead. As doing so, he felt those men left him. Weak though, he managed to get up and run. Not knowing where to go, he got out of the gates of Konoha and randomly went anywhere, just to get away with the very people who assaulted. Fear was now on his life, and he was left tired and lethargic. He was now far in Konoha. Bleeding heavily, he crawled and crawled. Desperately clinging to life, he continued to crawl towards a cliff. He saw silhouettes, and at first, he thought there were people, but he realized there weren't any. Thinking that he was safe, he continued. Tired and hungry, he crawled towards a nearby tree and sat down. I want to be strong. I want to be feared. I want to be powerful, he thought. He wanted to make the very people who made him suffer. But how could he do it if he doesn't have power? I will not die like this, he shouted. He forced himself to stand up and held onto the tree. Now, this tree he leaned on was extremely tall and huge. It was otherworldly, and the very presence of the tree is exceptionally overwhelming. With blurry vision, he looked up the tree and saw that it has a huge, glowing fruit. Fell down the ground and rolled near him. Naruto picked up the fruit and he eyed it. The fruit is glowing with a bright white light. The fruit is as big as an apple. Weak and hungry, he decided to eat it. He had bitten it out hungrily and proceeded to swallow all of it. He continued to eat until there was no more. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation to his body. What is this? He thought. An overwhelming energy encompassed his very form. His blonde hair became extremely long. It had reached the ground. His whisker marks disappeared, his complexion became pale. He grew 2 horns on his head. His eyes became a pale lavender in color, and he grew a 3rd eye on his forehead. The 3rd eye has swirls, and it has 8 tomo in total. And lastly, instead of his tattered clothes and wounds, it was replaced with an extremely long, white kimono with several tomo on its rims, just like the one Kagaya wore. Underneath his kimono, he had a white hakama, and he wore shoes that are pointed on its tips. Naruto's head ached, and 1,000 years' worth of knowledge soured through his head. Armed with a slight omniscience, he declared, "Now's the time to make you suffer." He levitated and flew amongst the mysterious dark skies of the night. Chapter 2, Damned. To Konoha. Where is Naruto? The 3rd shouted. Master Hokage, we haven't seen him anywhere, the Umbu stated. Naruto, where are you? The 3rd thought. Soaring high on the night skies, Naruto stopped and contemplated anything that has happened to him. He looked at his hands and he saw his nails grew longer and they turned black. He descended to the ground and walked by near a river. To his astonishment, his appearance is still human but on a completely different one. He felt his overwhelming chakra leaking out from his body. And aside from that, whenever he walked, his extremely long hair would trail down the ground. A group of bandits saw him and they attempted to attack him. Before they could attack him, out of instinct, Naruto's hair raised and began to stab them into pieces. Seeing this, the other bandits fled, but Naruto, grew accustomed to the deed he has done, decided to murder the remaining ones. I didn't expect that I would be this powerful. I still don't know what my real power is, so I'll just stay out of Konoha for a meantime. I don't want that old man to know that I'm more powerful than him now, he thought. Inspecting the bodies of the dead bandits, some of them were still alive yet incredibly wounded. He touched the gravely injured ones and a black mass enveloped them. Naruto felt all of the life force of the bandits transferred into him, thus energizing him. Then, the bodies turned to ash and they were no more. Naruto laughed and laughed at the prospect of him being powerful. He then proclaimed, "Chakra is mine alone." A few days passed. The Umbu continued their search, yet there was no sign of Naruto anywhere. The third Hokage was incredibly worried that maybe someone has kidnapped Naruto and has extracted the Kyuubi out of his body. He sat on his office, scratching his head over the difficult situation. Then, he heard a knock on the door. "Come in." It was Iruka who entered. "I'm the reason why Naruto is lost." Hiruzen, upon hearing this, questioned him. "What do you mean you're the reason the kid is lost?" "I scolded upon being late and having a random student tripping him. I didn't even listen to Naruto and I drove him out. I was so foolish." "How did you know that the student intentionally tripped him? Did you know?" "No. Shiro confessed it to me upon hearing that Naruto was lost." "I see." The third answered solemnly. "I'm giving you a mission. Find Naruto and bring him back here safe and sound." "Yes, sir," he replied. "Minato Kushina, please forgive me. I pray that nothing has happened to your son. I will continuously blame myself if something happens to him." Naruto was flying again and he decided to explore around a little bit. He learned that he could mask his chakra so that no one, even censor or not, could detect its presence. He returned to his original form, yet the third eye on his forehead still remained. That's why he has decided to wrap it up with a turban. It also diminished his ability to use powerful techniques, yet he could still fly and use some awesome ones. As he was flying, he saw a child being glared at by some monks. "So I'm not alone, huh? Those glares, they give it to that kid too," he thought. Masking his presence, he flew near the temple and listened to the shouts of monks to the poor kid. "Get away from here, you demonic brat. You're just like your father," a random monk shouted. Sora ran outside of the temple and he sobbed continuously until he felt someone walking towards him. He turned his head and saw Naruto was staring at him. "Who are you?" "So you're here to beat me too?" Sora asked. Naruto didn't answer. He could see hatred in the eyes of this kid, hatred of the people who scorned and threatened to kill him. "What?" Naruto smiled, and he's finally getting interested at this kid who is as the same age as him. Sora, threatened that maybe this kid would kill him, decided to throw some attacks at him. As he was about to attack, Naruto cut him up. "Don't. Unless, of course, you want me to kill you," he said calmly with an air of dominance. "What do you want?" Sora shouted. He then attempted to attack Naruto, only it to be thwarted by Naruto's answer. "I've already told you, and I don't like repeating myself. I didn't do anything, just leave me alone," he finally stated. "I know what true suffering is. Suffering is where you experience unpleasant things, being scorned at, and feeling that your very existence is an eyesore to anyone. Those glares that you have received is the same as the ones that I've received. But you, in that situation, wanted revenge, isn't it?" Naruto asked. "Who are you?" Sora asked suspiciously. Sora followed him and they went out of the place. "You will question everything you know," Naruto stated. He then proceeded to transport Sora into an unknown dimension with him, and he revealed his true form. Sora felt an overwhelming amount of chakra radiating from this very person. "This is impossible. How did it?" He trailed off as Naruto returned to his original form and transported themselves outside the dimension. He walked with Sora silently, and Naruto wondered who this kid was. Night came. Naruto left Sora alone sleeping and he decided to investigate what was going on this kid. He transformed into Sora and went inside the temple where Sora grew. Chapter 3, The Gathering. Naruto as Sora entered the temple. As he entered, one of the monks asked, "You little kid, where did you go?" "Enough, Hitsugaya," Chirika shouted. "Sora, I'm worried about you. Do not leave the temple next time, okay?" Naruto just nodded. As he paced his way, he saw the monks looking at him. He remembered the glares that the villagers of Konoha used to send him in their way. As everyone slept, he crept his way towards Chirika's room and searched for any documents as to why the boy was treated this way. As he was reading the documents, he saw that Sora's father was Kazuma, who once fought a man named Asuma from Konoha. They are a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, and there were 2 kings in the Land of Fire. Naruto, upon knowing, decided to leave. He used Aminaminaka and quickly reappeared in Sora's location. He was then greeted by the sight of Sora yelling at him. Now, in his original form, Naruto didn't mind Sora's yells. He proceeded to touch the soil and a memory of that place came into his mind. Sora, what was your father's name? Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Why are you asking? Answer me, Naruto snapped. Sora, afraid, decided to answer him. Kazuma. I now know why they hate you. You have something inside you as to what they call the Kyuubi's chakra. And it was sealed to you by your very own father in order for him to use you to whatever he wants. What the hell are you talking about? Sora said angrily. Your father did that in order to use you. And to be honest, your father is still alive by now, contrary to the belief that he was dead. How did you? Sora, I could see anyone's thoughts and feelings. This is my power, I could know the truth, Naruto said smirking. Why? Sora began to sob. It's only simple, Sora. In this world we live in, people will use you for their own gains, not minding what you feel at the moment. Be it a family member or some stranger, they don't care. I do not know who my parents are, but I have a feeling that the upper echelons of Konoha know of it. Well, to be honest, if my father was like that, I'd certainly never forgive him, he replied. I want to kill Kazuma, Sora said with hatred in his eyes. Do not rush things out, my friend. I think we should gather people who experienced the same suffering such as ours. What's your plan? Naruto explained the plan perfectly and Sora seemed to feel really excited by it. Now, what do you think? Naruto finally asked. Your plan is ambitious. I'd like to do that. I'm in. With that, Naruto and Sora flew the skies, thus executing the first part of their plan. Still no sign of Naruto? The third asked. No. I suspect that someone must be responsible for his disappearance, the Umbu replied. Danzo, the Sandaime thought. He immediately rushed to Danzo and he was astonished as to why the third was here. What have you done to Naruto? Why are you asking me? There's no one I could suspect but only you, Danzo. It is known that you recruit individuals for your own cause. Now tell me, where is he? Hiruzen said with anger in his voice. I have no idea where he is. Besides, it is your fault that you let that demon beat be lost under your watchful eye. It is better that's not here. At least, it's for the greater good of Konoha, Danzo replied. Danzu! Hokage-sama, stop. Maybe he truly doesn't know. Please don't start a fight, Hokage-sama, the Umbu said with a hint of fear in his voice. Danzo, if you have any involvement into the disappearance of Uzumaki Naruto, I'll not hesitate to have you executed, the third bluntly stated. Soon, he stormed out of the house to where Danzo was in. Considering that the demon brat has disappeared, who has taken him? Danzo secretly chuckled. Naruto and Sora were walking in the fog. We're now far in the land of fire. Where are we? Sora asked. If I'm not mistaken, this is Kiri. According to the memories of this place, a young child massacred his fellow academy students as it is common in their culture that in order to graduate you need to kill somebody, Naruto bluntly replied. Sora didn't answer. As soon as Sora were walking, they heard sounds and they have decided to investigate. They saw ninjas fighting against the Kiri. Kiri won and all of the bodies of the ninjas were left for dead. Sora then spotted a young boy. Curious, Sora ran towards the boy, with Naruto following behind. They stared at the boy and the boy finally spoke. What are you looking at? We're looking for people to join our cause, Naruto replied. What happened here? Sora asked. Those dead people are from my clan. They live in order to fight and they live by the thrill of it. They usually imprison me inside a cage and only to release when they feel the urge that I should kill someone quickly, he stated. We saw your fight on the bushes. I'm sure your clan has taught you well, Naruto spoke. Guess so. Kimimaro, tell me, are you capable of a more ruthless killing? Hours passed. Sora was uncomfortable at the very presence of the man. So what is it for me? Kimimaro asked. We don't need him. Everything was going fine. Naruto punched him. Do not mistake your place. My father always said, if you want more people to join, you must impress them, Kimimaro stated. As they walked, Naruto looked towards the moon, thinking that someone could be living there. Chapter 4, The Moon. Hey Naruto, you can't be serious. There could be no one living inside the moon, Sora exclaimed. Sora is right, there is no one. It would be impossible to do so, Kimimaro added. Naruto smirked. What if we go there? You can't be serious, Kimimaro stated. Kimimaro, you don't know me yet. Naruto used his space-time dojutsu in order to get to the moon. As soon as they got there, Kimimaro thought, he was just a kid just like me, yet he could do these things. It's as if he was a god. They walked towards the barren landscape and in a distance, they saw a castle. The three sped, and as soon they got there, they were greeted the sight of a teenage-looking man. He was tall, yet he was blind. How did you get here? He asked. We were just curious because it is in our very nature, Naruto replied. I cannot see you, yet I know that you three are kids. Tell me, how did you get here? He asked. I brought them here, Naruto said. Naruto then unleashed his new form and his hair grew out again, reaching the ground. Kimimaro, upon seeing this, was overwhelmed by an overwhelming amount of chakra emanating from him. Tonari couldn't see it, but he could feel it. Oh, you're powerful. How did you get that power? Before I answer that, tell me, what's your name? Naruto asked. Otsutsuki Tonari. And you are? Uzumaki Naruto. They were welcomed into that place and Tonari proceeded to tell the history of the Otsutsuki. They were also told of the celestial decree of Himura to the three, yet Naruto corrected him, stating that it wasn't Himura's intentions. Naruto showed the memory of the place to Tonari by implanting it into his mind, and Tonari soon came to realize that he was wrong all along. Naruto told him what his past was, including the past of Sora and Kimimaro. He also explained what they're planning to do to Tonari. Upon hearing this, Tonari asked, So, you want me to join at your plan? That's basically yes. Given the circumstances, let me ask you something. Aren't you lonely here? Kimimaro asked. He didn't answer. The silence ensued for a moment, then Naruto finally spoke. We don't have families, nor parents or friends to take care of us. We suffered and we have endured a lot of hardships in our life. How about you? Don't you feel the same way, too? He then added, You are blind because of your eyes are removed since birth. Consider this as a gift from me. I will return your eyes in exchange, be a brother to us. Do you agree? Not only it would be benefit you, but it would also benefit the four of us, as we would be families from now on. Fine then. I also hate this place. I've been here for so long and V decided to come along with you as you are an interesting fellow. Now return my sight, Tonari said. Naruto returned his sight and he had awakened the Tensigen in both of his eyes. As they left the moon, Naruto was so happy that at long last, there would be someone that he would call as a family. Days turned to weeks and days turned to months. Naruto hasn't returned and a lot of academy students wondered where he was. The Umbu has given up searching up for the demon brat, yet Hiruzen had his hopes that Naruto is still alive. Irika also blamed himself for scolding Naruto that day, and he thinks he was the very reason why Naruto hasn't returned up until now. The villagers and some ninjas rejoiced that the demon brat is now gone, free from the nightmare that tormented them 6 years ago, while others became worried, especially the clan heads, that if Naruto were to fall on some ninjas who would exploit his powers, particularly rival countries, would eventually make way to conquer the world. Meanwhile, in the academy, while Irika was giving a lecture, a random academy student asked, Where is Naruto? He didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject and said, You should not ask about those things in class. You should focus more on your studies and be a great ninja rather than worry about someone else, Irika replied. The student just nodded silently and continued to listen to Irika's lectures. Naruto, what have I done? I should just have given you a chance to explain, he thought. Meanwhile, piles of reports concerning about missing civilians not only from Konoha but from random villages continued to spread panic. Civilians would eventually disappear without a trace. As while they were walking, Naruto would just chuckle about the news. So, what do we now? Kimimaro broke the silence. Sora wanted his revenge. Let's give him that, Tonari replied. Kazuma and his faction would be somewhere here in the Land of Fire. Sora, since Tonari has trained you in some of the techniques he knows, I suggest that you should not work alone. I hate slow things. I want to finish anything quickly, and with that, even though the four of us are strong, we must use minimal chakra and finish those foolish humans quickly. After all, teamwork makes anything fast, doesn't it? Naruto smirked. I agree with you, but I must be the one to finish him at all, Sora said. Well then, this is the plan. Naruto began to explain the plan on how they would assault Kazuma and his faction. As he finished explaining the plan, he said, "Remember the plan exactly as discussed. Not a foot out of place." Kazuma, but now Furito, is walking the forests together with his gang. As they were walking, Fuka broke the silence. "Master Furito, there are a lot of reports concerning civilians going missing. Who do you think is the one behind this?" "It's none of our concern. Our concern is Sora. Once he grows up, I would let him destroy Konoha so that the fire daimyo shall be the ruler and not the Hokage," he laughed. As they were walking, they saw a child in a distance crying surrounded by dead bodies. As they approached the child, Fuin asked the child, "Kid, what happened here?" The kid looked back at her, but the kid seemed scared, covered his eyes. "Do not be afraid. We're not here to harm you," Furito said calmly. While they continued to ask the kid some questions, they were watched intently by Sora, unknowingly been under by his illusions. Once he prepared to attack, Furito sensed there was someone hidden, and when they looked back at the kid disappeared together with the corpses. All of a sudden, Sora attacked. Wind release. Wind bullets. The four separated and Furito said, "Earth release. Dome of stone." He put both of his hands into the ground and then a rock appeared protecting him. Fuin, using earth release, hiding in rock technique, attempted to attack. She was thwarted by bone projectiles by Kimimaro, deliberately killing her when some of the stones pierced her heart, giving her no choice to attack. "How dare you!" Fuka screamed. Earth release, rock pillar spears. The attack reached Sora and he fell down the ground. When Fudo attempted to attack Kimimaro, a lava erupted above the ground to where Fudo was standing, burning him alive. Fuka, however, were pinned onto the ground by Tonari by using his truth-seeking balls to which he shaped into rods. Two were dead and Fuka barely alive, couldn't even move a muscle. She was therefore forced to watch the entire scenario. Kazuma, recognizing Sora, asked, "Who are you?" Pretending that he do not know his own son. As Sora stood up, he answered, "Well, father, I do not fall prey easily to your lies." With that, he channeled chakra into the air and all of a sudden, without weaving any hand seals, the wind blew the corpses of Fuin and Fudo, and the trees also blew. After the wind dissipated, he levitated going towards the sky, where the sky above him darkened, revealing lots of lightning. "Sora, how did you get this strong?" Furito asked. He was also shocked that Sora knew that he was still alive and even that he was still a child, his chakra was Jonin level. Chapter 5 Return. Sora levitated towards the skies and above him, lightning bolts seemed to gather above his head. Sora raised his hand and pointed it towards Kazuma, to which a bolt of lightning from the sky struck at Kazuma. He managed to evade the attack and then Sora raised both of his hands towards the dark sky to which multiple lightning bolts rained down towards the ground. This is impossible. How could he use such high-level techniques without using hand seals? Not even the Kyuubi's chakra is present, he thought. So, you're challenging me. Well then, I won't go easy on you. I will use some of my strongest techniques. Wind release, Shikujo Twister. A large wind formed into a tornado and hit Sora, but Sora did not move nor did anything. Instead, the attack was hit him full force, yet he wasn't hurt. Kazuma's eyes widened with surprise as his attack were of no effect to his son. Then Sora managed countered back. Sora closed his left hand into a fist and then leaves from nearby trees gathered towards him to which he raised his hand and then the leaves were ultimately frozen. He then sent the frozen leaves as projectiles to Kazuma, to which Kazuma was unable to dodge nor evade. Sora, out of chakra, dropped into the ground to which the darkened skies returned to their original form. Seeing this, Kazuma seized the opportunity to attack Sora, but he was stopped by Kimimaro, to which the latter shot him with a bone projectile. As soon Kazuma dropped, still alive, yet immobilized, Tonari helped Sora stood up and he walked near Kazuma. Tonari and Kimimaro take hold of Kazuma's arms and Tonari put his foot on Kazuma's back to force him to face Sora. "Sora, how did you this?" Kazuma asked. "Master Furito," Fuka screamed. Sora didn't answer. Instead, he wore a black glove and he put it near Kazuma's face. Soon, a black mass enveloped Furito's face and he screamed, where his chakra was being taken out by his very own son. As Kazuma's chakra transfers to the black mass going to Sora's body, Sora felt energized and he was surrounded by orbs of chakra as he continues to do so. When Kazuma finally closed his eyes, his body turned to ash. The glove on Sora's arm vanished and all of the chakra he gathered towards Kazuma's body enveloped him. Happy now? Tonari asked. Yes, as to what they say, revenge is sweet, he chuckled. By the way, why did you spare that woman? Sora then pointed towards Fuka. What are you planning to do? She asked in a fearful voice. We may need this woman to achieve Naruto's plan. Where is he, by the way? Tonari said. Soon, Naruto appeared from nowhere and said, This woman is strong and we will recruit her to join our cause. He then soon freed her using his power, and when she was freed, she attempted to attack him yet was thwarted by Naruto's gaze, sending her to fly back. He explained what his ambitions and his plans to Fuka, and upon hearing it, Fuka trembled in fear. You are quite useful, Fuka. Our plan will be beneficial for the both of us. Naruto then extended his hand and a fire appeared burning the ground to which Fuka was standing. Or one of us. Naruto grinned. Then he added, So, which will it be? Fuka just looked at him and decided to follow him to avoid being killed. Several hours later. So, you're planning to return to Konoha? Sora asked. I do. This is the best time to show them who is the best. But I won't show my true colors yet. I'll be acting as a child, deliberately manipulating them that I was still the same as before, he said. Hope you don't mind when I ask this, but I'm wondering why you're so keen on your goal, Fuka asked. I will return to Konoha not for the sake of others, but for myself. All I want is to give others the pain of humiliation and betrayal that I've suffered. Well, I shall not reveal what I am now. Being an actor is not that an easy job, but so far, I've known the cunning human nature of trickery and lying. That's why I'm going to exploit it. But for now, when I'm away, continue kidnap those civilians. Bring corpses, too, especially ninjas that are recently killed, so that they are still fresh. Bringing corpses is not part of the plan, Kimimaro intercepted. Corpses will be essential to our plan. I will tell you someday as to when I should use them, but we should seek a hideout to where we could preserve the corpses. Then store them in one of your dimensions, Sora suggested. Opening and closing the dimensions is an easy task, but I don't want to waste chakra. Besides, if I were to finish anything quickly, the world will know me. That's why I'll discreetly work in the shadows to avoid being caught. But if I were to be caught, then I shall show them what true despair is, Naruto laughed. I'm going now. Be careful. And before I forget, look for corpses that are good-looking. And also, do not call me Naruto. When I'm with you, call me Otsutsuki Byakuya. Naruto now stood in the front gates of Konoha. It was early morning when he left the hideout and he immediately went to the academy. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the shocked faces of his classmates and even Iruka himself. Naruto, where have you gone? It's been 3 months and you haven't returned. What happened to you? Iruka asked worriedly. I was hiding. I've been hiding here in Konoha for a meantime, so you aren't going to see me. I've decided to never go into the academy again, but now, I've realized that being a shinobi is important, so that you could save people's lives. Naruto replied calmly. We're going to the third, he said. Third Hokage's office. Don't you know how much you've caused an uproar? Don't you know that you've worried me? I've sent several ninjas to track you, but they did not find you. I've almost thought you were dead, Hiruzen scolded. I'll not do it again, Naruto replied with a hint of a sad voice. As Naruto exited the Hokage office, he smirked. Things are going well according to the plan. Chapter 6. Facade. Naruto, despite being different, having gained slight omniscient knowledge and unrivaled power, still continued to disguise himself as some idiotic ninja who would pull pranks and disrupt classes in order for him to know who really hates him. After all, this was a part of the plan. Tonari and Kimimaro would often come to his apartment secretly to discuss their grave robberies and the kidnapping of some civilians. Everyone in the village, even outside, would often warn each other to not stay late each night because those who stay late would vanish mysteriously without a trace. Not only this is happening in Konoha, but it happens in some villages situated in the Land of Fire. So far, no one knows what happened to him due to his 3-month absence. He now wears a turban over his head daily to hide the third eye that has grown into it. When alone, he would unravel the cloth and would look closely to his Rinne Sharingan, studying its nature and training proficiently in its use despite in his human form as Naruto. He modified several techniques he read in books without using hand seals because according to his reason, hand seals are a waste of time and it is a common way of casting jutsus at the enemy. Due to consuming the fruit of the Shinju, He managed to have excellent chakra control that he doesn't need to use hand seals in order to execute some jutsus. It became his hobby to return to the abandoned village to train where he had eaten the fruit of the Shinju, as one of his pastimes. One day, when classes in the academy were dismissed, as usual, having no family, Naruto would be left alone. Wanting to train, he went to the abandoned village and as usual would train for hours until he would perfect everything. Even his subordinates do not know of this place, as he wanted to keep this a secret from them. Night came. Naruto finished training and before he could return to Konoha, he glanced up the tree once more and said, "I shall preserve you. Even though you're not a sentient being, you were the reason why I gained this unrivaled power." As he was about to leave, he noticed that the tree was glowing and there was another fruit, a single one dangling on its branches. Impossible. How could this tree bring forth another fruit? "I ate the first one already," Naruto spoke. Naruto, curious upon this situation, he raised both of his hands and the fruit fell down, catching it. Naruto inspected the fruit. "From what I know, even though the memory seems faint, I recall that a woman consumed a fruit like this before. However, it didn't happen in this village. It happened on a village that is extremely far from any shinobi countries, to which it was forgotten throughout history. This tree was here already before the very tree that grew in that village. I gained the memories of this tree when I ate its fruit. It's impossible that this one would produce another one because I ate the first one, unless chakra would gather in this very tree, and it would be the reason that this tree would bear another fruit. However, it bore one. How could this happen? What will happen to me if I ate this glowing fruit?" Curious at the situation and wanting more power for himself, he swallowed the whole fruit. As soon as he swallowed it, an extremely overwhelming chakra went through his body, more overwhelming than the previous one. He was forced out to his original form. His blonde hair, already extremely long, turned lavender white. His third eye gained a set of 12 tomos and his outfit from the white kimono became a dark shade of purple, with patterns of dragon golden designs on his chest, and gold belt adorning around his waist. He gained golden tomo-shaped earrings. His hakama became a dark shade of black with numerous gold designs on its rims. His pointed boots became glass, clanking in noise when he walks, and the sleeves and rims of his extremely long kimono were all black in color with numerous gold design tomos adorning it. He also grew taller and he gained extremely delicate facial features. His eyebrows became short, a sign of ancient nobility, and he sported pronounced canines. Naruto, fearful that someone might feel his chakra, used Aminaminaka to transport himself into one of his dimensions. As he looked into the mirror, he saw that he looked completely different. Soon, he came to realize that the tree itself continues to bear fruit because it absorbs nature energy in its surroundings. Realizing this fact, Naruto laughed and laughed maniacally and thought, "It would be easier to manipulate those fools, given my power." He then soon returned to his Naruto form, but instead, his Naruto form also changed. Though the Rinna Sharingan still remains, he gained an exceptionally strong chakra, even he suppressed all of them. His hair, though returning to blonde, became long, reaching up to his back. Naruto, thinking that someone may get suspicious of his hair growing long, decided to wrap his whole head into a turban so that no one would know. He exited his desert dimension, returning back to his apartment in Konoha. Returning back to his room, he was greeted by the sight of Sora sitting on his sofa. "Where have you gone?" he asked. "Just training," Naruto replied. "And oh, what happened to your hair? Why did it grow extremely long? Did you do something again?" "Well, I would guess I would keep it a secret for now," Naruto chuckled. Sora, annoyed of this, just sighed. "Why are you here, by the way?" Tonari and Kimimaro were gathering civilians in remote places, whereas Fuka would rob graveyards of recently dead ninjas. Corpses would pile up in our hideout. "I don't understand you. What do you really want to do with them?" "So, you came here to ask me that?" Naruto said with a hint of amused expression on his face. "No, not at all. To be honest, I was here because I have a favor to ask you. I would like to live here in your apartment." "What?" Naruto exclaimed. "Why is that?" "Maybe those monks from the fire temple would want to find me, and even Chiriku himself. After all, I have the Kyuubi's chakra inside my body. That's what they're after." "Oh, an easy problem with an easy task. Don't worry, Sora. I rearranged their memories using my Rinna Sharingan. I made them believe that you committed suicide so that no one would find you anymore." "Since when did you do that?" Naruto crossed his arms and opened the fridge, pouring some of fresh milk into his mouth. After that, he spoke. Remember the day we met? When you were asleep, I transformed into you and gathered information about your origins. While the monks were sleeping, I rearranged their memories, believing that you were already dead. Upon hearing this, Sora let out a sigh of relief. So no one would find me anymore. Well, thanks for that. I am forever indebted to you. It's a normal thing to do, especially if you're family, Naruto replied, smiling. Family? Sora asked, dumbfounded. I consider you, Tonari, and Kimimaro as my family. However, I don't trust Fuka yet. As for now, I could count her as our subordinate. From now on, we form the Otsutsuki clan and your name shall be Otsutsuki Sora. That includes Kimimaro as well. If I feel that I already trust Fuka, then I shall give the title of an Otsutsuki to her, and she would be a part of our clan, Naruto explained. Upon hearing it, Sora smiled. He bid farewell to Naruto before returning to their hideout. I won't let anyone harm you, even a single strand of your hair. I shall protect my family, no matter what happens, Naruto vowed. Chapter 7. Burning Hatred. Several years later, Naruto was keeping with his facade of an idiotic child and a dead last. He was running the streets of Konoha with some ninjas chasing him because he painted the stone faces of the Hokages in the monument. When some ninjas were running, they haven't seen him because he covered himself up with a cloth that he managed to camouflage himself up. Upon releasing the cloth, he was seen by Iruka. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? He was dragged by Iruka going to the academy. A few moments later, Naruto was tied up in front of his classmates, and Iruka scolded him. Instead of skipping classes and doing some of your pranks, pay attention to your well-being. You have failed your tests and your last test. He then added, all of you, even to those who passed, should do the transformation jutsu. Naruto was standing with Shikamaru and Ino on his side. It's your fault, Naruto, that we're doing this again, Ino exclaimed. Not only you were a dead last, but your blue turban and an orange jumpsuit makes it look worse. How troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Like I care, he said loudly. Then in his mind, don't worry, I'll show you the right time when I could show my abilities. You're nothing but pests in my life. Haruno Sakura, please step forward, Iruka said. Transform. Sakura has transformed into Iruka and then she returned to normal. Well done, Iruka complimented. Did you see that, Sasuke-kun? Sakura said shyly, whilst the inner Sakura shouted. Yes, he has seen my abilities. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. While the girls were screaming, Sasuke transformed into Iruka and then he returned to his form. He was then complimented by Iruka. Uzumaki Naruto. Next. Do your best, Naruto-kun, Hinata thought. Transform. Naruto has transformed into a nude woman, and Iruka, seeing this, was blasted out with his nose bleeding. Naruto transformed back and he was laughing. I call it the sexy jutsu. Idiot, don't make stupid jutsus such as that. Hours later, he cleaned the Hokage stone monuments with Iruka waiting for him to finish. You're not going home until you finish all of that, he said. TSK, I don't care how many hours would I finish this thing. No one's waiting for me at home anyway, Naruto replied. Iruka stared at him and he remembered that he, too, grew up to be an orphan, with no one's waiting for him nor loving him. Hey Naruto. Naruto looked up and replied with an annoyed face. What? What if you finished all these? I will treat you to the Ichiraka ramen stand? Naruto eyed him and he replied, no thanks. Iruka, shocked upon hearing this, asked, why? It's none of your concern, I'd rather sleep at home. I'm in no mood for ramen today. Iruka was surprised that, for the first time, Naruto declined ramen. Iruka-sensei, could you just leave for now? Everything will be finished if you're not here. I'm bothered by your very presence here, he said bluntly. Iruka was at loss of words. He didn't know what to say to Naruto, as Naruto himself grew colder and his tone of speaking changed. He nodded and reluctantly left. As soon as he left, Naruto used his powers to take off the mess he has made, and then Fuka appeared. Byakuya-sama, I've gathered 10 civilians in total. Would you do your usual routine? Naruto smirked at her and replied, of course, why would I abandon that? Naruto followed Fuka out of the village and all 10 Konoha civilian citizens were tied up. "The demon brat," one of the citizens muttered. "I don't know why you call me such thing, but remember, the day you die today will be the day my hunger be satisfied," he smirked. Naruto turned his hands into a mysterious black mass and all of the 10 civilians were screaming. Their life forces were sucked. As Naruto was finished sucking their life forces, all of their bodies turned to ash. "Satisfied?" Fuka asked. "A little bit. By the way, do not kidnap Konoha civilians for a meantime even outside the village. We've kidnapped a lot of civilians for several years and I would like to stop for a while. The third is getting more and more vigilant. I recommend that we temporarily stop. I would not risk getting a member of an Otsutsuki be caught and tortured," he replied. "Then, would you devour ramen even it disgusts you? It's my former favorite food. Even my hunger would be quenched. Chakra is much more delicious. Civilians and ninjas have chakras in their bodies, except the civilians do not know how to use it. For now, I'll subsist on that stupid Ichiraku for a meantime." Fuka grinned. "Well then, my lord, I should leave." Naruto nodded and went back to his apartment. The next day. "Today you shall do your test, the clone technique. It's a requirement for graduation," Irika stated. "I heard that it was Naruto's greatest weakness," Kiba muttered. "Yeah," a random academy student replied. As students were lining up for the test, Naruto waited and waited. Each of the students was successful and he was tired of waiting in line. "Naruto, you're next," Mizuki said. Naruto walked towards them and he didn't do any hand signs. Instead, a clone of his appeared beside him. "Naruto, what did you do?" Mizuki asked dumbfoundedly. "I developed a way where I could execute the clone technique without using hand seals. They are a waste of time," he replied. Irika saw Naruto's change of demeanor and he forced a smile. "Naruto, you passed. Here's your forehead protector." He received it and immediately walked outside of the school. Irika has gone to the third and he talked with him that Naruto suddenly changed his attitude from yesterday. "Is there any reason for the sudden change?" the third asked. "I don't know. I guess I should talk with him about it," Irika replied. Night came. Naruto went outside of the village, going back to the abandoned village to check if the Shinju has bore another fruit. He discovered that the Shinju produces fruit every 3 months and he has done everything to protect it, placing jujitsus into it to prevent anyone from accessing it. As he was thinking about these things, he saw Mizuki running. "Naruto?" Mizuki asked. "Mizuki-sensei, what are you doing here?" Before Mizuki could reply, Irika suddenly appeared. "Mizuki, return the forbidden scroll already." "No, I wouldn't. This scroll would make me more powerful," he laughed. "And oh, by the way, if you continue to chase me, I will reveal the truth to this child," he said. "Truth?" Naruto asked. "What truth?" "Mizuki, no!" Irika shouted. 12 years ago, a monster fox appeared in the village. It continued to ravage anything and kill innocent civilians. That monster fox was you, Naruto. "Don't tell me the Kyuubi was sealed into me?" Naruto thought. "I thought another person." "Do you know why those people glared angrily at you? Because they hate you. A worthless person such as yourself should die. Irika hates you too. You're the reason why his parents were killed." "Naruto, do not listen to him. I don't hate you," Irika said with tears on his eyes. "The Kyuubi is the one that ravaged the village, not me. The one who destroyed your lives is the Kyuubi, not me. The one who should suffer is you, not me." Naruto's eyes turned into Sharingan, and instead of a matured Sharingan with 3 tomo, his has 8. Naruto screamed and his hair unraveled from the turban, entangling Mizuki and killing him. Irika saw the whole event with a surprised expression on his face. Not only he saw Naruto demonstrated a new technique, but his eyes were different, too. And what he saw next made him cringe. Naruto has a third eye on his forehead. Naruto glared at him and said, "You will not remember this event. I will rearrange your memories, so stay still." With that, Naruto stabbed Irika with a Fuma Shuriken on his back and implanted false memories into him, believing that Irika protected him from the attack of Mizuki, and that Naruto defeated Mizuki with the multi-shadow clone technique he learned from the Forbidden Scroll when he managed to get it. Next, he made Irika fall unconscious, and when he saw ninjas going towards them, he wrapped the turban around his head once more and turned his eyes back to normal, and he cried uncontrollably. "What happened here?" one of the ninjas asked. Irika-sensei protected me from Mizuki-sensei's attack, he stammered. Mizuki, he's dead, the other one said. I killed him, Naruto said. It's payment for what he did to Irika-sensei, he shouted. Irika woke up and smiled to Naruto, unaware that his memories were altered by his beloved student. Chapter 8. Gradual Change. Mizuki was dead and Irika woke up on the hospital with the third Hokage on his side. He wasn't aware that his student altered his memories so that he wouldn't let the Hokage know what he had seen the night Naruto killed Mizuki. So, that's it? The third Hokage asked. Yes, Naruto now knows the truth. I've even told him that I do not hate him, but when I saw him earlier this morning, it seems he's changed, he replied. Speaking of which, where is he by the way? Tonari single-handedly stopped the war concerning the Jello Stone. He had killed Hato and took Temujin under him, as per Byakuya's orders or Naruto's, to prevent information leaking about the legend of the Jello Stone. Naruto took the book and burned it, leaving memorized information in his head, how to use it, how to properly draw its power. Seeing the Jello vein, he absorbed all of its power. He ordered Temujin to create a space-time hole using his blood to absorb some of the Jello remnants so that no one would know of its existence. I do not know how to thank you for making me aware of the truth that Hato is the one who killed my parents. I couldn't thank you enough, Temujin spoke to Naruto. Then, in exchange, would you be willing to be a member of our clan? Naruto asked. I shall serve you with my life. From now on, my unwavering loyalty towards you knows no bounds. Very well, I'll give you your first mission. Given that you have the Jello Stone inside of you, I've heard that Hashigakure has a special meteorite that gives off special chakra to anyone who takes hold of it. I've been given intel by Fuka and Sora surrounding the conspiracies in that village, including a particular individual named Sumeru. I want you to befriend that man and make him a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Understood? Yes, Byakuya-sama, Temujin replied. I'll be going back to Konoha. Tonari, take Temujin to Hoshi. I want the mission to be successful without failure. You can always count me on that, Tonari replied smirking. Naruto returned to his apartment in Konoha using his Yamatsu Hirasaka. He was now ready to take a photo of his ninja registration. As he was finished, he gave them off to the third Hokage and then he asked, Where's your forehead protector? I've decided not to wear them for now. I want them to be as good as new when I would wear it in the day of the explanatory, he explained. Very well. As Naruto was about to leave, a young child attempted to attack the third Hokage, only to stumble down the floor. Problems just keep showing up, the Sandaime thought. Konohamaru-kun, Ebisu said as he entered the room. You did something, didn't you? Konohamaru asked, pointing his finger towards Naruto. Do not blame me for some things I haven't done. It's your clumsiness that made you drop off the floor, he replied. The Sandaime's eyes widened with surprise as Naruto's words were blunt and a little harsh. He thought that maybe it has something to do with Mizuki telling him the truth. So, the demon brat is here, Ebisu thought. Those eyes again and again. I will teach you a lesson one day, Naruto thought. Don't you know that this child is the grandson of the Hokage? Don't you dare belittle the child, Ebisu exclaimed. Naruto stared at the boy, and the boy thought, so, he was the same as the others. So now you know the truth, won't you hit me? Konohamaru challenged. He didn't expect what happened next. Naruto slapped him. Like I care, he shouted. Then he stormed out of the room. Konohamaru-kun, Ebisu exclaimed. That kid. Konohamaru-kun, do not go near that kid. He's a bad influence on your part. As I said, the greatest path to being Hokage is to listen to me. When he turned around, Konohamaru wasn't there. Konohamaru-kun. It appears that he went off to follow Naruto, the third said. Waha-ada-at. That was the 20th ambush as of now. I hope Naruto won't teach him anything stupid, he thought. As Naruto was walking the streets, he sensed that someone is following him. When he turned his back, he saw Konohamaru covering himself with a cloth. I know you're following me, and your disguises are entirely poor. Speak. What do you want? Haha, you are indeed different. I don't mind becoming your follower. Forgive me, but I don't have time for stupid kids like you. Boss, please, I want to be Hokage sooner. I bet you have awesome techniques underneath your sleeve. I want you to teach me those. Hokage? Don't be ridiculous. Do you know what it means to be Hokage? Being Hokage is boring. You don't have the fun to roam around whenever you want. Besides, it's a boring position. Plus, those who become Hokage are always killed by people. Now, do you understand? Naruto said in an air of dominance. Why yes, Konohamaru stammered. Now, go back and do not follow me or else I will punish you, Naruto said smirking. Feeling fear, Konohamaru ran off and Naruto was now alone. You may come out now. Master, I've got the information. Spare no time. Speak everything fast, Purple Zetsu. You are the son of the fourth Hokage. His name is Namikaze Minato and your mother is the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina. She was the previous container of the Nine Tails, and the first container is Uzumaki Mito, wife of the first Hokage. I have copied all the forbidden jutsus in the Scroll of Seals, and you may access them later. Do you know anything what transpired about the Uchiha clan massacre? Naruto asked. Uchiha Itachi killed his entire family, sparing only his little brother for the purpose that Sasuke would kill him later, and that he would be revered as a hero of Konoha. Itachi was ordered by the upper echelons of the Konoha Council because it would be a reason to stop the coup d'état of the Uchiha clan, aspiring to overthrow the Hokage and take control of the village by unleashing the Kyuubi inside you. Because Fugaku himself was confident that he could control the Kyuubi using his Mangekyo, he added. Thanks for the information, Purple Zetsu. Now, you must spy on other ninjas as well. Give me valuable information about their strength and weaknesses. As you wish, my lord. Flashback. Mizuki was dead and Naruto has altered Irika's memories, making him safe. He hypnotized the Jonins who took Irika to leave him alone in the forest and they did as he ordered. As they disappeared, he ejected a purple substance from his mouth and it formed into purple humanoid shape with red eyes glowing. My name is Zetsu, my lord, it said. I'll just call you Purple Zetsu for now. One day you would be human just like them, Naruto answered. Chapter 9, Removed. Naruto went home that night. He haven't heard from Temujin and Sora for a while. He learned that Kimimaro is infiltrating Orochimaru's hideouts in Odogekure, and he managed to give some samples of Hashirama cells to Naruto. Naruto even ordered him to stay out of the mission for a meantime, as the risk would prove too great if he were to be discovered by Orochimaru. He ordered Kimimaro to aid Sora and Temujin to Hoshi, where they would retrieve the meteorite and give it to him. He wanted the mission to finish quickly, as much as possible so that he would have more power inside him for his own benefit. He went to his room and he stared at his reflection in the mirror, and noted that it's the right time to break off his facade. During the explanatory day, everyone shall be surprised of his new appearance and attitude. Day of the explanatory. Naruto discarded off his orange jumpsuit. Instead, he now wore a black turban, covering his entire head. Not a single hair strand could be seen, and black robes with a sash wrapped around on his waist, just like the one Tonari Otsutsuki wore in the movie when he marries Hinata. He went into the academy. As soon he entered the classroom, everyone looked at him, as if he's trying to catch the attention of anyone else. As he sat down on his seat beside Sasuke, Shikamaru greeted him. I've never expected that you will be able to graduate, and it's quite surprising you're not noisy today. Did something happen? Naruto didn't answer nor stared at him. Instead, he pulled off a book and began to read. Shikamaru eyed him and said, If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Anyway, today's troublesome, as usual. When Shikamaru disappeared from his sight, Naruto stopped reading. He gazed at Sasuke and began to think, I sense you have an incredible amount of chakra inside you. Uchiha Sasuke, destined to fight against your very own brother, who will win? You or Itachi? He chuckled. What are you looking at? Sasuke broke the silence. Naruto just smirked and averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Ino and Sakura are pushing themselves who would enter first. As the both of them entered, they began to argue on each other, with Ino speaking she was the first and Sakura arguing that her toe entered first. Annoyed by each other, they just decided to enter anyway. As Sakura saw Naruto, complete with a change of outfit, she said, Naruto, do you have plans of impressing some girls here? He didn't answer. Instead, he stood up and bumped Sakura on her shoulder. Hey, don't turn your back on someone who's talking to you, she exclaimed. As she was about to hit him with her fist on his head, Naruto spoke. Don't, unless of course you want me to fight you. He then faced Sakura with a serious look on his face. Sakura was surprised by the way Naruto speaks but dismissed it as his way of acting cool. Little did she know that this was the real Naruto. The facade of an old Naruto has already faded away. Several minutes later, Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka spoke. As Iruka was speaking about the other things, Naruto was busy thinking about the situation in Hashigakure. He hasn't heard reports from his subordinates concerning about the meteorite. This is going to be harder, he thought. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura now in a room, waiting for their sensei, he was also thinking of Fuka's whereabouts. She has gathered over 227 fresh corpses, and they have been kept in their hideout in Yuzushio, situated in the land of the whirlpools. He smirked that the time is near to use those corpses. He has also faith with Purple Zetsu to gather DNA samples of the dead Pakura and Izuna Uchiha, as he knows he would succeed without fail. 3 hours passed. A silver-haired jonin arrived. The three looked at him with an annoyed expression on their faces. "Took you so long," Naruto muttered. He looked at his new students and said, "My first thoughts on you three, you're a little depressing." Naruto didn't falter from his statement nor flinched. "I'm your Jonin sensei. Meet me on the roof and we'll get started." He soon disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The three left and went to the roof. Sasuke and Sakura noted to themselves that Naruto was entirely quiet. He didn't seem to speak, even at them, speaking only when something's important. As they were sitting on the ground, Kakashi suddenly appeared. "Now, I need an introduction," he spoke. "Sensei, what kind of introduction shall we speak?" Sakura asked. "You know, just the usual stuff. Things you like, things you hate, dreams for the future, hobbies, things like that." Naruto looked at him impassively and said, "Why don't you introduce yourself first?" "Me. I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I like and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you that. Dreams for the future. Never really though about it. As for hobbies, I have lots of hobbies." "Well, that's it. All we got is your name," Sakura said, irritated. "Now that I've introduced myself, why don't you start off, the one with the turban?" "I want the others to introduce themselves first and I should be the last." "Why?" "As to what they always say, I'm a dead last, and a dead last needs to be the last and not be the first, so to start things first, introduce those who were always the first." Kakashi was surprised at his words. He decided to shrug them off for now. "All right, because you don't want to introduce yourself, let's start off with you, Pinky." "Well, I'm Haruno Sakura. She threw up a glance at Sasuke. "I like syrup-coated anko dumplings. I don't really dislike anything. My dreams. I never really thought about it beyond." "Well," she threw another look at Sasuke and softly giggled to herself. "And the things I hate, Naruto." Girls these days are more interested in love than to be a ninja, Kakashi thought. "I've known it since from the very beginning, you hate me. But again, you're nothing but a wimp," Naruto thought. "You're next." "The name's Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have many likes. I dislike things that should not even exist that do. My dreams, well, I don't really have a dream, more like an ambition. I'm going to kill a certain man." "Just as I thought," Kakashi thought. "And now, because you claim to be a dead last and you wanted to be the last, well then introduce yourself." "What I like is not like itself but an ambition. An ambition involves getting recognized by people, ambition that brings peace to the whole world, and an ambition that I shall not tell. What I dislike is people hating others for no reason, because they do not understand the pain and suffering one has gone through. As for my hobbies, it involves around me and it is not for you to know. My hobbies are rather personal," Naruto stated. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto that the sudden change of attitude is genuine, and it seems there's something wrong with him. "And your name?" "I've already introduced myself." "You haven't told me your name." "You already know my name. After all, you're the student of my father, correct?" Kakashi's widened by surprise by the blonde's words. "Naruto's father," Sasuke thought. "What do you know?" Kakashi asked seriously. "I've known that he died 12 years ago, and it was his own fault. He's also the reason why your teammates have died, because he's always away during your missions. He's also the reason why I grew up like this. That's why I hate him with all my heart and soul. I wish he wasn't my father. Too bad my mother's also an idiot, letting her own son be used as a container for something very huge." Had my father put that huge thing back inside her, then she should be alive by now and not dead. Parents are huge idiots. Everyone who heard Naruto's statements were surprised by what he said. Changing the topic, Kakashi said, "Meet me at the training ground, tomorrow morning, 3 a.m. All right, you two, you may leave. Except for you, Turban." As the two left, Kakashi spoke with Naruto. "How did you know of these things?" "It's none of your concern, Kakashi," Naruto smirked. "If you won't tell, the third shall know about this." "You will not tell the Sandaime about this," Naruto said angrily. Naruto activated his Sharingan and altered Kakashi's memories. As he was in a daze, Naruto spoke. "Your last memory was that I left with Sakura and Sasuke, and I introduced my name as Uzumaki Naruto perfectly, and my ambition is to be Hokage, and I like ramen and dislike vegetables. Now do as I say. Read your Ika and go to the women's bathhouse and peep. My command will be embedded in your heart, as if it was really your intention to do so." Naruto smirked. As soon as he said those words, Kakashi left, unaware that he was hypnotized by Naruto himself. Chapter 10, Dojutsu. He still hasn't heard about Sora and Temujin yet, concerning the meteorite in Hashigakure. He was now worried and he opted to go there. Because he doesn't know the location, he was forced to use the flight technique and change his appearance so that no one would recognize him. He opted for the face of the young version of the third Hokage himself. He flew across the skies and asked several people on his way where Hashigakure is. Soon as he found the village, he used his chakra sensing technique to sense his subordinates, yet he couldn't sense them. Flying across the village, he saw Sora and Temujin fighting against Akahoshi. Mysterious peacock method, dragon. Akahoshi attacked Temujin and Temujin blocked it using his Jello powers. Meanwhile, Sora was hit by the attack and fell down to the ground unconscious. "Sora, Sora!" Temujin shouted. Meanwhile, Sumeru was unconscious in the ensuing chaos, as the chakra of the meteorite damaged his physical health. Temujin was about to use his Jello powers to heal Sumeru and Sora, yet he was intercepted by Akahoshi himself. "Kid, I know you want the meteorite for yourself, but do not expect that you will get it from me," he laughed. "It's not for me. It's for the clan head. And the meteorite is essential to our plan," Temujin shouted /. "And what plan is it?" he asked curiously. "It's not for you to know," a mysterious voice said. Temujin turned on his back and he saw someone, a brown-haired man changing his appearance into Naruto. "Byakuya-sama," Temujin muttered. "Pay for what you've done to my subordinates," Naruto muttered. His eyes changed into Mangekyo Sharingan and his Mangekyo is shaped into a dark circle with a red snowflake inside it. You're an Uchiha?" Akahoshi asked nervously. "Do not compare me to those bunches of ignorant fools, and it's not important to know who I am. Amaterasu." A scorch of black flames enveloped Akahoshi and he was toasted to death, his screams echoing into the air. Next, the meteorite shot out of Akahoshi's body and went into the hand of Naruto. Naruto could feel the enormous chakra radiating from the meteorite. "Temujin, heal Sora and Sumeru." Following Naruto's orders, he healed the two, yet they haven't woken up. So, the meteorite's chakra is indeed dangerous, not only dangerous but entirely strong. "Temujin, I want you to bring Sora and Sumeru to our hideout. Let them rest for a while, as I will be absorbing this chakra for myself." With that, Temujin nodded and he used his Jello powers to get away from Hashigakure. Meanwhile, Purple Zetsu appeared out of nowhere when Naruto was absorbing the meteorite's powers. "Have you covered anything up?" "You shouldn't worry, my lord. Everything from the existence of Akahoshi to the very existence of the third Hashikage was altered up. I've also altered the memories of the citizens, believing that Akahoshi died due to an illness and the meteorite has been destroyed because of overusage." "Very well, Purple Zetsu. You're reliable as always," Naruto said smirking. As Naruto finished absorbing the chakra of the meteorite, it exploded. "With the powers of the Shinju, the Jello and the meteorite, they shall fear Otsutsuki Byakuya," he grinned. "Young master, before you leave, do you have any orders?" "Oh, speaking of which, I want you to track one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. And also, I want you to investigate the family roots of the Senju. We might as well find some interesting DNA samples that are not known by people in this world," he spoke. "Or perhaps, Other dead senju asides from Hashirama and Tobirama, he added, smirking at Zetsu. As you wish. Then purple Zetsu disappeared. Naruto flew going to the Shinju near the cliff with the abandoned village to check if the tree has bore another fruit. As soon as he got there, he smiled. He reminisced about the moments that, for the past 6 years, he would go to the village and eat the fruit it produced at the end of every 3 months. Each time he eats the fruit, the amount of chakra he possesses increases, yet his overall form did not change. As he neared the tree, he saw that it produced another fruit, but this time there's something strange about it. He wondered why the color of the fruit has changed. The fruit has become golden in color. Deciding not to eat the fruit for a moment, he decided to explore the abandoned village, as he hasn't explored them before. The village itself was in ruins and there were castles that were still in its original state, yet one could tell that the castles were already old because vines have grown over its walls. Naruto explored and he entered one of the castles. Curious for the history of the place, he searched for some documents and he saw a room where ancient records of the place were stored. Land of the Dead. The tree has been here for at least 3,000 years. We were also surprised when there was another one that grew in the land of ancestors 100 years ago. The tree is not new and we began to call this place the Land of the Dead, because anyone who would dare come here would die under mysterious circumstances. Naruto read. What is this? Naruto began to search for several documents until he saw something that made him grin. It's forbidden to eat the fruit as it would bring death to anyone else. However, I disagree from that very idea. I believe that when someone eats the fruit, one would gain powers that would make them conquer the world. One day, when I came near the tree, its fruit fell down, but I decided not to eat it. I just kept the fruit for myself and put it inside a box. After a day, I've noticed the fruit has withered and it became ash. I came near the tree once again but distanced a little bit, afraid that I would die. I began to survey the tree on a daily basis but nothing has changed. 3 months have passed. I came back and I was surprised that it bore another fruit. When I came back the next day, it was totally gone. Soon, I've discovered that the tree produces fruit at the end of every 3 months and it prompted me to study more of it. Yesterday, there was a fruit hanging on its branches and I took the time to survey the area. I was surprised when I found a secret passage and I saw that the tree has a pulsating object. I don't know what the purpose of the pulsating object is, but I've concluded one thing. Anyone who eats the fruit would gain unrivaled power. Yet if the fruit weren't to be eaten on the day it blooms, the next day it disappears. Quite the information, huh? I've known the fruit harbors fruit every 3 months, but I didn't expect that it would be recorded here. Plus, additional information. Naruto muttered. Gathering some of the documents, Naruto flew back to the tree and searched for the secret passage. It took him no time to search it and then he saw the secret passage. He entered it and saw that the surroundings were surrounded with a purplish light and he heard beating inside the tree. He searched for it and saw that the pulsating object that the document talks about is the heart of the tree. He touched the heart, and he was thrown back by a mysterious force. What is this? This power is much more powerful compared to the one I have. He muttered. Naruto soon realized that the heart of the tree absorbs nature energy from the surroundings, and the reason that a lot of people from foreign lands die is that because the heart absorbs their life forces. He then reread some of the documents, finding some info, and saw one that made him more eager to learn more about the tree itself. The tree would not absorb the nature energy or life forces of humans when it has fruit on the last day of every 3rd month. Thus, one is safe to come if the tree has a fruit. He scanned some passages and he found one interesting piece. Legends say that when the tree bears a golden fruit, stay away immediately, as the tree would blast you into oblivion. Ho! They made it exaggerating, huh? Suddenly, the heart glowed and it began entangling Naruto, absorbing the chakra he has. Is this tree sentient or something? He asked aloud. The heart gathered the chakra inside Naruto, yet he managed to escape its clutches. Naruto was left weakened and he felt the chakra inside him disappearing. He couldn't fight the tree itself, that's why he went out immediately. As soon as he got out, the roots grew out everywhere and tried to capture him, desperately advancing to continue suck his chakra. I have no match for this tree, he muttered. Then a thought came into his mind. He wanted to devour the golden fruit. Lots of my chakra has been taken by this tree, and because the tree has taken it, I've decided to eat its golden fruit. I don't care whether I die or not, I would risk everything for power, he exclaimed. Before the roots could entangle him, He used Yamatsu Hirasaka and aimed for the fruit. He was intercepted by several branches and he dodged them all. He used his newly acquired Mangekyo Sharingan and used Amaterasu to burn down its branches and roots. As his way was cleared out, he quickly used Yamatsu Hirasaka and grabbed the fruit. Eating all of the glowing golden fruit, he felt the absorbed chakra returning to him. Not only his absorbed chakra returning, but it tripled in amount. Aside from that, he was surprised that the tree exploded and the tree's heart was left pulsating in its place. Coming near the heart, he tried picking it up, only for it turn into a bright purplish energy ball and entered his body. Naruto felt himself more powerful than before. His true form with the lavender white hair became silver with streaks of purple and white. His horns became golden in color. His clothes now consisted of black and golden robes adorned with silver dragon-like designs on the ends. Underneath his robes he wore loose black pants emblazoned with several intricate white abstract lines, and his glass boots became obsidian. His eyes became a light shade of purple with golden specks in it. Instinctively, his eyes turned into inhuman in appearance, having a pentagram as an iris with several intricate designs on it and a heavenly body that looks like the moon as his pupil as a new dojutsu. Chapter 11. Discovery. Naruto did not go home that night. Instead, he spent the rest of the night in one of his dimensions, his favorite, the ice dimension, where he would gaze at the snow-filled mountains and enjoy the snow itself. Not only he would enjoy the snow, but he's free to roam around the dimension in his true form. He decided to continue study his newfound powers, to which it included his Jellystone powers, the meteorite's powers, and lately the destroyed Shinju. He cut off his own arms and then it regrew back into place. Happy with this quick regeneration process, he thought to himself that he was entirely immortal. Going inside his palace, he looked at the mirror and into his reflection. Looking at himself, he swore revenge on those who have wronged him and his comrades. Activating his new dojutsu, he looked closely and he noted that his eyes are extremely different from the other dojutsus because its appearance is alien. Deciding to discover its real powers, he tried it, where there appeared a glyph similar to the look of his dojutsu, and a creature has been summoned. Now morning, instead of following Kakashi's orders not to eat breakfast, he ate one huge meal. A meal consisted of the life forces of random civilians he picked up in Konoha, enveloping all of them into his black mass as their bodies crumbled to ash. Naruto burped and said, "I'm extremely full. Feels so good." As news by Purple Zetsu to him, lots of Umbu were investigating the disappearances of various civilians under orders from the Hokage. They haven't even found a clue as to whom or what causes them to vanish. Not a single corpse could be seen, and civilians in Konoha fear for their lives that maybe they're the ones next. That's the reason why the Hokage implemented a law a few years back never to roam at night. Even the number of missing civilians was gradually decreasing. Hiruzen remained vigilant, and Naruto smirked at the gesture of this, as he was the reason why some civilians in Konoha vanished, not only in Konoha but in other villages in the Land of Fire as well. He hasn't kidnapped civilians outside of the Land of Fire, but he would gladly do so if he was in the mood for it. After all, some civilians in Konoha would be his food, because they're the reason of his suffering, and even though he eats those civilians, he would still go to Ichiraka ramen stand to eat. He was now in the training grounds, and he saw Sasuke and Sakura coming off from different directions. As soon as they were gathered, Naruto thought that Kakashi would be late, and according to some intel given by Purple Zetsu to him, Kakashi is always late by almost 3 hours. "Oh, my. He told us to get early, yet he was late," Sakura exclaimed. "Right, Sasuke-kun? Humph. And have you heard of the news? He was peeping in the women's bathhouse yesterday, which caused him to be reprimanded by the Hokage himself. I didn't expect those things would be his hobbies. He's a pervert," she said in an annoyed tone. Naruto forced not to laugh, as it was his own fault why Kakashi did those things. After all, he hypnotized him to peep on women. Knowing that he would be late, Naruto decided to storm off on his own. "Naruto, where are you going?" Sakura asked. "Somewhere down the road," he said impassively. Sasuke glared at Naruto suspiciously. Ever since they've graduated in the academy, Naruto's overall attitude has changed. He was not that loud and boisterous ninja anymore, instead he was cold or sometimes difficult to read at. Did something happen? He thought. As Naruto walked, now far from the training grounds, he has learned the powers of his dojutsu. He was extremely excited to give them a try. Flashback. Deciding to discover its real powers, he tried it, where there appeared a glyph similar to the look of his dojutsu, and a creature has been summoned. Who are you? The creature asked. Those eyes. Forgive my ignorance, my lord. What are you? Naruto asked. A celestial spirit, and my name is Leo. Your eyes are called the Sharingan, obtained when one has eaten the golden fruit of that particular species of the Shinju. Particular species of the Shinju? Naruto asked curiously. A particular species wherein several seeds of the Shinju fused into one, and it grew on a particular place. A common Shinju produces fruit every 1,000 years, but this species produces one every 3 months. It's because not only it absorbs the nature energy of this world, but also the nature energy that comes from the sun, moon and stars, and from the outer space itself. That's why it bears fruit so fast, he explained. Then why does the fruit dissolve when it is not eaten on the day it blooms? The fruit contains much power that it dissolves when not eaten the day after yesterday. However, the golden one was much more powerful. Anyone who has eaten it dies immediately, but in your case, you're the only one successful. The only one? Mysterious people tried to find this particular species of the Shinju in various realms, and when they've succeeded, they would stay on the planet until it dies. However, a particular person tried eating the golden fruit of that Shinju and he ended up dying, forcing him to pass his acquired powers to his descendants. It's rare to find someone who's successful. Those who were successful would have the ability to summon us from the spirit's realm. I presume that your strong will of acquiring much power lead you into this. Naruto grinned. Well, there's this pulsating object inside the tree. It came inside my body after I've eaten the golden fruit. Leo's eyes widened with surprise. What? Something wrong. It only means one thing. As I've said earlier, your desire of power was extremely great that the Shinju surrendered into you and made you use its powers, thus making you the keeper of its power. I see. So the Shinju was alive after all, he smirked. Yes. Then, I'll use its powers to reach my greatest ambition. Leo just looked at Naruto laughing as he disappeared, dismissed by Naruto as he gained the knowledge on how to use the Sharingan. Naruto couldn't help but smirked at this. Bored, he meditated for 3 hours, absorbing nature energy from his surroundings, or in his terms, eating. 3 hours have passed. He decided to go back to the training grounds. Kakashi was already there and he asked, "Where have you gone?" "Just sleeping. By the way, I've heard rumors that you're notoriously late when it comes to meetings. Besides, I've also heard that one of your hobbies is to peep on women." Kakashi paled at Naruto's statement, whereas the 2 other ninjas chuckled. "That's right. You're indeed a pervert," Sakura exclaimed. "Back to the topic, what shall we do now?" Sasuke asked. Kakashi takes out an alarm clock and puts it on a nearby stump. Then he takes out 2 silver bells. "All you need to do is get these 2 bells from me. Do that and you'll be officially a genin," he said. "But sensei, there are only 2 bells," Sakura replied. Kakashi nodded and Sakura and Sasuke's faces showed duress, whereas Naruto began to smirk at the statement. Kakashi then notices Naruto smirking at the perspective of the test. He could see that Naruto's planning something. "All right, the alarm clock is set to noon. You have time until then to get the bell. The test starts when I say go." Kakashi waits for a moment and says, "Go." As Kakashi speaks these words, he was thinking of today's missing civilians. The mysterious person has attacked once again. After a year of silence, the attacks have again started. Who kidnaps the civilians? What is his motive? He thought. Chapter 12. It begins. Sasuke and Sakura were now hiding. Sasuke behind a tree while Sakura was under a bush. Naruto was walking in the forest, and when he sensed no one else is watching, he used Jumatsu Hirasaka and transported himself into his ice dimension. As he was within the palace of his dimension, he walked closely to the mirror and it showed that Kakashi was looking to where Sakura and Sasuke were hiding, including him. "Too bad he doesn't know I have numerous dimensions at my disposal," Naruto smirked. Naruto observed the ensuing test and Kakashi saw Sakura. Kakashi casted a genjutsu at Sakura with a wounded Sasuke coming to her, and that made her to pass out. "I wouldn't expect that she passed out for such a simple genjutsu. She needs improvement," Kakashi muttered. Sasuke heard Sakura's scream, and he muttered, "Damn! One taken down. I must get the bells," he said. As he saw Kakashi reading Ikaraika, he attacked him with a series of shuriken, to which Kakashi managed to evade. "Too bad I can't read now," he said smiling. Sasuke was right in front of him and attacked him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke blew a fire towards Kakashi, to which he was hit, only for it to be turned into a wooden log. A substitution? Where is he? Sasuke wondered. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. A hand grabbed Sasuke's ankle and he was pushed under the ground with his head poking up. You may know ninjutsu, but it doesn't mean you could defeat me with something as simple as that, Kakashi said. He then soon disappeared in a poof of smoke. As Sasuke was trapped underground, Sakura, having woken up from the genjutsu, saw Sasuke, and she screamed once again and passed out. Sasuke sighed with this and wondered, where did that idiot go? Meanwhile, in the ice dimension, Naruto was laughing and laughing, getting his teammates being whipped by Kakashi. Deciding to take matters in his hands, exited the dimension. Kakashi was walking, wanting to find Naruto, yet he couldn't find him. A flurry of kunai was thrown into him, to which he evaded, and Naruto showed himself. You're good at hiding, Naruto, Kakashi complimented. Shall we dance? Naruto asked. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he heard Naruto spoke those words. Seeing the reaction on his sensei's face, he smirked and muttered, Serigan. His eyes changed, the surprise within Kakashi doubled, seeing Naruto having a dojutsu. Minato-sensei doesn't have a dojutsu or Kushina-san. Where did he get this one? He thought. Serigan. Release the gate of the bull, Taurus. A glyph appeared where a half-bull, half-humanoid beast was standing. He was wielding a giant axe, and his upper torso is a bull filled with brown fur, and his lower torso consists of a humanoid leg with torn pants. Taurus, attack him. When Taurus swung his axe into the ground split open, prompting Kakashi to jump. Such enormous strength. Naruto, tell me, how did you awaken this dojutsu? What was that? Sakura exclaimed. Sakura and Sasuke got up and followed the direction of the noise. As they followed it, they were astounded by a humanoid bull fighting Kakashi, and they've seen Naruto just standing while their Jonin-sensei fights the bull. What kind of creature was that? Sakura said, surprised. Naruto, Sasuke said, shocked. Sasuke, what is it? Sasuke pointed towards Naruto, and Sakura was also surprised that Naruto has a strange-looking dojutsu in his eyes. As Taurus and Kakashi were exchanging blows, Naruto stood there watching impassively. Naruto, what kind of dojutsu is this? Is this the ability of your eyes? Kakashi asked. Yes. Then, I think I must get a little serious as well. Kakashi did some hand seals and said, Water release, water dragon. An enormous water shaped up like a dragon went up the ground and flowed towards Naruto. Naruto smirked with this. You used water to attack me. Then, I shall use one that specializes with water. Serigan. Release the gate of the water bearer, Aquarius. A barefooted woman wearing a skimpy tube dress made of seaweed appeared. It shows off her huge bosoms, long legs with blue anklets, and her bare back. Her hair and eyes were as blue as the sea. The woman has blue shells adorning her head, and she has blue necklaces that were made of corals. She had bracelets made of gold, and she carries a blue urn. You summoned me to fight this weakling? Aquarius chuckled. Naruto just stared at her with impassive gaze. Well then, even though I hate being ordered, I would do as much as you say. The others have their eyes widened with surprise as there was another summon. This time a human, especially Kakashi. What is this? Kakashi spoke. The woman's extremely beautiful, having huge bosoms and her skimpy dress clutching tightly at her sexy figure. Aquarius absorbed the technique with her urn, and she released the technique double the amount to Kakashi. How was that? Aquarius said, smirking. Taurus and Aquarius, dismiss. Then the two summons disappeared. Kakashi dodged the attack with his earth release, earth-style wall. The attack was blocked, and then the water dissipated. Naruto, you're interesting, Kakashi thought. Before Kakashi would do some hand seals, Naruto muttered. Serigan. Release the gate of the lion, Leo. A young man dressed in furry yellow clothing appeared. His eyes were yellow with slits and have brown spiky hair similar to a lion. Light release, solar beam, Naruto ordered. As you wish, Leo replied. He then lit the whole surroundings, almost blinding everyone. Then Naruto used Jumatsu Hirasaka where he slid his hand going to Kakashi's pocket, taking up the bells. Leo, dismiss. Soon, Leo disappeared. You failed. It's almost time already. You know? Kakashi trailed when he was interrupted by Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I've won, he said smirking. He then showed the two bells. Naruto, how did you do it? Kakashi asked. He heard Sasuke and Sakura walking towards him, looking at him with a shocked expression on their faces. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he smiled in a haughty manner. Which one is going back in the academy? Kakashi asked. Before Sakura and Sasuke could ask about the summons, Naruto looked at them with his Sharingan activated and altering their memories, making them believe that Naruto defeated Kakashi with the multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto got the bells, why go back? Sakura asked. What is the purpose of this test? Teamwork, Naruto spoke. It is in this matter that we should work together, however, the two of them hates me because they think I'm a dead last. Well, that's the truth, but I'm a capable ninja. One should say, a late bloomer perhaps. Kakashi looked at him and said, well then, you all pass. That's thanks to Naruto. However, I'll consider it. I hope you three would get along as much, and I don't like you fighting all along. He then motions the three to follow him, and they soon arrived at the memorial stone. This memorial holds the names of ninja who have died in the line of duty to protect this village. The names of my best friends are on here, as are the names of our fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, sons, and daughters. It is a reminder of their sacrifice to this village. He spoke. He then turned to his students. Individual strength would only get you so far. You will one day fight a superior opponent and teamwork would be needed to defeat that opponent. Every mission we go on can end in your death. If you don't work together to protect one another, then your name will end up on this monument as well. He takes a deep breath as his eyes go back to the monument once more. Those who abandon the mission are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash, he added. You three are the first ever to pass the test. The other two smiled whereas Naruto frowned. Tomorrow we'll meet at the Hokage Tower for our first mission and see if we can get some training in there. Now, who's up for lunch? Soon, the stomachs of Sasuke and Sakura were growling except for Naruto. I'll pass, Naruto said. As the two ate their lunch, Kakashi and Naruto went somewhere to talk privately. Naruto, how did you gain that dojutsu? And what is its name? Before I'll tell you, I have a present. A present? Yes, answered Naruto smirking. Naruto's eyes changed into Sharingan and before Kakashi knew it, he was under Naruto's hypnosis. The knowledge of yours that I have a dojutsu will vanish. I defeated you with the multi-shadow clone technique, thus getting the bells. Now, go and peep in the women's bathhouse again. Kakashi soon left, unaware that he was under Naruto's hypnosis again. Chapter 13, Vanish. Flashback. Creating purple Zetsu after learning from the dead Mizuki that the Kyuubi was sealed inside him, he decided to enter his mindscape. So the jailer has come to meet his prisoner, he growled. So, you're the reason why some villagers have been accusing me of destroying their homes. It's none of your concern. And what is this power? How did you gain this? He asked. Oh, I thought you knew, considering you've been inside me for so long. Anyway, I'm not telling you, Kurama, Naruto replied, grinning devilishly. Tesuke, how did you know my name? Reading minds, perhaps? I doubt. Don't be so arrogant, you fool. Come here and I shall rip you to pieces. Naruto simply smirked and Kurama was surprised that he was in a place with lava and erupting volcanoes. Brat, what did you do? I've simply transported you into one of my dimensions. You're free now, however. Naruto trailed off when Kurama attempted to attack him, only for Naruto to entangle him with a black mass, thereby absorbing his chakra. Kurama suddenly felt tired and lethargic. He was shocked to see that his body changed into a human and his original form was gone. What did you do? He growled angrily. He then used his power to chain Kurama and exited the dimension, leaving the screaming former Bijou behind. So you intend me to cooperate with your plan? Kurama said angrily. Naruto was now in his lava dimension, smirking at the once Bijou chained. Be thankful that I made you into human, Kurama. After all, I intend to free you into the wilderness, same as the wild fox itself. If you truly want to be free, then you shall be my subordinate. Return me to my true form, he demanded. Why would I? Returning you to your true form would amass panic among the citizens. Besides, I've absorbed some of your chakra. Be thankful enough that I even left you alive. You're just a scattered piece of chakra, and if people were to discover you roaming around in your true form, that would be a ruin to my plan, Naruto replied. You? Kurama gritted his teeth. Kurama's form consists of an orange-haired youth with fierce bloody red eyes with slits. He has pronounced canines and he has eye bags. As I've said earlier, if you cooperate and agree to be my subordinate, I shall free you. I won't and I will never obey a human like you. Naruto, angry, entangled Kurama with a black mass and absorbed his chakra once more, leaving him near death. Continue disobeying me, and I will punish you for eternity, he spoke. He soon exited the lava dimension itself. Naruto put his turban back after removing them. He rejoiced at the news given to him by Purple Zetsu, manipulating the Hokage to stop the investigation concerning missing civilians. Naruto was pleased by the outcome of his plans. As soon as he arrived at the Hokage Tower, Sasuke and Sakura were already there, except for Kakashi. Damn, he's late once again, Sasuke said annoyingly. As he saw Naruto, he couldn't help but feel envious to the boy, defeating Kakashi in a single multi-shadow clone technique, unaware of the whole truth beyond the event. Fool, since when did you get this smart? Naruto stared at him and he smirked. It's not for you to know. Sasuke glared at him angrily and Sakura was a little scared by Naruto's attitude. Ever since graduating from the academy, he has changed. Naruto, what happened to you? Who were your parents? Why do you hate them? What are you hiding? She thought. A few moments later, Team 8 arrived. Oh Naruto, long time no see, Kiba said. Same to you too, Kiba. You look ugly as always, Naruto replied. What? Kiba said angrily. Enough the both of you, Kurenai intervened. By the way, have you seen Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. Kurenai's mood darkened and she replied. He was peeping at the women's bathhouse. Luckily, I wasn't there. If I were to see him peeping on me, I swear I'll beat him up into a bloody pulp. So he would peep then go here? This is an embarrassment, Sasuke said annoyed. Naruto smirked. The command has been embedded into Kakashi's brain that even though he hasn't hypnotized him this day, it became an addiction at his part. Hinata was blushing at the sight of Naruto. Naruto knew from the very beginning that this girl has feelings for him, yet he doesn't mind them. He hates the Hyugas, and he saw Shino always silent. According from Purple Zetsu, Shino is solitary in nature, stoic and mysterious. That's why he's decided that he would be instrumental to their plan. Shino, how's your day? Naruto asked cheerfully. Nothing special. You? Good. Shino, I would like to talk to you alone. Is it okay? Why? You'll see, he replied. Kurenai-sensei, could we talk somewhere? It seems that your conversation would be very important. I'll give you time, don't just take too long, she replied. Yes, sensei. Let's go, Naruto said while grabbing Shino's wrist. What's up with them? Sakura said wondering. Naruto and Shino were now alone. So what is it that you want to talk about? Shino asked curiously. It's not like you who would talk privately. You really did change. People do change, Shino, Naruto replied smirking. So what is it? Naruto didn't answer. Shino just stared at him. If you don't have anything to say, I'll go now, he said while turning his back at Naruto. Naruto simply smirked. Before Shino could react, a purple mass entered his mouth, suffocating him. Shino and Naruto then returned at the Hokage Tower. I give you my thanks, Naruto, he said. No worries. Well then, let us be friends. Naruto smiled cheerfully. Shino nodded in response. Oh my, Naruto has become friends with the weirdo, Sakura thought. Well, then we will leave, Kurenai said. Not long after Team 8 left, Team 10 arrived. Ino and Sakura were glaring at each other whereas Shikamaru looked at Naruto. Being a genius, he noticed that there was something wrong with his co-dead last. Naruto, how are you? He asked. I'm good, probably better, that Shino and I share the same hobbies, especially with insects. Choji has choked by Naruto's statement, whereas Ino's eyes widened with shock similar to Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Sakura. Insects are gross, Ino exclaimed. By the way, what did you talk about? Sasuke asked. Just insects. And by the way, they're not gross. Naruto, did you hit your head or something? Sakura asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he averted his gaze at her and looked towards Asuma. Is Kakashi here? Asuma asked. I bet he was peeping in the women's bathhouse again, Ino said. We'll be going inside now. Take care, Asuma said. With that, Team 10 left. Team 7 were the only ones left waiting for their sensei. Naruto left the duo because he was annoyed that he would deal with these pests. Naruto, where are you going? Sakura exclaimed. Somewhere fun, was the reply. Geez, Sakura sighed. Then Naruto came to her and whispered, Don't you want to be alone with Sasuke? I always leave the two of you when Kakashi-sensei is not around so you could develop your feelings with each other. Besides, I don't want to be a distraction. Naruto immediately left, leaving Sakura blushing. At last, Naruto was now alone. These days, he doesn't want to be around anyone, except for his family, of course. He missed Tonari, Fuka, Sora, and the others. Knowing that Kakashi would be late for 3 hours, he seized this opportunity and flew into their hideout, situated in Yuzushigakure. As he arrived, he saw Sora and Sumeru playing cards with each other. Byakuya, what brings you here? Sora asked. I missed you all and of course I came to check if you're okay. Same with Sumeru. Thanks to you and Temujin, we were healed. You were there too, right? Yes. And I've absorbed the meteorite's chakra. So where is it now? Sumeru asked. Destroyed. And no one will know about it. By the way, where are Tonari and the others? Tonari was sleeping right now, whereas Fuka, Kimimaro, and Temujin went somewhere to gather recently dead ninjas, Sora replied. I see. I'll sleep today. I'll be back in Konoha after a few hours, he said. As Naruto entered his room, he thought back to the event where he was alone with Shino. Flashback. As the purple mass entered Shino's mouth, he was suffocating. The last thing he saw was Naruto smirking darkly and he said choking, what have you done? Those were the last words of Shino before he was fully taken over by Purple Zetsu. Chapter 14, Worthless Missions Gone. Naruto woke up after sleeping for 2 hours. Preparing himself to go back to Konoha, he thought that he would visit Kurama for a while. Using his Yamatsu Hirasaka, he transported himself to his lava dimension. QB, you've decided to cooperate with me? Naruto asked. I must admit that your plan is ambitious, but I do not understand why you would do these things that you can even solve the problem itself given by your immense power, Kurama replied. One reason that I would not finish anything quickly. I want them to suffer in the most tortuous way possible. And besides, the more you do everything slowly, the more your plan would go into success. I have plenty of years to think for perfect solutions that would make them not suspicious for me. By the way, why did you attack Konoha? A masked man controlled me using his Mangekyo Sharingan. Knowing that the seal on your mother's womb would weaken upon your birth, he seized the opportunity to release me and control me. Who is the masked man? I don't know, and he has the same potency of the Sharingan with that man. That man? Naruto asked suspiciously. Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, he freed Kurama into his chains. I want you to investigate who that man is, Naruto ordered. Humph, that is the first thing I'm going to do. Now, let me out and I will investigate. Be careful and also do not be reckless. I will make you immune to genjutsu by imbuing you some of my powers. In doing so, you would not risk yourself getting captured. Konoha. Arriving back at the Hokage Tower, Kakashi hasn't arrived. Naruto went near Sakura and asked, So, how's everything with Sasuke? Upon hearing this, she blushed. Attempting to hit him with her fist, Naruto evaded the attack. A few minutes later, Kakashi arrived. You're late again, Sakura said. Yeah. Sorry my alarm clock broke and I overslept. Or maybe you're just peeping, Sasuke interrupted. I'm not peeping, Kakashi shouted. I don't have habits like these before. What's happening to me? He thought. Anyway, Let's go ahead and execute our first mission. After getting their mission scroll, each was given a headset by Kakashi to communicate with each other. They had difficulty finding the cat, whereas Naruto would sit down and relax, as he didn't want to participate in this worthless mission. He wanted ones that are difficult and exciting in nature. He saw some flying insects and a thought came into his head. He commanded them to help him find the cat, and following the insects, he saw the cat resting towards a roof. Get it! The insects did what they were told. They surrounded Tora and carried it off to Naruto. As Naruto held Tora, it was moving, wanting to be free from Naruto's grasp. Soon, he was spotted by his team. Naruto, hold Tora properly. You'll end up hurting her, Sakura said. This cat is notorious for harming genin along the way. That's why I've decided to hold it on its tail. Team 7 went off their separate ways after returning the cat to its owner. As Naruto was walking, he saw Shino in a distance. Any news? He asked. I've been spying on some of the conversations of the Aburame clan, yet all of the conversations they had are all just about insects, he replied. What kind of insects? Mainly the Baikochu. Those insects were widely used by the clan during the Second Shinobi World War, but they've become endangered. That's why the clan has left them in forests where humans aren't there. You want me to get those insects? No need, purple Zetsu or otherwise, Shino. You can leave now. Yes, my lord. Zetsu soon disappeared from his sight. Naruto looked at the sky and thought, my dear sweet revenge. I can't wait for it to happen. A month passed and Naruto was continuing training himself in the use of his Sharingan. He can use all respective dojutsus, yet he opted for his Sharingan because it's powerful and is only unique to him. A purple mass went inside his room, inside his apartment, forming into the shape of Shino, and said, an old man from Wave is requesting a C-rank mission for some Konoha ninjas to escort him back on his way home. Interested? Escort an old man? If there were enemies, then it will be much more exciting, Naruto said, smirking. I suspect that there will be fights, my lord. Tell me, will you manipulate the third Hokage? Not for now. I'll convince him with my words. And besides, this would be a great opportunity to know the limits of what they call copy ninja Kakashi. Shino, do not let yourself be caught by your teammates. Shino just nodded and he left. The next morning, he went his way to the Hokage Tower and he was greeted by Sakura. So, another mission, huh? Do you think we opt for one that gives us some challenge? Yes, and considering it, it would be an opportunity to hone our skills further. That would be great. I think Kakashi-sensei would not let us do this thing. He will, Naruto said calmly. A few moments passed. Kakashi arrived. Yo, ready for your next mission? We are, Sasuke replied. Kakashi-sensei, I've been thinking this for a few days already. When would we get missions that are a bit exciting compared to those worthless missions? I really hate them, Naruto said, annoyed. Kakashi thought about what Naruto said for a moment and finally convinced, said, then we should try out our first C-ranked mission. Inside the Hokage Tower, Team 7, you have come for another mission. I heard that Tora Cat escaped once again. Gigi, I think we should not do that worthless mission again. Why don't you just give us another challenging mission? One that does not involve cleaning, farming, or catching cats, Naruto said angrily. Give respect, Naruto, Kakashi said. Hiruzen just sighed. Never did he think that the son of the fourth Hokage would be more disrespectful than before and has an incredibly short fuse. Kakashi, are you sure that these students of yours could handle a C-ranked mission even it's just for a month? The Hokage asked. Yes, and these kids sure have talents, he replied. The door opened, revealing an old man with a bottle of sake in his hand. This is Tazuna, a bridge builder from Wave. He is here for an escort back to his home so that he may complete the bridge, the Hokage introduced. Looking at the old man, he thought that there was something suspicious, and he would confirm this upon going to the mission itself. Chapter 15 to Wave. Ready now? Kakashi asked. Yes, all three answered. As Team 7 and Tazuna walked down the road, Naruto's head began to fly. He's confident that all of his subordinates, especially Purple Zetsu, were doing their job perfectly well. However, the thing that worries him is the masked man who controlled the Kyuubi and attacked Konoha. Who is he? Where did he come from? What are his motives? Even though the masked man is the one behind of the Kyuubi's attack in Konoha, He couldn't help but feel hatred towards his parents for sealing the QB inside him, hatred towards Hiruzen for making him like a fool, not telling the truth, and hatred for all the villagers in Konoha for mistreating him, except for the ones serving him food in Ichiraku. Naruto pulled out a notebook from his bag and began to write codes that only he and his subordinates would understand. He muttered a word, and all of the codes began to scatter in random directions to where his subordinates were located. To his delight, none of them saw what he had done. As they passed by two puddles, Naruto began to grow suspicious. While Sasuke and Sakura ignored it, Kakashi seemed also to focus on it. After they passed the two puddles, two figures suddenly leapt out. They wore bladed gauntlets where shuriken chains between them wrapping Kakashi, only for it to poof, a wooden log on its place. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke blew fire towards the two ninjas, to which they easily dodged. Sasuke continued to fight the one-horned one using taijutsu while Naruto fought the other one. Sakura helped Sasuke by throwing some explosive kunai towards the one-horned ninja, yet he easily deflected. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said while doing the hand sign, but only in pretense. As the clones charged towards his enemy, they were defeated by the ninja. "How's that? It doesn't work against me. You are a worthless fool." Then he laughed. "I must kill the old man now." Naruto was about to get angry, yet he managed to control himself. He doesn't want to waste his chakra to fight this weakling. As he was evading the attack of the ninja, the gauntlet tore his turban apart, revealing his extremely long hair reaching to his midcalf. "You? What?" Before the ninja would ask about his Rinna Sharingan, he extended his hair, constricting the ninja until he fell out of consciousness. As Sasuke and Sakura defeated the other ninja, he used his forehead protector to wrap it quickly around his forehead to avoid them seeing his third eye. Kakashi went out of the bushes and said, "Good job. You've exceeded my expectations," and he stopped talking when he saw Naruto with an extremely long hair. "Naruto, is that you?" he asked. Sakura and Sasuke turned to Naruto and were astounded by his extremely long hair. "Since when did your hair get this long? Is this the reason why you wrap your head with a turban?" Sasuke asked. "I don't want my hair to be damaged, but it seems the ninja has cut off my turban, thereby revealing my hair. Anyway, don't tell this to anyone else. They'll tease me," he replied. "Either way, you three put out my fears aside. Now, tie up these two and I'll send one of my summons to inform the village. Now, Tazuna, I would like to have a word with you." Tazuna, sweating a bit, reluctantly followed Kakashi into the forest. The three waited for the two to finish until they went out the forest. "So, what's the story?" Sasuke asked. Apparently, Tazuna is building a bridge to connect Wave to the mainland. The problem is that a shipping magnate named Gato has a stranglehold on the country and does not want the bridge built. Otherwise, he loses his hold over the country. He uses his company as a front for smuggling illegal goods and drug dealing, and the bridge would ruin that, so he has hired missing Neens to kill Tazuna, he explained. Naruto smirked at the statement. "So, I could be able to dance more effectively." "Oi, Naruto, don't make jokes at this time," Sakura said, annoyed. "As for now, this mission has become B-ranked, if not A-ranked, considering that there would be stronger ninja that would be in our way." "I was right after all. Suspicions confirmed. There are a lot of stronger enemies ahead. This is going to be more fun," Naruto thought, smiling devilishly. Tazuna then told his story about his father and his fatherless grandchild. As the story continues, Naruto didn't listen, instead smiling to himself that he would have a chance to fight other strong ninjas as well. "We are going to complete this mission. After all, we can't just let that Gato do what he wants," Kakashi said. They once again began to walk. Time runs by quickly that it was already sunset. When night came, Kakashi decides to make camp and decided to leave early in the morning. Everything has been set and they sat down around the campfire. Naruto hates this as he doesn't want to sleep with several people. He preferred to sleep alone in one of his dimensions. Naruto looked at the sky, and once his plans would be finished, he would fulfill his lifelong ambition. He was cut off by Sakura when she asked, "Naruto, you've completely changed. Did something happen?" Naruto turned to her and said, "I am no longer that dead last you knew. Sakura, people change." He stood up and walked to a forest. "Naruto, where are you going?" Kakashi asked. "I would like to sleep alone, Kakashi-sensei," he said calmly. "I won't allow you, because my team's safety is in my hands. Don't worry, I can handle anything. Before Kakashi could stop him, he disappeared. Alone once again, he used Yamatsu Hirasaka and transported himself to his paradise dimension, where there are beaches and the sun shone brightly. There were forests that lead up to a castle. Naruto lied down on the sand, enjoying the cool breeze of the wind, drifting himself into sleep. Chapter 16 Revealed Abilities. Naruto slept for a few hours in his paradise dimension. Before anyone would wake up, he used Yamatsu Hirasaka to exit the dimension, and it was entirely dawn when he returned. He waited for several moments, then some codes appeared from his subordinates, a message that they successfully built another fortress at Hashigakure, there another hideout. Pleased by these results, he smiled and wrote another set of codes which flew off going to his subordinates, telling them now's the right time to execute one of their plans. Morning came, he went back to the camp. Seeing everyone awake, Kakashi asked him, "How was your sleep? Specifically that you're alone." "I slept marvelously. The cold wind brushing my skin lulled me to sleep. The silence of the night and the absence of people made it all better," he replied, smiling. "Let's get to the mission now." Several minutes later, they were now riding a boat, and he could see that the mist is extremely thick, not to mention highly dangerous and also quite advantageous at the same time, considering the mists can be used as a hiding place for ninjas who don't want to be seen when tracking someone. Smirking at the idea, he could feel that there are people coming towards them. "How did Gato get so rich, by the way?" Sakura asked, breaking the silence. "Perhaps he inherited it," Kakashi replied. "I doubt so. Maybe he got it through corruption and some assassinations," Naruto said. "He's a poor excuse for a human being," says Tazuna. "Considering that fact, he may have hired missing Nins, and that's what makes this mission dangerous. Missing Nins are commonly S-ranked, and they are not to be underestimated," Kakashi said. A few minutes have passed. The boat stopped by at the bank of the river. "Good luck stopping the moron," says the rower, and then he rows away. "Now that we are here, guard Tazuna," ordered Kakashi. The three nodded. As they were walking, Naruto thought back at Kurama. He was sure that one day this bijou would betray him. That's why he sent a coded message to his subordinates never to trust this individual. At least they have two hideouts for now, yet one was temporary, to which is Yuzushio. Hashigakure is a stable hideout where they would let Tonari rule as the Hashikage, while Naruto himself was the true power behind the position. They will use the village itself as a prison for captured people, civilians or ninjas alike. This place would also serve as one of his subordinates' homes for their benefit. Sensing something, he threw a kunai at the bushes. A cry of an animal could be heard before the kunai was embedded into the tree. Everyone was shocked as to what Naruto did. Looking to where he threw the kunai, they saw that the kunai was embedded into a white rabbit. "Naruto, why did you kill the rabbit?" "Poor animal," Sakura exclaimed. "Rabbits aren't supposed to be white. It's in the middle of spring," Naruto replied. "Get down!" Kakashi shouted. As they got down, a massive sword flew out of nowhere, spinning like a boomerang and embedding itself on a nearby tree. Copy Ninja Kakashi, as expected. No wonder why the demon brothers lost. Momochi Zabuza, demon of the hidden mist. Then Naruto looks at Zabuza. "So you're the one I sensed earlier. I'm stronger than you and I can defeat you easily, but if an opportunity presents itself today, I'll be glad to eat you up," he thought while smirking. "As much as I would like to fight you, I'm only here for the old man," Zabuza said. "Protect Tazuna and stay out of the way. He's out of your league," Kakashi shouted. As badly as Naruto wanted to fight Zabuza, he decided to follow Kakashi's plans and try to think a strategy that would make him show a few of his abilities in order to protect the worthless old man, the way he puts it. As they were about to fight, Kakashi raised his forehead protector, to which revealed a closed eye, and he opened eye, revealing a Sharingan underneath. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked to see Kakashi having a Sharingan in one of his eyes. Zabuza readied himself, and faster than the normal eye could catch. He grabs his sword and removes it from the tree. Soon, the mist grew thicker and thicker. Hearing Kakashi's voice, it said, "Be careful. Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique," he warned. Then another voice was heard. 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Now which will be my killing point? As Zabuza finished his statement, Naruto couldn't hold it any longer. They were astounded when he laughed, and he laughed with tears falling down from his eyes. "Naruto," Kakashi muttered. "What are you laughing at, kid? There's nothing funny at all," Zabuza said angrily. Naruto calmed down a bit and stared at Zabuza, smirking darkly. "I couldn't help it, Zabuza. You're really an interesting person after all. It makes me want to dance with you." "Naruto, are you insane? This man is strong. What has gotten in your mind and why do you want to fight him?" Sasuke shouted. "He's right," Zabuza replied. "I guess I'll just kill you then." Suddenly, a humanoid shape made of water appeared at Naruto's back, attempting to kill him with a sword made of water. "Die!" the clone shouted. Before Naruto was to be sliced by the sword, a kunai landed on the figure, to which it turned back into water. It was Kakashi who saved Naruto. As Kakashi destroyed the Zabuza clone, the real Zabuza appeared behind him and attacked him, only for it to be dodged by Kakashi's kunai. Zabuza did some hand seals and said, "Water prison technique." All of Team 7 was trapped inside an orb of water to which they can't breathe. Sakura and Sasuke couldn't breathe while Naruto calmed down. As Kakashi was about to free anyone else from the jutsu, he saw a pair of hands appear from nowhere, grabbing Zabuza at his neck and slamming him into the ground. As Zabuza stood up, he asked, "What was that?" Kakashi then freed anyone from Zabuza's jutsu, and he was shocked when Naruto was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "He was just here with us," Sakura replied. "Sasuke, have you seen him?" "No." "What did you do, Kakashi?" Zabuza asked. "Do what?" "A pair of hands strangled me." As he finished his statement, a space opened behind him, to whom Team 7 were surprised, including Tazuna, to where the upper torso of Naruto emerged and strangled Zabuza. Zabuza looked behind him and his eyes widened with surprise as Naruto's lower half was in the rift of space, while he managed to strangle him with half of his body. As he prepares to swing his sword towards Naruto, Naruto retreated back inside the rift and it closed, leaving Zabuza and the rest surprised. A rift opened beside Sasuke and Naruto came out, completely unscathed. What was that?" Zabuza asked. "A space-time ninjutsu, yet an advanced version. Where did he learn it?" Kakashi thought. Sasuke looked at Naruto with jealousy as he clenched his fists in anger. "How did he get this strong?" "Yamatsu Hirasaka, the ancestor of all space-time ninjutsu," he said, grinning. "You forced me to use the technique because you've impressed me a lot. As a present, I'm going to impress you as well." Before Zabuza attacks, Naruto constricted him with his hair. Chapter 17. Questions and Lies. As Naruto was constricting Zabuza with his hair, Kakashi took the opportunity and attacked with the water release. Great waterfall technique, a technique he copied earlier from Zabuza when the latter attempted to use it, leaving Zabuza defeated. Naruto let go of his hold at Zabuza and he was dropped onto the ground. "I didn't expect that you have tricks up your sleeve," Kakashi said. "Where did you learn it?" "Not telling you," he replied. As Kakashi was about to kill Zabuza, a hunter nin appeared and threw 2 needles at Zabuza's neck, killing him. "Who are you?" Sasuke asked. "I'm going to take his body away and destroy it. Anyways, sorry for the trouble." He then took Zabuza's body away and disappeared quickly. As the duo disappeared, Kakashi said, "Now Zabuza's dead. Let's head back to Tazuna's home." As they were walking towards Tazuna's house, everyone was silent, considering the events that took place, including signs of Naruto's behavior that he's a bit twisted and has techniques that are highly impossible for a genin to handle. As they walked, Kakashi asked, "Naruto, according to the information given to me by the 3rd Hokage, you are a hyperactive kid and is an idiot. But the one I've seen earlier is a different Naruto, quite a tactician. Now tell me, was the dead last kid a facade?" Naruto didn't answer and made the other 3 looked at him. He then replied, "Sakura and Shikamaru asked me several times why did I change. Well, to put it simply, people do change. I've gone through several troubles throughout my life and that made me grow up this way." "What are you trying to say?" Kakashi asked suspiciously. "Let's say Mizuki-sensei revealed something to me, and that made me snapped. That's all. Ask Irika-sensei about it, he knows. I don't want to elaborate the details. Just elaborating makes me bring some sort of bad memories." "Fine then." Once they made it into the house, a crying woman hugged Tazuna. "I'm so glad you're alive, father," she said. Thank you so much for him. I'm Tsunami, by the way, his daughter, she introduced. I'll prepare dinner for all of you. As they were sitting on a table, Kakashi was bombarded with several questions that he himself wants to know. Having met Naruto, he has experienced habits that he did not do a long time ago, such as peeping in women's bath or having memory lapses. He was also surprised that Naruto has a space-time ninjutsu. Well, his father, Minato Namikaze, has one and is called the Flying Thunder God technique, yet Naruto's technique was extremely advanced and it takes a lot of chakra to open. As the food was served and they were eating, Kakashi suddenly asked, Naruto, if you don't mind, could you tell me more about this space-time ninjutsu of yours? Naruto stared at him and smirked. And why do you want to know more about it? Don't tell me you're interested. According to you, that space-time ninjutsu of yours is the ancestor of all space-time ninjutsu. Is it true? Yes, and I won't tell any more about it. If you were to ask where I learned it, I just trained and I was surprised that I could open rifts in space. Yes, it really taxes my chakra reserves and I rarely use it except in life or death situations. He lied. Very well. As they finished eating, everybody slept, except for Naruto, who was left awake lying on his bed. He went out and looked at the stars in the night skies. Sensing some movement behind him, he turned and it was Shino. What are you doing here? He asked. You'll be caught if you just randomly appear wherever I am. Don't worry, my lord. Everyone was sound asleep, including the Aburame clan. You've chosen the right vessel for me, my lord, as everyone was not suspicious as I disappear from time to time, he replied. So, any news about Kurama? Not yet, but I have some interesting news to you. I've been seeking another place where we could establish another hideout, and guess what? I found an interesting place. It's called the Land of the Demons. Land of the Demons? Why such a name? There lived a priestess in a shrine named Moroku who sealed a demon named Moryu. Its soul was sealed in a shrine located there and its body in the land of the swamps. She died after sealing it. Naruto smirked and stood up. Shino, tell me, is this so-called demon powerful? Yes, my lord. A descendant of the clan that follows Moryu named Yomi wants to revive the demon to complete its 1,000-year kingdom together with his ghost army. He could release the demon if the stars were right. Oh, I'll send my avatar to the place. And before I go, I have also another interesting piece of information for you. What is it? The daughter of Moroku, Cheyenne, has a powerful ability. Like her mother, she could seal demons, but her greatest ability is the ability to predict the future itself, thus knowing when will she die. If she was about to die, her ability gives a warning to her past self, and her past self would have someone die in her place. Quite an ability, isn't it? Naruto's eyes widened with surprise and he said, Shino, I want the power myself. I shall do this quickly before she could predict that I would come for her eyes. Naruto glowed with a white hue and another one stood in his place, albeit with a short black hair and has brownish eyes without the Rinna Sharingan on his forehead, wearing a white kimono with cherry blossom designs and has a white hakama, wearing black boots on to compensate the attire. Is this your avatar? Shino asked. Yes, and I'm Mitsui, the avatar of Byakuya. I will claim this power for myself. Mitsui flew going to the land of the demons, making sure that after getting Cheyenne and Moryu's power, will come back to Naruto's body himself. Morning came and Naruto now was sitting on the table as Tsunami is preparing food. He forced himself not to smirk so that he won't be mistaken as a psychotic person. Suddenly, a young child came into the table. As he sat down, Naruto observed the boy. He considered making the boy as his subordinate, yet he merely shrugged the thought into his mind. Tazuna introduced the boy to everyone that it was his grandson Inari, and Naruto seemed to not care about the child. He continued to eye the boy and suddenly the boy said, What are you looking at? Don't be rude, Inari, Tsunami scolded. My, don't worry. I just find the child so cute, Naruto stated. Thank you, Inari replied. To be honest, the child is as ugly as hell. To be added weak too, he thought. As they were eating, Inari pushed his place and quickly went upstairs. Is he all right? Sakura asked. He has gone through a lot of problems for one as a young child, Tazuna answered. What happened to him? Sasuke asked. Tazuna told them how Inari's father was killed by Gato's men. It sounded like his death would stomp out hope for the Wave Country. As Naruto heard the story, he is really eager to recruit this young boy, yet he is eager to think of the consequences if he ever be his subordinate. He has known many betrayals of subordinates towards their leaders, that why he was careful when he adopts someone into the new Otsutsuki. Soon he came into a decision. He would not recruit the child because he doesn't have the potential to be a ruthless murderer. I'll just go out for a while. Naruto asked for permission and everyone simply nodded. As soon as he got out, he walked near a field of flowers. Putting his index finger towards his head, details came into his mind that Mitsui, his avatar, has done practically well, becoming a guard of the priestess Cheyenne, increasing further his agenda of absorbing Cheyenne's ability to predict the future and also get near of Moryu's shrine in the land of the demons. With this ability of predicting the future, it would a great step to execute his plans. As he was walking, he saw a feminine figure in a distance, wearing an elaborate kimono and carrying a basket. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "I should be the one asking you that," the person answered. "My name is Haku. What's yours?" "Uzumaki Naruto," he smiled. He carefully looked at Haku and Haku also stared at him. Is something wrong? Are you a man or a woman?" Haku burst out laughing and he replied, "I'm a man." "Really, you look more like a woman to me," Naruto stated. "Well, that's what most people say." As he was picking some flowers, Naruto looked towards the flowers he has gathered. They were plants used to cure wounds and Naruto immediately presumed that this one is a ninja. He's a bit familiar. Where did I see him again? Naruto thought. You're not from here, aren't you? Yes, and I only follow one man who is precious to me, he replied. So what kind of person is he? Stern but a bit secretive. I see. So Naruto, do you have anyone precious to you? Naruto's eyes widened with surprise at his statement and he replied, I do have. I don't have a lot of friends, but these friends of mine were incredibly precious to me. Not only precious but more precious than any other thing in this world, aside from power. I literally view them as my family because I know they'll never betray me. Considering his answer, he was sure that his subordinates would never betray him because they're following his orders absolutely. Not only that, he gave them last names except for Tonari, as he was an Otsutsuki himself. As the patriarch of the new Otsutsuki clan, he made it sure that his clan members would never be captured at any costs and he would rescue them when it comes to trouble. When a person has something important to protect, that's when they can become truly strong, Haku smiled. Naruto nods and for the first time he smiled and the smile of his was genuine. I like your principle, Haku. I hope you are a potential family member. Family member? Nothing, never mind. They continued to talk to each other and as the day slowly sets, Haku left. Naruto smiled and concluded that Haku was the one who killed Zabuza and he would do everything to protect this man. If he would make these ninjas his subordinates, he was sure that these ninjas would become extremely loyal to him. He stood up and went back on his way to Tezuna's house. Chapter 18. Land of Eternal Night. Mitsui has infiltrated the priestess's home perfectly. Posing as one of her guards, he observed the woman in her room and he could tell that this woman is extremely powerful yet weak because she hasn't been taught ninjutsu by any of her guards. Plus, she is pompous, spoiled and pampered throughout her whole life and that made her apathetic to anyone else. She also complains in the slightest of things, to which Mitsui made him hate this woman more. As night descends, he carefully went to the place where the shrine Moryu was sealed. He may not have the Rinne Sharingan but he could cast Yamatsu Hirasaka using his willpower alone. As he was a part of Naruto's power all along. He used Yamatsu Hirasaka and opened a dimension where the stars were right and did the ritual on how to release Moryu. As he was doing the ritual, Yomi and his gang of 4 were secretly watching in a distance. As the demon was released, Moryu asked Mitsui, You're not a part of the clan that once worshipped me a long time ago. Tell me, who are you? My name is Mitsui. Tell me, do you have plans of becoming my subordinate? I will grant you more power if you agree with my plans. I have no plans of becoming a subordinate of yours. I was here simply to use your power for myself alone, he smirked. Hearing this, Yomi and the gang of 4 appeared in Mitsui's front. I would not allow you to do that, Yomi shouted. He bowed down to Moryu and said, You could use my body as a vessel for now. After we execute this man, we will execute Cheyenne so that she would no longer seal you again. Moryu nodded and he possessed Yomi. Kill them, Moryu ordered, now possessing Yomi's body. As the gang of 4 attacked Mitsui, he easily evaded each attack. Never doing any hand seals, He extended his hand and a burst of fire appeared, roasting the four, thereby killing them. Cheyenne woke up that night, receiving a vision that someone has freed Moryu. One of Cheyenne's servants came into her room. "Is there anything wrong, Lady Cheyenne?" With trembling voice, she said, "I want to go to the shrine where Moryu was kept. One of my guards freed him." The servant nodded and they quickly prepared to transport Cheyenne into the shrine itself. Flashback. "Are you one of my new guards?" "Yes, Lady Cheyenne, and my name is Mitsui. Pleased to serve you, my lady." He then bowed. "You know what to do," she stated. Mitsui left and Cheyenne was suspicious of this man. There is a heavy feeling that has been resonating inside her, that this man would bring doom upon her. As she was riding the palanquin, she muttered, "I was right after all. After meeting him, he was so suspicious. I didn't expect that he would execute this upon our first meeting." Yomi and Mitsui were panting heavily. "I didn't expect that you were so good, considering for a mere mortal like you," Moryu in Yomi's body said. "Thanks for the compliment. You, too. I didn't know that you were this strong." The two then continued to exchange a flurry of punches and kicks. Mitsui attacked Moryu with a lightning attack, only for it to stop and to be countered towards him, which Mitsui forced to dodge. "Damn, I couldn't use Yamatsu Hirasaka because I'm only an avatar. If my real body was here, I could defeat this man easily," he thought. "Giving up?" Moryu asked, his voice said mockingly. "Don't be arrogant, demon. You're just lucky that my real body isn't here. But even in this form of mine, I could still defeat you. The fight hasn't even begun yet," he smirked. "I like you, kid. I'm not sure if this would work. I could only cast Yamatsu Hirasaka thrice a day and this is my third cast. I'm gonna gamble on this 1 inch. What are you planning to do now?" Mitsui just smirked, and he muttered, "Yamatsu Hirasaka." As Cheyenne was being transported to the shrine, the ground shook, leaving her palanquin being dropped on the ground. "Lady Cheyenne, are you okay?" her guard asked. Instead of answering the guard's question, she said, "I sense an enormous amount of power from the temple." Meanwhile, with Moryu, "What are you doing, kid?" he asked frantically. The ground was shaking ferociously and boulders from mountains came falling down. Suddenly, the land of demons were nowhere to be found and was transported somewhere else. After finishing the deed, Mitsui was panting heavily. The shaking of the ground stopped and Moryu asked, "Do you think you could defeat me with such a deed?" Instead, Mitsui just laughed and replied, "Do you think it is for defeating you? I just transported the land of the demons outside the 5 great shinobi countries. Now, we're in the vast ocean in an unknown location." With Cheyenne, "What is this?" she asked, her eyes widened with shock. She saw in a distance waves crashing against the shore. "There is no sea in the land of the demons." "How?" "Wait, Lady Cheyenne," her servants shouted. She didn't listen and instead ran going to the temple where Moryu was kept. "What is this enormous power I felt?" "Mitsui, what are you planning to do?" "With Moryu, such feat, you transported an entire land in a vast ocean outside of the elemental countries. You transported the entire land using your space-time ninjutsu, isn't it?" "Yes," Mitsui replied while panting heavily. "Seems you're out of chakra. I want your body. That way, I could become more powerful," he grinned. Several hours passed, and everyone was asleep. Naruto felt that his avatar was in danger. Sneaking outside the window, he teleported himself going to the land of demons. He was determined to save his manifested chakra after all. At the shrine, Cheyenne was surprised that Mitsui and Moryu fighting each other. "Mitsui, what are your intentions?" she screamed. "Lady Cheyenne, even we just met today. I want your powers for myself, including that of Moryu's." "Oh, the one who could seal me away? Looks like a 3-way fight. How amusing," Moryu chuckled. "There will be no 3-way fights." They were surprised when Naruto suddenly arrived. Mitsui then stood up and came near Naruto, to which he became a ball of chakra and went inside Naruto's body. "Who are you?" Cheyenne asked. "Where's Mitsui? What did you do to him?" "Mitsui and I are the same. I don't have time anymore. I want to finish this fight as quickly as possible." "You won't finish the fight, Mitsui," Moryu stated. "I will." Naruto grinned darkly. And by the way, not Mitsui, Byakuya. Naruto removed his forehead protector and he flew upwards going to the sky. Moryu levitated and followed Naruto. Brat, you're not running away from me, Moryu shouted. Naruto remained calm and opened a dimension using Yamatsu Hirasaka, to where a sky with the red moon from Naruto's paradise dimension was transported into the skies above the land of demons. Shine upon this land, infinite Tsukuyami. The red moon glowed into a white light to where Moryu suddenly couldn't move, including Cheyenne, with their eyes turning into Rinnegan as an effect that they were being affected by the Jinjutsu. I can't move, Cheyenne muttered. I can't move, what have you done, brat? Moryu shouted. Naruto smirked and roots grew out from nowhere, entangling those living in the land of demons. They were wrapped by tree-like appendages and Moryu was caught by it. Before Moryu's soul could escape Yomi's body, Naruto used his black mass to absorb his soul directly and fuse it into his own. As he absorbed Moryu's soul, glowing purple lines appeared on various parts of his body. As Yomi's body was wrapped with tree-like appendages, Naruto descended to the ground. He then saw Cheyenne in a distance, slowly being wrapped by the appendages. Cheyenne looked at him and said while being wrapped by appendages, "Why you? What are you?" After finishing her statement, she was completely wrapped and her wrapped body was hung on the branches of the trees together with other people. With your powers and Moryu's power, I shall make this land my personal hideout, and I shall call this land as the Land of Eternal Night, Naruto said. Chapter 19, Knowing the Avatar. With the purple lines disappearing from his body after absorbing Moryu's soul, Naruto looked up to the roots of the trees that bound the entire population of the Land of the Demons, now Land of Eternal Night. He has casted the infinite Tsukuyami on the populace of the Land of Demons, and his infinite Tsukuyami is special as he could cast this on selected individuals which would not endanger the world. This was one of his plans, to erase the entirety of the people's population in the Land of Demons just to gain a brand new set of powers and some land to be his own personal fortress, not to mention the Land of the Dead. As the moon he teleported from one of his dimensions illuminates the whole area, the animals of the land were also affected by the Jinjutsu. Deciding to dispel it, he used Yamatsu Hirasaka to teleport back the moon he used for the infant Tsukuyami in his paradise dimension, thus dispelling the light. Yet all of the inhabitants were still bound by the appendages of the trees. He absorbed all of the life forces of the inhabitants, including Cheyenne's, and an array of powerful abilities were added to his own. Truly enough, Cheyenne has incredible powers, to which he could use to empower himself. After absorbing each of the inhabitants' life forces, Naruto decided to stay in the area for a meantime. Rearranging the structure of the trees that bound the inhabitants, he decided to put the roots underground and make the trees a bit normal in appearance. Exploring further, he destroyed the houses of the former people one by one. After destroying each, he returned to his true form and began altering the structure of the land from his very liking. Using his powers, he grew flowers that are sinister in appearance. He grew black and gold roses around. He also grew trees that have leaves as dark as the night and purple cherry blossoms around. He then went to the place where Cheyenne lives. Destroying her former home, he created a castle emblazoned with gold gargoyles on its walls and a fountain that makes the whole appearance otherworldly. He then surrounded his new home with high walls and palace gates. He then decorated the interior of his castle with red carpets and a golden throne with several gems. He went from room to room, decorating it with his very own liking. He got out of his palace and flew across the land, altering the surrounding plants, turning them into volatile ones that would devour any creature that would attempt to invade his home. Outside the shrine where Moryu was former sealed, he altered the structure, making it a place where he and his subordinates would train if they have time. As he finished altering every structure of the land of the demons is not recognizable. Any outsider who would step into the island would marvel in its beauty, as if they stepped into another world. Naruto laid out plans that no one would suspect why the land of the demons disappeared without a trace. Flying across the entire ocean, he noted that his avatar teleported the place extremely far from the elemental countries, making it safe from any would-be attackers, and finding the place would be impossible as the place where the former land of the demons was teleported was filled with storms and shrouding mists and ninjas cannot walk on the water, they'll just submerge. Naruto smirked at the idea of this and as he flew, he suppressed his chakra, thus returning to Naruto form, with his hair up to his midcalf and returning again his whisker marks. Putting again his forehead protector on his forehead, he realized that he has a few hours left for sleep, as it is now 1 in the morning, and decided to use Yumatsu Hirasaka to quickly teleport back in Wave. Before doing so, he manifested Mitsui again, his avatar, to create another land of the demons so that no one would suspect why the land suddenly disappeared, only to suspect that the entire population were massacred. He made sure that Mitsui would get some corpses from their hideout that he deemed not usable and made them dress in the locals' attire, altering their faces slightly to make sure they're not remembered. He made sure to leave false evidences to put the blame on somebody else. Setting all of these plans in motion, he quickly returned to Wave. As he was now in Wave, he slept under a tree. Looking at his clock, it was 2:23 in the morning and decided to sleep fast. Hokage-sama, I received a report concerning about the land of the demons, a random umbu stated. It's still early in the morning, what is it? Hiruzen replied while drinking coffee. Merchants from our village, who usually trade in the land, reported that the entire inhabitants of the land of the demons were entirely massacred. Young children were of no exception. Upon hearing this, the mug of coffee he held on his hand dropped into the floor. Do you know who did it? Hiruzen asked worriedly. Unfortunately, we haven't found any evidences, the umbu stated. First, the missing civilians, now this. Hiruzen put his hand on his head. I want more umbu to be sent into the place. Find any evidences that killed the innocent people and what the motive is. Yes, Hokage-sama. The umbu left and Hiruzen was left alone, contemplating his thoughts about the strange incidents that took place. What in the world was happening? Yes, the kidnapping of civilians have stopped, but now, a massacre outside the Land of Fire. Who does these things? Are they connected, he thought. Yuzushio hideout. I have some interesting news to you people, Sora said. What news? Kimimaro asked. I was at Konoha a while ago and I sneaked into the 3rd Hokage's office to get some information about Root. I was nearly caught, but luckily, I used my hallucination powers to hide myself. As Hiruzen was drinking coffee, an umbu reported that the entire population of the land of the demons was massacred. So, what does that news have to do with us? Fuka asked. Well, I just feel that Byakuya is behind it. And how could it help his goal then, slaughtering those people? Except if there's another source of power that might catch his interest, Temujin explained. You're right about that, a voice intervened. They turned to look to where the voice came from, and it was from Naruto's avatar, Mitsui. Tonari readied himself to attack. Who are you? Tonari, don't worry. I'm an avatar of Byakuya and I came back to check on you people. You could call me Mitsui. Avatar? Sumeru asked. Avatar, another manifestation of an individual. It is different from clones, as clones could easily vanish and the transfer of information happens when the clones disappear. However, an avatar is a manifestation of a particular individual in another place. To put it simply, it allows an individual to visit another place and gather information, whereas the other one does a different thing. In other words, you could do different things and gather information at the same time. Unlike clones, we avatars do not vanish when hit in a slight manner. We function similar to real humans, however, we only vanish if we're out of chakra, he explained. So, you're saying that you're a manifestation of Byakuya-sama? Kimimaro asked suspiciously. Yes. Mitsui then explained how Naruto sent him to get unusable corpses here in their hideout and put those in Land of the Demons. He also explained everything what happened. By the way, I'm going to return to Byakuya's body. I just explained everything that happened. Anyway, another reason I'm here is to give these Jello stones I've created using the powers of the Jello vein. Put this inside your bodies except for Temujin because he has one. This could make you immortal and live past your natural lifespan, he explained. He handed the stones to his subordinates, each embedding the stones inside their own bodies. As Mitsui vanished, Sora broke the silence. Byakuya really has no qualms sacrificing other people just to make himself more powerful. Are you saying that Byakuya-sama would sacrifice us? Kimimaro asked. No, Kimimaro. I'm just saying that he doesn't care what happens to other people just to make himself more powerful. But he cares for us. And I don't care what other people would say to him. I'll follow him till the end, Sora replied. Me too. He saved me from my loneliness. And here I am, much more powerful than before. My existence is not for naught because of him, Kimimaro said. Chapter 20. Symptoms. Gado's Den. Zabuza looks bored waiting for Gato while Haku was just sitting beside him, thinking their plan on how they would kill Tazuna. Soon, the door opens revealing a short, stout man. When will you kill the bridge builder? It's been over a week already and you haven't done anything, he shouted. Humph, Gato. Do you think I will listen to you if not for the money? I didn't expect that one of the ninjas that guard Tazuna would have special abilities, Zabuza replied in a menacing tone. Gato glares at Zabuza disappointedly. You have until tomorrow. If you can't make it, I'll go find someone who would easily do the job, Gato said angrily. Zabuza put his sword near Gato's next. My safety is in risk here. I demand more money from you, Zabuza stated. Gato looks at him angrily with fear in his eyes. The two bodyguards of Gato then stop Zabuza. I will give you more money provided that you kill that old man successfully, he retorted. Then he left with his bodyguards. Tomorrow, huh? Haku said. Zabuza just nodded. As Gato was now away from Zabuza, he said, the two of you, I want you to kidnap the old man's family. He will be forced to negotiate with us. Why send us if Zabuza could kill the bridge builder? One of his guards asked. Considering the situation, it would be easier to get rid of Zabuza. From the beginning, I just hired him to finish the man, but now he's threatening me, that's why I would want to see him die. I have no reason to waste money for him, Gato replied. Why should you care about? The bodyguard was trailed off when Gato intervened. Don't disobey me. I pay you good enough. Just do the job, and you'll get a decent amount of money or more than that. The two guards nodded and they left. Zabuza, I can't wait to see you die, Gato muttered, chuckling. It was night again, and Naruto would always sleep alone in the woods or in his own land. Ever since he absorbed Morio's soul, he started to act differently. Yes, he has become much wiser, more intelligent, more cunning, more sinister and gaining much power. He acknowledged that Morio's soul was indeed too powerful to handle. Kakashi would ask him if he's all right and he'll always say yes, however deep inside. His head would ache terribly and would wake up from terrible nightmares. Cheyenne power also had a profound effect on him. Out of the blue, he would be surrounded in a pinkish glow, and his eyes would have Cheyenne's dojutsu in it for random moments. Maybe this was the consequence of absorbing too much power. He has also absorbed the sealed powers of Moroku in Cheyenne's bell, and he could feel that the priestess powers and Morio's powers were fighting inside him, giving him terrible spasms randomly. Today, he noticed that glowing purple lines would appear from his body even he was not using Morio's power. And today he sought to control it. He closed his eyes and glowing purple lines appeared. He lightly tapped the ground and it cracked. Morio's soul gave him tremendous physical strength, yet the headache is there again. Returning to his true form doesn't help the situation. The pain would still remain, making him faint. This time, he exited Morio mode and collapsed in the ground, panting heavily. He looked to the stars and wondered if he could finish everything quickly. Closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. A young Naruto was running from a group of villagers. Go away, demon, they shouted. Please stop, please, he pleaded. Yet they didn't listen. They took delight beating him and stabbing him with their knives. Soon the entire scenery changed. It was Sora who was stabbing him, including all of his subordinates. Die, Byakuya! Die! They shouted in unison. Stop! Stop! Naruto woke up with a sweat. It was now morning, and trying to steady himself, he relaxed for a moment, hoping to get the unwanted dream off his mind. Morio's soul is extremely dark and corrupt, but at the same time extremely powerful. Cheyenne's power, on the other hand, is filled with light and purity. The two powers frequently fought inside me. I need to train with this effectively, he muttered to himself. He got up to himself and went back to Tazuna's house. Thankfully enough, Kakashi wasn't being too suspicious on him, yet he couldn't help with his other teammates. As soon as Naruto was inside Tazuna's house, he ran into Inari. Do you have any cigarettes here? He asked. Do you smoke? The young child countered the question. Isn't it obvious? I want cigarettes now, Naruto snapped. Where is it? Touch there. Inari pointed at the direction of Tazuna's room. Naruto went there and take out all the cigarettes, putting them inside his pocket. Sasuke then saw him anxious, and out of curiosity he asked, Naruto, something the problem? No, was the brief reply. I'll go out for a meantime. I need to take my mind off from stress. He then hurriedly went outside. Grabbing a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it up using fire from his fingertips. Putting it inside his mouth, he thought that minors aren't supposed to take cigarettes. Asuma smokes, Tazuna smokes, what's the problem if I smoke, too? It's not I'm going to die from just a simple cigarette, he said as he took the cigarette outside his mouth and blew smoke. I didn't expect that cigarettes were these good. It could help me relieve my nightmares for a meantime. As he finished the first cigarette, he lighted another two and put those into his mouth, feeling addictive to the feeling of smoking. I don't care what they say. This is my ninja way, Naruto chuckled. Chapter 21. Uncontrolled. Morning came and Naruto was still awake, having used all of Tazuna's cigarettes. He didn't sleep this time, afraid he'll remember his days as a weak being. Today's day was different, as everything was shrouded with unusually thick mists and the mood of the surroundings was eerie, not to mention a bit somber. Naruto went inside the house and saw that the others were eating their breakfast. Naruto, won't you eat? Tsunami asked. I'll pass for now, Naruto replied. Inari, all of my cigarettes were gone. Do you know where is it? Tazuna asked. Inari was about to answer when Naruto glared at him not to say anything. Inari then turned back to his grandfather and replied, I don't know. Father, maybe you used them all. You're just a bit forgetful, Tsunami said. Tazuna just scratched his head and continued eating breakfast. As all of them were finished, Tazuna and the rest of Team 7 left the house. They head now to the bridge. Tazuna then carefully begins his work. A few moments later, Naruto grinned, sensing the chakra of Zabuza and Haku. As the massive sword flies ahead, aiming at Tazuna, Kakashi docks the old man to the ground. Take out those trashes. I'll deal with copy ninja Kakashi, Zabuza ordered. Haku just nodded. Then Zabuza charges at Kakashi. Haku then threw some senbon at the group, but they managed to evade the attack. Sasuke did some hand seals and said, Fire release, great fireball technique. He spewed fire to the masked person, yet he blocked it with relative ease. Sakura, guard Tazuna. Naruto and I will fight the man, Sasuke commanded. Sakura responded with a nod. As they were fighting Haku, he trapped them using his demonic mirroring ice crystals. Now what is this? Sasuke grunted. Fire release, great fireball technique. He blew fire towards one of the ice domes, yet they suffered no damage. Both of you should surrender now. I do not want to hurt you, Haku said. He then bombarded the duo with 1,000 flying water needles of death, to which the Sasuke has difficulty dodging except for Naruto, who just let himself be hit. Haku wondered at the strange behavior Naruto was exhibiting, as he looked apathetic towards his comrade. The ice won't melt. What should we do, Sasuke? Naruto asked, hiding his smirk. Why don't you use your space-time ninjutsu? Sasuke countered. It requires lots of chakra to open, and I'm low in supply right now, he lied. Sasuke frowned. He activated his Sharingan and followed Haku's movements in the ice mirrors. His movements were too fast that I can't follow them with my Sharingan. Damn! Naruto's head suddenly ached. He screamed, prompting Sasuke to look at him worriedly. As Sasuke was to go near him, he shouted, Stay away from me! Stay away! Naruto's whole eyes glowed red, including his sclera, and he stabbed Sasuke with his hand. Naruto, why? Sasuke muttered as he fell down the ground. As he stabbed Sasuke, he looked at Haku menacingly. Why did you kill your own comrade? He asked. Naruto was not himself anymore. Glowing purple lines started to appear towards his body, and he let out purplish chakra snakes, destroying the entire ice mirrors that Haku has made. Haku was flung off towards a distance, and he was shocked to what he saw. Not only Naruto's body was filled with glowing purple lines, but flames of dark purple chakra was in Naruto's head instead of his actual hair. Not even a single strand could be seen, only a mane of dark purple chakra flames. Naruto grinned and he extended his mane of flames, attacking Haku. He managed to dodge the attack, however a rift opened behind him to where an arm of Naruto extended and strangled him on his neck. Chakra is mine alone, Naruto said in a deep, demonic voice. What are you? Replied Haku in a fearful tone. After he told Naruto those words, Naruto screamed as he held his head. Inside Naruto's subconscious. Get away from here, Demon brat, one of the villagers of Konoha shouted. Naruto cried horribly as he was beaten by several people. One of them spat on him whereas others would punch him, beat him up, and the other man stabbed him. His cries echoed throughout the whole village as his classmates from the academy would just laugh at him. Then, he remembered the glare of Irika, the same as those villagers, who has disdain upon him. The third Hokage would comfort him, yet in the shadows would find use for him in the village. "You're a loser," Sasuke shouted. "You're just an orphan," the voices shouted. "I want to be strong. I want to be feared. I want to be powerful," Naruto's voice echoed. "In the real world, I'm not weak," Naruto shouted. He stabbed Haku repeatedly whilst taking off his mask. He attacked him like a ferocious animal. He tore off his arms and his legs, then proceeded to torture him. "Aggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggckk,Haku screamed. As Naruto was about to twist Haku's neck, something brought him back to his senses. "What am I doing?" he asked as he changed back to Naruto form. Haku looked at him fearfully, with eyes pleading for mercy. Seeing Haku in a state of such desolation, he looked at his hands and there were lots of blood on it. He looked at his surroundings and saw Sasuke lying in a pool of blood. Going near him, he knew that he killed him. "Ever since I've absorbed Morio's soul, I became like this. I'm not in control anymore," he thought. "Tsk, it will be a ruin to my plans if Sasuke were to die. I shall revive him and I'll rewrite his memories." Haku watched as Naruto healed Sasuke. Naruto's eyes glowed green as he uses his Jello powers to revive Sasuke. As Sasuke opened his eyes, he backed away from Naruto. As Sasuke stared at Naruto, Naruto activated his Sharingan and erased Sasuke's memories of the whole event. As Sasuke fell unconscious, he went near Haku and told him, "Truth to be told, I really want you to be my subordinate. However, I've changed my mind. I'm gonna kill you right here and right now. Goodbye." Haku just stared in horror as Naruto stabbed him directly to his brain, making Haku's body fall into the ground. Blood were all around Naruto's body, but he shrugged them off. "Guess need to train more with Morio's powers. It really makes me act like a beast," he told himself. Meanwhile, Kakashi runs at Zabuza with Chidori on his hands. As he was about to strike Zabuza, Gato appeared with his men. They were holding Tsunami. "Let go of my daughter," Tazuna shouted. "Humph, I won't give you my daughter unless you agree that I destroy the bridge," replies Gato. Tazuna grunted his teeth. "Gato, why are you here?" Zabuza asked. "To kill you." The guards attacked Zabuza and he fought ferociously. "You know what, Zabuza, you couldn't even kill a simple bridge builder. Consider our contract terminated." "You?" Zabuza grunted. "Are you Gato?" A voice was heard in a distance. A person was seen carrying Sasuke, his whole body covered in blood and his eyes were filled with malicious glint. "And who are you?" Gato asked. "Naruto Sasuke," shouted Sakura as she ran towards the duo when Naruto put down Sasuke onto the ground. As Sakura looked at Naruto, she was terrified as she saw him soaked with blood all over, and his hands have some human tissues on them. Seeing Naruto, Zabuza knew from the instant that Haku was dead. "Kakashi, my contract is over. You know what that means." Zabuza, angered, rushed towards Gato while the Gato's men threw several weapons at him. Ignoring the pain, he lunged forward and managed to stab Gato into the stomach. As he stabbed Gato, he collapsed as well. "Don't you care for Haku?" Naruto asked. "He's just my tool," Zabuza replied. "Don't lie. You cared for the child and I know you loved him so much. Denying it would put extreme pain on his part. I conversed with him yesterday and he really values you, and he's willing to do anything in order to protect you." Zabuza, though weak, cried, "I cared for him. He's extremely important to me. Would you mind if you bring me beside his corpse?" "Yes," Kakashi replied. "Kakashi-sensei, no," Naruto intervened. "Why? It would be cruel to not grant a dying person's wish. And it would be cruel to Zabuza to see Haku in such a derelict state," Naruto said bluntly. "What did you do to Haku?" Kakashi asked curiously. "See for yourself," was the grim reply. As Kakashi was about to carry Zabuza, he has died, not seeing Haku one final time. Remembering Naruto's statement of Haku's state, He hurriedly searched for Haku's corpse and was surprised to what he has found. Both of Haku's arms and legs were separated from his body. His intestines and some of his internal organs were splattered all around. One of his eyes were gouged out and crushed, and there was a kunai that was embedded on his head, revealing his shattered skull and brains. Kakashi did not move, and he looked towards Naruto, whose face was grim and soaked in blood all over. Sakura and Sasuke, who just woken up, followed Kakashi and were also shocked to what they saw, an entirely gruesome scene of Haku's corpse. "Naruto, did you really do this?" Kakashi asked in a serious tone. "Yes. He nearly killed Sasuke, that's why I just doubled the amount of punishment I've inflicted towards him," he replied. Sakura was now fearful of Naruto. He was entirely different from the Naruto she knew a long time ago. The Naruto she knew was boisterous, loud and always laughing, whereas this one was cold, cruel and difficult to read at, and could do gruesome things without the slightest hint of remorse. "Naruto, I want to talk to you about this," Kakashi said. As Kakashi finished burying the corpses of Haku and Zabuza, they walked towards Tezuna's house. Kakashi, walking side by side with Naruto, stared at his student. "I didn't expect that you're this cruel. Blame it on the villagers. They used to treat me this way. And please, don't tell the third about this, as I don't want any questions regarding this stuff. Just give me privacy, please," Naruto said grimly. Kakashi just nodded. As they were in Tezuna's house, Tezuna thanked them. As they were about to leave, Tsunami called Naruto. "Naruto." Naruto turned his head and replied, "What is it?" "Before you leave, I'm going to give you something." She held in her hands a purple turban. "Why?" "It's my way of saying thanks for saving our lives. And my father has named the bridge in honor of you, the Great Naruto Bridge." Naruto received the turban and immediately put it onto his head, wrapping all of his hair with it. Thanking Tsunami, Team 7 headed back towards Konoha. As the team was walking, Naruto glared at Kakashi. "What is it?" Kakashi asked. Naruto turned his eyes into Sharingan and embedded a command never to tell anyone what happened in Wave, as he doesn't want the Sandaime to be suspicious of Naruto's recent behavior. Chapter 22. Welcome to the Fray. Sora, bored, decided to head out for a while. Ever since coming with Naruto or Byakuya, he had a lot missions, not to mention he has gotten stronger due to trainings he had gotten from Tonari. His life has found a new purpose, and by participating in their clan's greatest ambition would likely change the system of the whole ninja world. Recently, just after a mission from Wave, Naruto contacted the clan to move in the continent to where Temujin came from, outside of the elemental nations, as it was extremely far and isolated from the rest of the world. It boasts technology that is extremely advanced compared to the hidden villages that mostly make up the ninja world. "Sora, destroy Uzushio. We don't want to leave evidences that people have stayed here," Temujin reminded. "I'm tired right now. I'll be heading out for a while. Just destroy the village in my place," he replied. Temujin just sighed. "Anyway, where are you going? You don't know where my continent is." "Don't worry. I have my own ways to follow everyone else." "Are you sure, Sora?" Tonari asked. "Don't worry. I'll be fine," he replied lazily. Temujin destroyed the remnants of the buildings that Naruto has built. As everything was destroyed, the rest of the Otsutsuki clan except Sora was left. Thanks to Naruto giving him his chakra, he managed to fly. Hours as he traversed the entire skies, he was tempted to go down in a near village as he sensed a mysterious chakra coming from it. Descending onto the ground, he walked by, finding the source where the chakra was coming from. He followed the source and he came nearby a hut. "Hey kid, who are you?" a villager asked. Just strolling around," he replied. "Don't go near that hut. The one living there is a monster." "And why?" Sora asked in a slightly angry tone. "Just follow what I say. If you want to die, then so be it," the villager shouted, and he leaves. "What's wrong with that guy?" Sora muttered. Grinning, Sora opened the door. He was greeted by what he saw. A purple-haired child is sitting on a bed with a lonely look on his face. "Who are you?" the child asked. "I should be the one asking you that," Sora replied, a bit annoyed. "By the way, why do they call you a monster?" The child's eyes widened and he answered, "So, you don't know? I guess you're not from here." "Isn't that obvious? I shouldn't be asking if I live in this village." Besides, you're just a child and calling you a monster is blasphemous, Sora said angrily. It's because I have a mysterious power. I could see anyone outside of this village in my room. The child's eyes glowed red and Sora turned his back and was surprised. He could see the villagers talking about random things whereas others were planting rice. Awed by this, Sora exclaimed, "It's just like I'm watching TV." TV? The child asked. Television, you don't know what is it? Never mind. Where did you get this ability? Where are your parents? I'm an orphan. I don't know why I have this ability. I wish I was born normally. Ever since the villagers have discovered about this, they've stopped bringing food here, he replied sadly. Why? Can't you take care of yourself? I was born with a weak body. Sorry about that, kid. What's your name? Ranmaru, he replied. Ranmaru, I'm Sora. If I ask you to come with me, would you agree? Ranmaru's eyes widened in surprise as he heard those words coming from the teen. Ray, really? Of course. Does this face tell a lie? Sora then pointed to his face. No. So, will you come with me or not? I will. Come, I'll carry you. We'll go to the head of our clan. As Ranmaru was carried by Sora, Sora immediately went out levitated above the ground, preparing to fly. They were seen by the villagers and they shouted, calling both children monsters. Sora didn't care and he just proceeded to fly. Ranmaru clutched tightly to his clothes, and Sora, knowing the child was afraid, he said, Don't worry, flying feels good, assured Sora. Ranmaru reluctantly nodded his head. With this, Sora soared higher into the skies. Ranmaru was awed by the surroundings that his eyes marveled at the surroundings. I didn't know that the world's this beautiful. Oh, by the way, how old are you, kid? I'm 7 years old. You have a lot of potential, young one. By the way, where are we going? Ranmaru asked curiously. You're going to meet the head of our clan, he replied grinning. Don't tell me you're afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm just excited to meet him, he smiled. Very well. And they flew going to Konoha. Ever since finishing the mission from Wave, Sakura didn't provoke nor called Naruto idiot, as she was afraid that maybe Naruto would also lash at her. Being told by Naruto not to tell anyone what happened in Wave, she promised to keep the secret. Meanwhile, Sasuke didn't have memories of what happened, as he was unconscious when Naruto and Haku fought. Sakura was alone sitting on a bench, thinking as to why Naruto has changed a lot. Wondering what happened, she has tried multiple times as to ask him why he changed, however his only reason was that people change. She sighed at the thought of this as she barely noticed that Sasuke sat down beside her. Have you also wondered why he has changed? Sakura flinched, seeing Sasuke sitting down beside her, and she blushed. Sasuke-kun, why are you here? She asked. I was bored, that's why I decided to head out for a while. I didn't expect that you'd be here too. What was your question again? I asked if you're also wondering as to why Naruto has changed a lot ever since graduating from the academy. Sasuke repeated. Sakura looked up towards the sky and replied, Yes, I didn't expect that he would dismember Haku completely. Mutilating a corpse is completely inhuman. By the way, don't you really remember what happened with the fight of Naruto and Haku? I don't remember. The last thing I've remembered so far was that Haku shooting me with Sunbon before I fell down the ground unconscious. I see, Sakura sighed. Unbeknownst to the two sitting together, Naruto was listening to their conversation. Fear me. In that way, I'm going to prove that I'm the strongest of all, he muttered. Suddenly, he sensed Sora's chakra and an unfamiliar one, heading towards Konoha. Knowing that Sora has something important to say, he immediately used Yamatsu Hirosaka to teleport himself to where was Sora's chakra coming from. As Sora was flying, a rift opened at his front which prompted him stop. He's here, Sora muttered. At the rift emerged Naruto smoking with cigarettes. Oh, you're smoking. What made you smoke? Sora asked. I just want to. Why are you here, and who's that child? Sora elaborated how he met the child and his mysterious dojutsu as well. Naruto came near the child and stared at him. My name is Otsutsuki Byakuya. Do you wish to join my clan? Naruto asked. Yes, Ranmaru replied. From now on, you will be Otsutsuki Ranmaru. Welcome to the fray, Naruto smiled as he embedded a piece of jello stone at Ranmaru's forehead, diffusing the stone completely into his body, enabling him to be cured of his weak body. Otsutsuki Ranmaru, you don't have a weak body anymore, and you're immortal from now on. Ranmaru, with tears of happiness in his eyes, said, "Thank you so much. I surrender my whole body and soul in you. Byakuya-sama." Naruto smiled at Ranmaru's statement. As the duo left, Naruto pondered on how his nightmares would stop. Days passed, even though he was becoming stronger each day because of Morio's soul fused into his body. He could feel that the demon's soul was filled with immense darkness and hatred, filling his mind with his greatest fears not to be left alone. As for Cheyenne powers, aside from glowing pink randomly, he hadn't felt any symptoms yet. Putting a cigarette in his mouth, he has decided that he would find ways on how to stop the nightmares tormenting him. Chapter 23, New Habit. Every person in Konoha did not see Naruto lately. Commonly, he would be seen going to Ichiraka Ramen eating his favorite food, but now not a trace of him could be found. Ayam and Tucci have noted that they've seen changes in Naruto's behavior, starting from the day he has returned in Konoha 6 years ago after being missing for an entirety of 3 months, yet did not mention any of it. They thought it was just a byproduct of the harsh treatment of the villagers. Ever since his return, he would only go to the Ichiraku stand for once a week, but as years tend to pass by, he would come very rarely. And when he comes, he only orders his favorite ramen, eats, pays, and leaves. He doesn't talk to the owners of the store anymore. Little did they know that the Naruto they've known a long time ago was long since dead and now goes by the name Otsutsuki Byakuya. The Konoha Rookie 9 haven't seen Naruto either nor heard of him. Ever since Team 7's return from Wave, Naruto was not seen with Sakura or Sasuke, nor the duo knows of Naruto's whereabouts. While the others seemed to not care, it was apparent that Shino or Purple Zetsu was not surprised by this, as he knows what's happening to his lord. As Team 8 in a barbecue house, they saw Choji and Shikamaru going in the shop and invited the two to sit with them. "How's life, Shikamaru?" Kiba asked. "Nothing special," he replied. "Do you know where's Naruto?" Choji asked. "Speaking of him, I haven't seen him lately," Kiba answered. Shino was silent, only listening to their conversation. He remembered his conversation with his master yesterday. Flashback. "We have a new member?" Shino asked. "Yes, and his name is Ranmaru. I saw great potential in this child. Plus he wields an unknown dojutsu in his eyes," Naruto answered. As the duo were standing in the castle Naruto made in the land of eternal night, they've continued to talk about certain things, including Naruto's nightmares ever since absorbing Morio's soul into his body. "Are you sure you could withstand it, my lord?" "I'll do my best. Don't worry, Shino, I can handle this. I'm strong and not be easily scared by these nightmares. I know my fears, and in time, fear will be the one who will help me overcome this nightmare of mine," Naruto said with a smirk. "I'll leave now. I don't want to arouse suspicions, my lord. Be careful." Naruto just nodded. Shino was interrupted in his thoughts when Kiba asked him, "Shino, considering you and Naruto are close, have you seen him?" "No, I haven't. I was busy searching for any new species of insects which I could use during battle," he lied. "How troublesome," Shikamaru said. "Oi, Hinata, aren't you worried about your Naruto-kun?" Kiba said teasingly. Hearing this, Hinata blushed deeply and replied, "Stop it, Kiba-kun. Of course, I'm worried about him. I just haven't seen him lately. Anyway, enough for the Naruto talk now. He's just here in Konoha. Probably he's busy over something," Choji said. As they were eating, Shino had one of his clones capture Kurama after the latter sensed that he was not doing the mission. Instead, Kurama has been busy destroying random villages without a second thought, and Naruto, thinking that he would bring ruin at his plan, decided to use infinite Tsukuyomi towards him, and he was bound just like the others in the land of eternal night. In this way, his secrets would be safe and he could feed more chakra by absorbing the chakra of the former tailed beast embedded in the appendages of the Shinju's roots he constructed using God, nativity of a world of trees, and thus produce another chakra fruit. As they've gone out of the barbecue house, they heard loud cheers coming from one of the stalls. "What was that?" Kiba asked. "I don't know," Shikamaru replied. "Why don't we check this one out?" Choji suggested. "It is a waste of time," Kiba said. "Oh, come on. At least we get to know what's happening there," Choji exclaimed. Choji dashed towards the crowd of people with wild cheers while Shikamaru and the rest of Team 8 reluctantly accepted. I can't see, Choji said. The group forced themselves to see the whole event and they were astonished to who they saw Naruto drinking barrels of sake. There were lots of empty barrels thrown around. The crowd cheered for Naruto's inhumanely high tolerance of alcohol. As he was not drunk, even he had drunk lots. Another barrel, shouted Naruto. Here you go, kid. You're too young to drink, but given your immense alcohol tolerance, I'll let you, the store owner shouted. He threw a barrel at Naruto and he drank as if he's been thirsty for days. Less than 5 minutes later, he was done. Na Naruto, Choji muttered. What the hell is this? Kiba exclaimed. Shikamaru went near Naruto and asked, Naruto, now I know why you were gone. You've been drinking lots of sake. Naruto stood up and faced Shikamaru. So? Your answer so? Don't you know that it's prohibited for people, especially under 20, to drink alcohol? I don't know, and to be honest, I don't care, Naruto said with a hint of sarcasm. Are there any more barrels? No, kid. You drank them all up. Too bad. Do you have bottles of sake? I'll buy all of them, Naruto said. Naruto, are you serious? Kiba asked. Naruto didn't answer. He turned his back and paced towards the store. Oi Naruto, we're talking to you. Don't just turn your back on us, Kiba shouted. The others look with a slight hint of disgust seeing Naruto's character except for Shino, who knows of Byakuya's habit. Kid, here are the bottles. All 10,000 Ryo, the store owner said. Thanks, old man. Naruto handed the money to the shopkeeper and proceeded to drink one by one the 300 bottles of alcohol he just bought. Surprised by Naruto's attitude, they just watched with astonishment as he gulped down bottle by bottle. They could hear the wild cheers of the bystanders, cheering Naruto to his inhumanely tolerance from alcohol. What's the commotion? They heard a voice and they were surprised that it was Irika. Naruto? Hearing Irika's voice, he stopped drinking his 261th bottle. Irika-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto was surprised as he saw Irika grabbing the bottle from his hand. Now I know why we haven't seen you. You've been spending your time drinking and drinking. It's bad for your health, Naruto. Stop it. Naruto was dragged away by Irika going to the Hokage office, whilst Shikamaru, Choji, and the rest of Team 8 just watched Naruto getting dragged by Irika. Naruto-kun, Hinata muttered. I didn't expect Naruto would be a heavy drinker, but I'm wondering why he wasn't drunk despite consuming lots of sake, Kiba said. Shino, do you know of this? No, he lied. How troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Naruto, is it true that you were drinking? Hiruzen asked. Yes, he answered calmly. I've seen Naruto drinking, and the most surprising of all was that he wasn't drunk, Irika stated. Naruto, how long you've drinking? After Mizuki told me that I have the QB inside me, he answered without a hint of emotion. Don't worry, Gigi. I can take care of myself, Naruto said. I'm heading out for a while. Naruto, wait, Irika said while trying to stop Naruto. Irika, never mind. He has completely changed, ever since he learned the truth from Mizuki, Hiruzen said. The whole Otsutsuki clan welcomed the arrival of Ranmaru. Tonari has been training him in taijutsu, whereas Temujin would train him in the use of the Jello Stone. News has also reached the clan, thanks to Purple Zetsu, knowing of Naruto's nightmares, and they've grown incredibly worried considering the whole notion of the event. So then, these nightmares of Naruto are still there? Sora asked. Yes, and it's been disturbing him greatly, Tonari replied. Sora sighed, wishing he could help in Naruto's problem. Land of the swamps. He lied to the Hokage, telling him he started to drink alcohol ever since Mizuki told him the truth about the QB incident. The reality was that Naruto has been drinking 6 years ago during his 3-month-long absence, and he started smoking recently, due to the nightmares he had. Naruto is now walking, finding the place where Morio's body was sealed. Using the power of Cheyenne, he used Shrine Seal to free Morio's body and fuse it into him, thinking that if the demon's body was fused within him, then Morio's soul would no longer torment him of his greatest fear. While fusing Morio's body within his own, he screamed, as he saw horrid images of his youth being beaten by the villagers of Konoha. Contemplating about his childhood trauma, he decided to shrug it off and focus on gaining more power for himself in order to fulfill his greatest ambition. Finally, As Morio's body was completely fused within him, he noticed that he felt different. Not only his strength increased, but there was something peculiar from him. Shrugging it off, he decided to go to the land of eternal night, his home, to plan to recruit another potential subordinate. Chapter 24, Six Tails. Who are you? A man wearing a blue kimono asked. We're here to take you to our clan head, Tonari replied. I don't know you. Go away. I don't want to fight. We're not here to fight, Jinchuriki, Fuka said. We're here to free the bijou inside you. The man's expression darkened and he proceeded to attack, only to be knocked unconscious by Sora, who suddenly appeared behind him. Good job, Sora, Tonari congratulated. Thanks. Oh my, he's so charming, Fuka said. What does he prefer, French or soft? She softly chuckled. There you go again, Fuka. Don't tell me you're interested with this Jinchuriki, Sora said. Fuka just laughed. Anyway, we're going to extract the Rokubi right now, Tonari said. Making several hand seals, he began extracting the bijou inside the man's body. The unconscious man screamed as red chakra came out from both of his eyes and mouth. Less than 5 minutes later, Tonari was done, with the massive bijou standing in front of them. You extracted me from Utakata, so you're planning to use my powers too. I have no choice then, Saiken shouted. The bijou attempted to attack the group with Wisdom Wolf Decay, but Sora just stared at the bijou, using hallucinations to hide themselves from the bijou's presence, including their chakra signatures and scent. Where are they? Saiken muttered. This is our chance, Sora said. The trio carried Utakata's unconscious body going to their hideout in the continent where Temujin lives, now named Otsu, leaving Saiken behind. The plan was perfectly executed, and Naruto was pleased with this. Utakata didn't die from the extraction process because they left small bits of Saiken's chakra inside Utakata's body, therefore not letting him die. Using Yamatsu Hirasaka, he went to Otsu and looked at the bound Utakata, still unconscious. Well, you all performed marvelously, Naruto complimented. As always, we don't want to disappoint of you, Byakuya-sama, Tonari replied. Do you really plan of making this man a part of our clan? Temujin asked. Isn't that obvious? Sora countered. Temujin sighed at Sora's behavior and replied, Okay. Utakata then opened his eyes and was surprised that he was bound. You're awake, Utakata, Naruto first spoke. Kid, who are you? Otsutsuki Byakuya, the patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan. Where am I? What have you done? You're in Otsu, a continent outside of the elemental nations. The concept of chakra do not exist here, Naruto said smirking. I let my subordinates extract the bijou inside you. Then why am I alive? It's because I left some traces of the Rokubi's chakra inside you. That's what makes you alive. Naruto then freed Utakata from his chains and he collapsed from the ground, still weak due to the extraction process. What do you want of me? I neither know you nor any of you. What do you want? He asked angrily. We want you to be a member of our clan, a child's voice was heard. A child? Utakata asked with surprise. Ranmaru, I thought you were training, Naruto said. Yes, but Sumeru and Kimimaro left, saying they're going to infiltrate Root. Utakata-san, I'm a member of this clan. Why don't you join us? Ranmaru offered. We know your past, Utakata, Sora said grimly. Using his hallucination powers, he showed Utakata's memories one by one. How? Utakata said with a hint of mixed emotions on his face. I gave Sora the ability to read anyone's minds and project realistic hallucinations that cannot be identified as genjutsu, Naruto said smirking. What are you going to do with me? He asked. Naruto explained his greatest ambition and their plans on how to achieve it. Hearing this, Utakata's eyes widened. Your plans? Are you really serious? Yes, I am. You don't know what I am. I know you may want this too, Naruto said grinning darkly. I know what it feels like to be a Jinchuriki, being ostracized and condemned and being scorned at. People don't see you as a person. Instead, you're being seen as the bijou itself. Now tell me, didn't you experience the same thing? Utakata remained silent. Utakata, I may be a kid, but my way of thinking has been broadened because I've experienced things that normal children don't. In that way, my mind has matured and became aware of the hatred of this world. Now, will you join us? He asked. I will. I just can't stand by and watch those people who tormented us having fun with their lives. They must experience the same suffering as us, Utakata said. Very well, you're now Otsutsuki Utakata. Rest for a while. I have a lot of important things to do. Where are you going, Byakuya-sama? Rimuru asked. I'm going to find ways on how I could end these nightmares, Naruto said. What nightmares? Utakata asked curiously. He began to explain on how these affected him on a daily basis ever since absorbing the demon's soul. He has absorbed the demon's body and he grew stronger and he felt different. So, you say that whenever you sleep, these nightmares trouble you? Utakata asked. Naruto just nodded. What kind of nightmares? Nightmare of me being beaten by the villagers as a young child. The darkness within brings forth those traumatic memories that I despise, Naruto explained. I think I have a solution to your problem, Tonari suggested. What is it? You told us that Morio's soul is full of darkness and hatred. You also stated that the powers of this demon bring back your traumatic memories and it causes you to lose control of the Morio's powers. I think that if you overcome your childhood trauma, you'd be able to harness this power effectively. However, this is merely a speculation, and I have no guarantee that it will work, though it's the only solution I could think of your situation, Tonari explained. Hearing this, Naruto said, I'll try. It never hurts to try. There's nothing to lose when you try. So, what are your plans now? Sora asked in an impatient tone. I'll leave Konoha for a while. In 2 to 3 months, the Chunin exams will be held in Konoha. Oh, a perfect opportunity to master Morio's power, Fuka said. Or an almost perfect opportunity for some of you to join the exams, Naruto said, smirking. One way of executing some of our plans, Sora said. Then all of them laughed except Utakata. He didn't expect that even though some of the members of the Otsutsuki are still kids, he never expected that they were this tactical and intelligent. People, I'm going to leave now, Naruto said. They all just nodded as Naruto used Yamatsu Hirosaka to leave the continent. Chapter 25. A New Way of Fighting. Without anyone else knowing, Naruto left the village and proceeded to travel alone, thinking about Tonari's suggestion to him. Night came, he decided to sleep, only to be awakened again by his nightmares. Damn! He said and proceeded to light 3 cigarettes and put them in his mouth. Spending the night not sleeping at all? I'm really an insomniac, he said while blowing the smoke off from his cigarettes. As he finished smoking, he decided to visit the land of the dead for a while. Using Yamatsu Hirosaka, he arrived to the destination and searched for more information regarding the mysterious land. Reading ancient scrolls and documents, he found out that the people who once lived in this land were exceptional masters of hand-to-hand combat. They were also exceptional when it comes to weapons, and they use a style of fighting that is not common. When fighting using a weapon, they typically use their left hand instead of their right, and when utilizing this style, they attack foes in dance-like movements in order to deceive them. In other words, when they fight, they dance gracefully and elegantly. While the style itself may seem slow, the one doing the style deflects the opponent's blades while lazily drifting back to score hit them. The style is called the sword dance. Another style he read on was a style that utilizes both legs in fighting. The reason behind was that punches are more utilized when attacking, using kicks only as another substitute when both of the hands were mobilized. Mastering the art would be a great advantage against opponents who utilize punch-based attacks. Reading this made Naruto grinned. If I can't sleep, I'll just train myself, he grinned. Conjuring a kunai, he tried to execute the sword dance himself and found out he has a difficulty with it, as he never danced before, and his dominant arm is his right. It would be fairly difficult to master these things. How do I do this? Sighing, he entered his favorite dimension, the ice dimension, and proceeded to train there. Hours passed, he still has difficulty getting the art. He jumped but not gracefully. Frowning at his lack of progress, he decided to train the style he deemed the kick style. He conjured up shadow clones and began to spar using kicks without using his hands. I didn't expect that without using punches is quite tricky, he grinned. As the clone attacked him with a lightning attack, he jumped and he spun, kicking the clone on its head. He continued to kick each clone without using chakra. As he was surrounded by his clones, he did a handstand and spun on the ground, sending the clones flying by his kicks. Truth to be told, He has difficulty spinning on the ground using his hands but has seemed to get the hang of it as he fought the clones while spinning. When the clones vanished, he thought of a way to strengthen his kicking attacks. Flying near a mountain, he proceeded to kick the cliff and a large boulder fell off. As he descended on the ground, he accidentally slipped on the snow, making him fall off the ground. "So annoying," he muttered. He returned to the real world and continued to train with his kicks. He also thought that it's an advantage that he couldn't sleep at night, thus training continuously without rest. Days passed, his leg strength definitely increased. He has decided that when he fights, he'd just do a handstand and fight just by using his feet. Finally stopping at his training, he thought how he could utilize the sword dance. Using his kunai, he tried by slashing into the air, yet he could not get the gist of doing it. "My moves are not graceful." Frustration had him now, and when he jumped into the air, trying to be graceful, his feet slipped off the ground and he fell down once again. "How many times do I need to fall down? Otsutsuki Byakuya, the wielder of chakra, would be defeated by a mere style I cannot master? I shall not allow that," he shouted out of frustration. Suddenly, he remembered on how he slipped through the snow and a grin crossed his face. Maybe if he trained in a slippery ground, that would make his moves graceful enough. "Ice release, ice floor," he said, and the ground suddenly turned into a thick sheet of slippery ice. Naruto tried to walk and he fell down because it's extremely slippery. He tried to run but fell down again. Smiling, he stood up and immediately found a way on how to move through the slippery ground. Readying himself, he used the slippery of the ground to move. Skating across the ground like a figure skater, he jumped, and when his feet descended to the ground, he was about to fall down, but using the ground slippery, he slid himself on one foot and spun, raising his other leg. He did several back flips, forward slips and side flips while sliding across the ground. Getting the hang of it, Naruto picked up the kunai he conjured several days ago. Holding it with his left hand, he incorporated the kunai with his moves, and now when he fights, he's dancing. "Success! I finally got it!" Naruto shouted joyfully. He undid the jutsu on the ground and proceeded to practice without the use of the slippery ice. He extended his left hand, put his right foot forward, and his upper torso slightly sideward. As he readied himself to attack, he slid across the ground as if the weapon is pulling him. He stopped, and he was pleased that he has learned kenjutsu and some taijutsu style that utilizes kicks. Though sliding on the ground that is not slippery is harder, he found a way of doing it by levitating a few inches on the ground and by sliding across the air. Now, the problem are my nightmares. How could I deal with them? Instead of flying, he walked, leaving the land of the dead. He thought of how he could control Morio's power and discover the potentials of Shien's power. Meanwhile, he was also pleased that in Konoha, no one knew he left the village. He walked for a week, never stopping. Thanks to the Shinju, he never needs to eat or drink, but he does so only for pleasure. Smoking cigarettes has become his hobby, not to mention drinking. As he walked, he sensed a dark and malevolent chakra above. Thinking that this one would be a solution to his problem, he flew going to the source. Chapter 26. Negative emotions arise. "A floating city?" Naruto muttered. He went near the base and he sensed a strong chakra full of negative emotions. As he was about to explore the place, a ninja suddenly attacked him, to which the kunai just passed through him. Impossible," the ninja muttered. Naruto faced the ninja and released a small amount of chakra, disintegrating the man into a bloody pulp. Just a few minutes passed by, he found the source to where the dark form of chakra came from. Naruto laughed slightly at this. Soon, a leech-like creature appeared, having a serpent-like body. On its face it wears a no mask with the kanji for 0, which is tan in color, and has 5 red hair strands sprouting from it, 4 at the top and 1 at the bottom. It also has a mouth that contains large molars. "A monster. So you're the source of chakra I sensed earlier," Naruto said. "Darkness. There are tons of darkness in your heart," it said. Naruto was taken back by what the monster said, and his memories of his childhood came flooding into his mind. Soon, the monster at his front became shrouded with a black aura and attempted to possess him. However, Naruto was able to come into his senses and attacked the beast with a lightning attack, making the tablet that restrains it be destroyed. Soon, the beast was freed, however it went berserk, destroying the city. Wasting no time, Naruto initiated his plans. Meanwhile, "What's going on?" Shino asked. "The Zero Tails? What's happening?" Together with Amaru, He sped towards the hallways to where the Zero Tails was sealed, surprised that the beast was nowhere to be found and the tablet that restrained it was already gone. Shino-sama, there's someone, Amaru pointed. Shino looked to where the direction to where she was pointing and found Naruto staring at them impassively. So, this is the land of the sky and your Shino. You plan on attacking the elemental nations by using the power of the Zero Tails that empowers the city, which is called Anchor Vantion, isn't it? Naruto said coolly. Who are you? Who sent you? What did you do the Zero Tails? How did you know everything about my plan? Shino asked angered. Simple. I looked up the memories of this place and I found some interesting information regarding this city. I've absorbed the Zero Tails inside me, he smirked. You? Shino grunted. Amaru attacked Naruto to where he did a handstand and spun, countering the attack of the girl and sending her flying while she fell down to the ground, killing her. It's time to die, Naruto said darkly while appearing behind Shino's back. What? Those were the last words of Shino before he was decapitated by Naruto. He then proceeded to destroy the Anchor Vantion, killing several remnants of the ninjas of the land of the sky. As the entire fortress was destroyed, it crashed into a nearby forest, where two siblings lived. The two siblings. What was that? Akari asked. The two siblings sped towards the direction to where they heard the enormous noise. As soon as they got there, a huge destroyed fortress caught their sight. A figure emerged from the ruins, wearing a sleeveless black kimono that reaches up to the middle of his thigh, having no pants on. His head were wrapped in a purple turban. This would cause so much evidence. I'm going to destroy this. Naruto then extended his hands towards the ruins and it exploded, leaving nothing in its wake. He turned around and faced the siblings. They both stared at one another before one broke the silence. Who are you? Kuroma asked. The man has horns with green markings on his face. The girl he's with wears a pink cloth overhead covering her small horns. Why do you have horns? You, Kuroma grunted. I have no business with you, Naruto calmly stated. What? Akari muttered. Aren't you going to harm us? Naruto then faced her and said, I have no time against fools like you, unless you want to be killed. As he about to leave the place, the man asked, Wait. It's the first time someone didn't attack us. You're different from them. The name's Tatsushiro Kuroma and my sister Akari, he said. Still, Naruto didn't say anything. Why do people persecute you? Does it have to do with your appearance? Akari then explained that they were the descendants of the Ryu that has a connection with the Genryu, dragons that fertilize the clan's land around Mount Koryu. Because of their connection to the 5 dragons, most clan members were born with markings on their faces and small horns on their heads, which made the most members of the clan killed by ninjas before the First Shinobi World War. I see. Well, tell me where this Mount Koryu is. What are you planning to do? Kuroma asked. I'll absorb the Genryu, was the reply. No, I'll be the one to absorb them. Kuroma and Ai-san, no. How many times do I need to tell you that you should not do it? Akari pleaded. How many years we've been persecuted by people because of our appearance. By absorbing all those Genryu, I'll be the light Genryu and destroy all life. I'll seek revenge for what they've done to us. Brother, even you destroy the lives of those people, revenge is pointless. You'll just ruin your life. Revenge is not pointless, Naruto interrupted. I understand your pain, Kuroma. However, I want the power for myself. Hearing you say about this light Genryu, it makes me want to absorb all those 5 dragons more. I won't allow you. Don't worry, I have a condition on the both of you. I will remove the horns on your forehead and the markings on your face with the condition that the power of the Genryu would be mine. You cannot do such thing. Besides, fusing with the Genryu would make you lose control of yourself, Kuroma explained. Ho? You dare underestimate me? We'll see it then, he smirked. He then extended his hands towards the two and all of a sudden their horns disappeared. How? Akari muttered. What are you? Kuroma asked surprised. Naruto simply smirked and asked again. Where is this Mount Koryu? As thanks, we would point you to where the mountain is. Secondly, let me give you this as a sign of gratitude, he said. He handed a blue blade to Naruto with several orbs embedded on the center of the blade. What is this? Naruto asked. Dragon Blade. It allows one to use all 5 nature transformations, plus it could absorb and cut chakra. Though one needs to have enormous levels of chakra in order to fully utilize its power, Akari explained. Naruto accepted the blade and thanked the siblings as they pointed to where the mountain is. Before we leave, I have a question for you. What will you do after you become the Light Genryu? Will you destroy the world? Akari asked. Naruto explained his plans and they were astounded by it. He has also told them his life story on how he was abused by the villagers of Konoha due to his status as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and how he opted for revenge by executing his plans. What? Kuroma said, surprised. Are you sure about this? He just nodded. Don't tell anyone about this, Naruto said. Don't worry, your secret is safe from us, but just spare us as we've done nothing to you, Kuroma replied. Are you really sure about your revenge? Akari asked. Yes, and I have no regrets. I see. The siblings then left, ready to start a new life. Before they left, they explained to Naruto how the Mount Koryu disrupts chakra flows but just shrugged it off. It took him no time to reach the mountain, and after summoning all the 5 Genryu, he fused all of them inside his own body, increasing his personal reserves of chakra. Several hours later, he received some information from Purple Zetsu that Tsunade uses the strength of 100 seal and that it requires excellent chakra control in order to achieve it. It also requires storing large amounts of chakra into a specific point, most commonly on the forehead. Learning this, he proceeded to store all of his suppressed chakra in his Naruto form to the back of his hands. 6 years of suppressed chakra. How powerful is it if I release it as Ninja Creation Rebirth, strength of 100 technique? He smirked. Thanks to the Zero Tails, Naruto's nightmares have completely stopped. It's because he gained the ability of the monster to draw power from negative emotions, and Morio's power consists of corruption and darkness. That's why it was a great advantage. It also made him overcome the traumas he had as a child. As for Cheyenne's powers, he couldn't predict the future but used the power of her dojutsu to bring the time back of animate and inanimate things, or by speeding it up towards the future. For example, by returning the damaged sword to its newly forged state, or by reducing his age into a child, thus regressing his appearance, yet it had no effect on his chakra levels. He has trained for days non-stop, mastering the power of his Sharingan. He found out that the Sharingan has incredible power and went to the Pure Land to find his father, yet he didn't find his soul. Knowing this, Naruto realized that his father's soul was held by the Shinigami and quickly summoned the creature, forcing it to release the soul of his deceased father. He then transferred Kurama into his own body, making himself a Jinchuriki once more. He then sent the soul of his father into the Pure Land, erasing its memories. As he sealed Kurama inside his own body, it began to threaten to kill, but it fell into deaf ears. Ignoring the Kyuubi's runts into his mind, he went to the land of eternal night and freed the former Bijou from the effects of the infant Tsukuyomi. As young Kurama began to wake up, he sealed the latter in his own body, making it join its other half. Before Kurama could say another word, he fused with the Bijou, making it disappear for eternity. He has gained another form, wearing a long, orange kimono with black rims, decorated with several tomos on its ends, reaching up to his ankles. The kimono is not tied, thereby revealing that he wears dark blue kimono under it and a black hakama. He wore slippers akin to that of a samurai. His Rinne Sharingan disappeared, however. He could still use Yumatsu Hirasaka and Aminaminaka, yet he couldn't cast infant Tsukuyomi unless he forces his Rinne Sharingan to appear. His eyes became similar to the Kyuubi, having red eyes with slits, and the sides of his eyes had dark lines around it. His blonde hair reached up to his ankles, and the ears of the Kyuubi grew up on his head. His nails became long and white. Chuckling at this, he called this form Kurama. He then returned into his Naruto form, where he used Cheyenne's dojutsu to reduce himself into a 5-year-old child. Chapter 27, Confrontation. Don't tell me, Hiruzen trailed. Gigi. In case you see this letter of mine, I've already gone away. I don't want anyone else to bother me because I want to train for the upcoming Chunin exams. You know what I mean? Maybe you'll wonder why I drink. Well, you know the reason behind that. Years of persecution in the village by the citizens, seeing me as an abomination that destroyed their homes. You can't blame them for that. The Bijou has caused heavy casualties in the lives of the citizens and the deaths of their loved ones, including Irika-sensei's parents. Mizuki-sensei was right. I've come to realize that a Jinchuriki was meant to be a weapon in their respective hidden villages, and to be one was a great honor indeed. Not only enemies praise you, but you've come to be renowned as one of the strongest individuals in this world. Do not try to find me, you'll just waste your time. I can take care of myself, so you don't need to worry. I'll be back in 3 months' time. See you. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, don't tell anyone I'm away. I trust you with that. So, this is the reason. I haven't seen him for a month, he muttered. I see, you're the one manipulating the fourth Mizukage, Kisame said. Behind Yagura stood a masked man. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. He's dead, he said. Believe what you want to believe, the man said while taking off his mask. So then, what do you want me to do? Eye of the Moon Plan, the man said. He then explained what he aims for the plan to achieve peace, making Kisame smirk at the notion. I'm in, Kisame smirked. So you're the one who's behind all of this? A voice was heard. At their side appeared a 5-year-old child wearing bandages all over his head, an eye patch around his right eye, a sleeveless black kimono reaching up to the middle of his thigh with no pants on. Just imagine the one Kahaku wore in Inuyasha if he's out of his yokai taijia attire, and only barefoot. A child? The man muttered. So unusual to see a child here. What if I'll just kill this one? Kisame smirked. Naruto stared at the masked man with the Sharingan on, and concluded that this man was the reason of the Kyuubi's attack in Konoha 12 years ago. Flashback. He was practicing the modified medical ninjutsu he created while Shino approached him. My lord, you seem to be fixated towards your new creation, he said. Yes, and these abilities greatly exceed the Senju's strength of 100 seal. About the masked man, I have some intel on you. Waste no time, Naruto said calmly. He was currently in Kiri where he manipulates the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. He's planning to recruit one of the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame. Kisame? Humph, the one who wields Samahata. Do you have some other news for me? The Hokage has found your letter after he'd gone to your apartment. I believe he's been suspicious for your recent behavior. My lord, Shino said. Do they suspect you? Not at all. This vessel is perfectly right for spying, as his behavior is solitary in nature and perfect as not to arouse suspicion. You can leave now, Shino. You should be ready during the Chunin exams. Make the others ready, too. Bring them to my home, land of eternal night, and let them train there. As for Utakata, make him spy amongst the root and gather information about Danzo and the others. What about the Akatsuki? I'll think about it. The Akatsuki are making their move. I don't know what their true plans are or who their true leader is, but I suspect that the masked man is the founder. I'll go to Kiri right now. Take care of things, Shino. Yes, my lord. You're no ordinary child. Tell me, who are you? The man asked. What makes you say that? Naruto replied emotionlessly. He then stared at Kisame and released a chakra shockwave which enabled Kisame unconscious. The masked man's eyes widened. Naruto, having seen his face as he removed his mask earlier to let Kisame see his true appearance, concluded that this man was no ordinary ninja. How did you do that? The man asked. He didn't answer. Naruto quickly used Eminaminaka to quickly transport himself and Yagura into one of his own dimensions, leaving the Uchiha in shock. That kid, was his simple mutter. Naruto's ice dimension. Yagura was still in a daze due to the effects of the Sharingan's Genjutsu. Naruto undid it, and that made Yagura revert back to his senses. There's that man. Where is he? He asked angrily. Where am I? He looked towards his surroundings where all he could see was snowy mountains and seas filled with glaciers. There was snow falling from the sky. Not a single hint of flora or fauna could be seen. You're in one of my dimensions, said a childish voice from behind. Yagura turned to the source of the voice and was surprised to see a young child clad in clothing not befitting for the cold weather. Kid, tell me what happened. Do you know where this place is? Aren't you listening? As I've told you earlier, you're in one of my dimensions. I freed you from the masked man's genjutsu. Hearing this, Yagura recalled on how he was manipulated by the masked man after his fight with Itachi and Jozu. The masked man. Yagura clenched his fists in anger. By the way, how did you find out about that man manipulating me? And then you told me I was one in your dimensions. What's going on? It's impossible a kid like you could do such thing. Naruto explained the whole event, how he found out about the masked man and his plans regarding him, some plans that he and his subordinates knew and his plans to recruit him. You're insane, Yagura said. So, you're just pretending to be a kid? Yes, so that they'll underestimate me, he replied smirking. Actually, I'm 12 years old. I don't believe you. I may not be a sensor ninja, but I could feel your chakra is incredibly powerful. I don't believe such a being like you exist. What if I tell you that in this state I'm just suppressing some of my chakra? Yagura's eyes widened with surprise. Impossible. I always suppress my chakra and only use less than a quarter of it. In the real world, sensor-type ninjas, even ordinary ninjas, could not feel my chakra, and that I could be mistaken as a civilian. True enough, civilians do have chakra, but they don't know how to utilize it. The Sharingan, Byakugan, and Rinnegan could not even see my chakra pathways because of a special genjutsu that I used to mask it off. Unless I'm inside in my own dimension, there they could feel the enormous power I have, even I use just less than a quarter of it. It's because this is my own territory and the nature energy that envelopes every dimension I have forcefully dispels that genjutsu, he explained. Anyway, why do you want me to cooperate with your plan? It's natural that I will oppose, of course. I know, Yagura. We're both Jinchuriki. We suffered the same fate of being persecuted by our own villages and being treated as outcasts. That's why our plan will be beneficial. Your plan, not mine. You may be 1,000 times stronger than me, but I won't cooperate in your plans, he exclaimed. A kid will always not understand, Naruto said, annoyed. I'm not a kid. I'm an adult. I'm the 4th Mizukage and I'm distinguished. Looks can be deceiving, was the reply. I know that it would come to this, so I'll just leave you on your own until you die. The freezing cold will become colder. Even if you make it out into this dimension, you'll just get lost along the way. You will not be able to return to the real world. I have several dimensions at my disposal, to which some that I myself haven't even explored yet. So, good luck, Naruto smirked. I'll cooperate with your plans. Just don't leave me in this dimension. I'm going to die from the extreme cold, Yagura said while shivering. I'll give you your chance of revenge at the masked man. I'm going to extract the sanbai inside you, but don't worry, you're not going to die. I'll leave half of its chakra inside you and fuse it into you, so that you'll be half human, half bijou itself. Before Yagura could react, Naruto began extracting half of the sanbai's chakra and used Yamatsu Hirasaka to transfer the remaining sentient part of the bijou into the real world. Just what are you? Embodiment of chakra, Naruto replied. Chapter 28, Bounty Hunters and a Bounty. A week has passed since Naruto and Yagura traveled together. Naruto reduced Yagura into a 5-year-old child, much to his chagrin, yet he could do nothing to stop it. He was also surprised that Utakata became a subordinate of Naruto and has his bijou extracted from him. While they were together, the two would spar, and Naruto developed a new fighting style that he would dodge sharp weapons using only his hands or other parts of his body. Training with Yagura really helped him a lot with taijutsu. Mastering the 8 gates quickly, he would not die because he was immortal, and he has crafted a sentient serpent weapon that could be used in a variety of ways. By using it as a chair, a bed, or even just a pet wrapped around his neck, it was his favorite aside from the dragon blade. The two would hunt ninjas with bounties on their heads and collect the money, some of which were S-ranked ninja they easily defeated. As Yagura and Naruto traveled, they counted millions of ryo in their briefcases. They took just a little amount before Naruto stored it in his home, Land of Eternal Night. Yagura would even flinch in disgust seeing Naruto drink barrels of sake and smoke non-stop. Night came, the two decided to rest. So, where are we going? Yagura started the conversation. He wore the same clothes as Naruto, only his sleeveless kimono was gray in color. Suna, he answered. You're going to see that Shikaku, I presume. Don't tell me you're planning to make the Jinchuriki a subordinate of yours. I have no plans. We'll just go there to observe and maybe get some intel. There you go again, Yagura said, annoyed. Aren't you going to sleep? No, he said, smirking. Don't tell me you're going to drink and smoke again, Yagura said, annoyed. Naruto just laughed. As the former 4th Mizukage slept, Naruto guarded the surroundings. Morning came, they flew going to Suna. As soon as they got there, civilians looked at them, assuming they were beggars. Both 5-year-olds, actually an adult and a 12-year-old, blended amongst the populace. They went into a deserted alley and Naruto began to use Shien's dojutsu to alter his and Yagura's age. Whilst he made Yagura into an old man, he made himself an 8-year-old child. Why of all ages you made me into a grandpa? Yagura shouted in his elderly voice. You're the former 4th Mizukage of Kiri, Yagura. It would be dangerous if anyone knows you're here, Naruto replied. Yagura just sighed. As they got out of the deserted alley, Yagura has a cloak draped over his body whilst Naruto wore tattered clothing. They walked and spied on some Suna shinobi in the hopes of getting information about the Jinchuriki of the Shikaku. As they were listening, all the Suna shinobi talked were about the upcoming Chunin exams and about some plans regarding an invasion. Naruto, fearing that they might be caught, quickly used Yamatsu Hirasaka to escape and teleported to a random location in Suna, bringing Yagura with him along. Byakuya, any changes with your plan? Yagura asked. No, not any, just a few modifications. Suna and Odo are planning an invasion in Konoha. At least it would make our plan a little bit easier, to put the blame on somebody else. Naruto laughed while smoking. Now, return me to a child. Activating Shien's dojutsu, he returned Yagura into a 5-year-old child whilst regressing himself as well. You should not smoke, Byakuya. Why? People here will suspect you, Yagura stated. Annoying. Naruto then threw his cigarette off the ground and started walking with Yagura. Throughout the day, they've been stealing food from the villagers and successfully escaped without being caught. Night came. They explored the surroundings with Yagura almost giving up. I know you know where the Jinchuriki of Shikaku is. All you do was playing around, Yagura said tiredly. Now's the best time to see him. From what I know, Shikaku has bloodlust on the night of the full moon, and now's the opportune moment to watch the Jinchuriki. Naruto smirked. Naruto's serpent weapon, to which he named Leviathan, was disguised as a necklace. The snake responded to Naruto's will to become large enough to make the two mount it, reaching the Jinchuriki's location. Several meters from the Jinchuriki's location, they stopped and Leviathan became a necklace once again. Sneaking into the Jinchuriki, they observed him looking at the full moon. So, that's the Jinchuriki of Shikaku? Gaara of the Sand Waterfall, Yagura said. And he has eye bags. He's an insomniac, Naruto said. Yagura forced himself not to laugh, only releasing small chuckle from his mouth. Now that you've seen him, what are you going to do? Yagura asked. Nothing. I can read his thoughts and feelings. He's an insane sociopath. Dangerous, he replied. Don't tell me you're afraid. He's a long way weaker than you. It's not I'm afraid. I don't want to cause a scene here. I love to take necessary precautions and my goal here is to analyze him. Personality, appearance, and if possible his chakra, Naruto smirked. Absorbing chakra is always your favorite, Yagura said annoyed. He then pulled Naruto and walked away from the Jinchuriki. A burst of sand made them stumble. Ouch! That hurt! Yagura shouted. The two then saw Gaara looking at them with an unreadable expression on his face. Children, he muttered. As the two stood up, they stared at Gaara. He saw us, Naruto said in a whisper. Guess we have no choice then. We should fight him, Yagura suggested. Let's escape. Another sand burst towards them where Naruto and Yagura managed to dodge. Yamatsu Hirasaka. A rift opened beside Naruto and he put his arm inside with another rift opening behind Gaara, as to where Naruto's arm emerged and quickly punched Gaara, sending him a considerable distance away. Let's run, Yagura shouted. They ran together and stopped towards a deserted road. That was close, Yagura said while panting. Your space-time ninjutsu is invaluable. I'm jealous of you. Humph, Naruto smirked. We'll eat dinner in a random house. Are you insane? Don't worry. I'll take care of things, Naruto assuring Yagura. Be sure to take responsibility of anything. Walking for what seemingly like hours, they arrived into a large building where they could see the lights were still on. Inside the building, today's day is so annoying, a man with a face paint said. Gaara? A woman with 4 ponytails and sandy blonde hair asked. Not to mention Gaara. Some kids stole my food while I walked down the streets. You really hate kids, Kankuro. You never change. The door then suddenly burst open, revealing 2 kids going inside. That's them, Temari, Kankuro shouted. Ha! Temari said. Just what do you think you're doing? You stole my food, then you'll enter our house? I swear I'll really kill you, he said. We're here to eat dinner. Get out or I'll kick you, Naruto replied in a cocky tone. You shut up, Kankuro shouted. As he attempted to pick up Naruto and Yagura and throw them outside, Naruto kicked his face and stomach, making him fall down the ground unconscious. You shouldn't mess with my friend, Yagura said. What do you want? Temari asked. Let us use your kitchen for a while, Naruto replied. He then unleashed a shock wave which knocked Temari unconscious. Let's enjoy our meal with no disruptions, Naruto said. He cooked food and served the table to where Yagura was waiting. They ate dinner together, talking who they're going to recruit in order to spy at the Akatsuki. Soon, Shino materialized. WH, Yagura trailed off. News? Naruto asked. I found a perfect candidate to spy on our behalf. The name's Haiden, an immortal because of experimentations from the Jashin cult. Immoral being and only wants utter destruction. I will send him immediately to join Akatsuki on your orders. Waste no time, do it. Yes, my lord. Shino then disappeared. Before Yagura could ask, Naruto said, that person's from Konoha. Possessed by Mai will incarnate Purple Zetsu. I see, Yagura replied. Finishing the meal together, they soon left. Several hours later, the Kazekage arrived at the house and immediately saw Temari and Kankuro having bruises all over their body. You finally arrived, Kankuro said. Did something happen? He asked. Some kid knocked me unconscious, and he also knocked Temari unconscious with just a look from his eyes, Kankuro replied. Kid, how old is the kid? He asked again in a serious tone. About 5 years old. He has bandages all over his forehead, an eye patch covering his right eye. He also has a friend who's the same age as him, Temari replied. That kid is no ordinary child. He simply kicked Kankuro unconscious, and I sensed something different from him. Raza then turned silent and finally said, he attacked Gaara. What? Impossible. How could? Temari exclaimed. I don't know what their motives, but I've heard rumors circulating that those two are bounty hunters. That's ridiculous. How could 5-year-olds be? Kankuro said. I don't know. However, I received news that those two are known to kill ninjas and take their money. They vanish mysteriously. I've had several Suna shinobi search for the kids to interrogate them. They were interrupted when a Suna shinobi entered their home. Sir, news. What is it? Some kids took our money in our safety deposit and what? The Kazekage asked angrily. One murdered all the guards with just a simple gaze whilst the other one just decapitated them, he replied. The Kazekage and the siblings immediately rushed to the scene. As they got there, the scene was entirely gruesome. Decapitated heads were stabbed with kunai, their brains splattering out. Most dead shinobi have their dead bodies cut off. Their arms were hung on the ceiling, akin to a butcher shop. Their lower and upper torsos were chopped off. Body parts scattered everywhere, and internal organs like the intestine and the heart were forced into the mouth of one Suna shinobi corpse. Their eyes widened with horror and Temari screamed, almost traumatizing her. Did the kids really do this? Raza asked. Yes, and I saw it with my very own eyes. That kid was a monster more than Gaara. The Suna shinobi with fear in his voice. Which kid? I didn't see their faces. It was too dark. He spared me to tell you this. Never decline them when they eat in your house. Kankuro, Temari, what really happened in our house? Kankuro explained everything what transpired. They attacked Gaara. He explained what happened and he swore to kill those kids. They're no ordinary children. They must have some motive behind the attack. You find those kids and capture them. Interrogate them, he ordered. Yes, sir, the shinobi said. If Gaara ever sees this gruesome scene, he'll be excited, the Kazekage thought. Konoha. Purple Zetsu erased Kakashi and Sakura's memories of Haku's gruesome corpse, knowing that Byakuya himself did exact same thing on some Suna shinobi he killed. Chapter 29. Stage 2. Is this the man? Naruto asked while smoking. Yes, my lord, he is, Shino said. A 5-year-old child. The leader of the clan? Are you kidding me? Haiden said. Do not underestimate my lord's greatness, Shino said. Naruto released the genjutsu that conceals his presence. As he released it, Haiden trembled in fear as the vastness of the chakra of the one in front of him was immeasurable. "Is this enough?" Naruto asked. "Why yes," Haiden answered. "What is this? I'm no sensor ninja, but I could sense his chakra. This is overwhelming. No, beyond overwhelming. I cannot explain in words. One thing's for sure, his power is absolutely terrifying. I can't believe such a person exists," he thought. "Sora, how's your training?" Naruto asked. "Humph, going stronger." "What about Ranmaru?" "He has been training well, mastered a new lot jutsu under Tonari's tutelage," Temujin replied. "I see," Naruto replied. "Haiden, you know what to do." Okay, Haiden replied. He then left. "So then, what do you suggest we do?" Yagura asked. "We're going. Have Utakata report everything about Root. Shino will then send the confirmed DNA samples of Izuna, Pakura, and an unknown Senju," Naruto ordered. "DNA?" Yagura muttered. "We're proceeding to stage 2, Naruto said calmly. He then walked off through his Yamatsu Hirasaka with Temujin, Sora, and Ranmaru behind. "So those kids were bounty hunters," Temari said. "Hearing those things make me cringe. Especially that kid with the bandages on his head," Kankuro replied. "I can't believe he can do such a thing." He then recalls the event on how Tsuneshinobi were slaughtered gruesomely, as if though the one who killed the ninjas were a beast and not human. "Why do they attack Gaara?" asks Temari. "Isn't that obvious? They're bounty hunters, and they wanted to collect the bounty off his head." They looked at Gaara, who's behind them, while they were walking towards Konoha for the Chunin exams. "That child, I will kill him," Gaara thought and vowed. Naruto returned to his original size, and this time, he wore a black turban over his head, discarding the purple one Tsunami had given him. Underneath it, he has several bandages over his forehead in order to conceal his closed third eye, the Rinne Sharingan. "I will come first. You will follow after several minutes have passed," Naruto instructed. "We already know what to do. You don't need to instruct us," Sora answered. Naruto just smirked. He now entered the gates of Konoha after being 3 months away from the village he really hates. "It's been 3 months. I haven't seen Naruto," Sakura said. "And he's not even participating on some missions." "Humph," Sasuke replied. They were walking as they saw Konohamaru and his team being surrounded by 3 strange people. "I told you, I'm sorry," Konohamaru exclaimed. "I really hate kids like you," Kankuro snorted. "What's going on?" Sakura asked. "Tell this kid to get his face off me," he replied. Sasuke looked at the trio, especially to the man known as Gaara with the kanji of love engraved on his forehead. "Why are you here? Isn't it illegal for other villages to come here?" Sakura said. "Idiot, don't you know that it's the Chunin exams? We're from Suna and we're here to participate," Temari said. "I see," Sasuke muttered. Konohamaru stared at Kankuro. "What are you looking at?" Kankuro asked. "Kankuro, silence or I'll kill you," Gaara said. Kankuro and Temari gulped at this. "Sorry," he said. My, what's the commotion here?" A voice was heard. They turned to see the source of the voice. A man wearing a black turban, a black robe, pants and boots walked towards them with a giant green serpent following behind him. He was smoking 2 large tobaccos. "Naruto?" Sakura asked. "And why are you smoking? Aren't you a bit too young to smoke?" Kankuro asked. "Also, 2 tobaccos at the same time. The hell do I care? This is my ninja way," Naruto answered. "So you're not only drinking but you're also smoking," Sasuke stated. "Oh, news spread fast. Who told you?" "Shikamaru did." "I see," Naruto answered. "Naruto, you've been gone for 3 months. Where did you go?" Sakura asked. "Secret," Naruto replied. "I smell something different." He then looked towards Gaara, who's been staring at him. Naruto dashed towards Gaara until they were face to face. As Naruto did this, Temari and Kankuro trembled in fear. "You smell of blood," Naruto said, smirking. Gaara didn't answer. Naruto then asked, "How many people did you kill? 100? 1,000? Did he just say, kill?" Sakura said while slightly paling from Naruto's statement. Hearing this made Temari and Kankuro tremble more. I will kill you and prove my existence, Gaara finally spoke. Ho? Can someone like you could actually kill me? Naruto mocked. Even though his face was calm, in his nerves he was terribly angry. Do not mock me. I'm not mocking you, twisted man. I'm just stating the truth. The truth hurts, so endure it. Naruto laughed. He's making Gaara mad. Too bad, Kankuro said. Sand began to flow out of Gaara's gourd until someone disrupted them. Yahhhhh. A long blonde-haired man shouted, wielding an extremely large and long sword. Naruto smirked and jumped, spinning upward and downward. Then he began to spin clockwise, upside down, going to the ground. Doing a handstand, he continuously spun in a clockwise direction until he blocked the sword with his right leg, turning the weapon into crystal. Then it cracked. Naruto then stood up and smirked at the man. Everyone stood wide-eyed at Naruto's performance. The man who attacked Naruto then left. Sorry about that, Naruto said. What's your name? Gaara asked. Uzumaki Naruto, and you? Gaara. I'm looking forward to kill you, he said calmly. If you can, Naruto mocked. Kankuro, Temari, let's go, Gaara ordered. Then they left. What's going on? Sakura asked. Who was that man who attacked you? What was that move? By the way, what's that animal behind you? Is that a summon? Do not bombard me with questions all at once because I have no intention of answering any of them, he replied sarcastically. Naruto then left with his serpent following him. He's so scary, Moegi stated. I won't go near him, Udon added. Sasuke clenched his fists, seeing Naruto displayed another set of skill he hasn't seen before, and now he has a summon following him, unaware that it was Naruto's weapon after all. Temujin, I didn't expect you to interrupt me a while ago, Naruto said. It was for preventing the fight between you and Gaara. Second, I'm going to tell you that we now know who would be the proctors in the Chunin exams. He then told Naruto everything about the stages of the exams and who are its proctors. Also, they've gathered intel from Sumeru and Kimimaro when Suna and Oto would initiate the attack, and they've known that Orochimaru would also infiltrate the exams. Naruto smirked at the gesture of these. I know all of you were going to make it. If the first stage of the exams is a written one and it requires cheating, I would have no problem. I'll just let Shino copy the answer key and pass it out to you, people. Then what about you, Byakuya-sama? Ranmaru asked. I'll not answer the test. I'll just draw anything what comes to my mind. I'm not going to waste my time on such a stupid test. If you're not going to answer, then I should not answer too. Tests are boring. I would pick up doing missions or training, not studying, Sora said, annoyed. You need to answer the test. Do not imitate what I do, Naruto replied. Fine, fine. Sora just rolled his eyes. Don't forget your purpose here. You need to help Utakata execute stage 2-inch, Naruto reminded. His subordinates just nodded. Chapter 30. The Exams. Because Suna and Oto are going to invade Konoha, Naruto was pleased as he could use this opportunity to execute stage 2 and put the blame on either one of those invaders. Smirking at this, he didn't sleep that night and focused on training himself some new moves and how he would harness Leviathan. Leviathan was now in the form of a pair of green serpent earrings hanging on his ears. Shino has delivered the copy of the answer key to the trio and has decided to create an avatar, this time, a man wearing tight brown robes and loose pants with the standard shinobi sandals. He has brown spiky hair and has brown eyes. This man will serve as the Jonin guarding the pretending AIM team. His name was Soma and the trio knew of this. Soma immediately went to the place where the trio stayed and has decided to watch them. After Naruto finished training and expelling his avatar, he drank copious amounts of alcohol and smoked several tobaccos. Time passed. It was morning immediately. As he gulped the last barrel of his alcohol, he was now off to the Chunin exams. He soon met Sasuke and Sakura, and they've complained that he smelt of alcohol yet paid no heed to their complaints. Team 7 entered the building where the exams will be held, and they were astonished when they saw a man wearing a green jumpsuit, with thick eyebrows, and appeared to train himself. Naruto first noticed that he was wearing bandages on his fists, a sign of heavy training. The man looked at the trio, especially with Sakura, and he said, "Oh, an angel. Give me your hand." He winked at Sakura and blew a heart, to which she evaded. "Kaya-iya," Sakura screamed. "You evaded that, impressive. What about this?" He then winked and blew more hearts. leaving Sakura to evade it until she fell down the ground with exhaustion. I didn't expect that this will happen, Sakura said, panting. Naruto forced himself not to laugh, and he saw Sasuke going near the man. You're impressive, Lee, Sasuke said. Oh, the elite Uchiha. With my Sharingan, I could defeat you. Let's see about it. Naruto observed the fight between Lee and Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't land a single attack against Lee, for he was very fast and his Sharingan couldn't keep up. Sasuke was now on the ground and Sakura screamed, Sasuke-kun. She went near Sasuke and he shoved her off. I'm fine. Such speed, my Sharingan couldn't keep up, Sasuke thought. Then, a rope wrapped around Lee's arm and there appeared a turtle. A summon? Naruto muttered. Sakura and Sasuke looked wide-eyed at the creature that suddenly appeared. Then above the turtle, another man appeared wearing the same clothes as Lee with the exception that he wears a flak jacket. He then punched Lee full force on his face. Why did you go against the rules? The man asked. I'm sorry, Sensei, Lee said. I'm also sorry, Lee, he cried. Come. He opened his arms wide and Lee said, Sensei. He then hugged the Jonin where there's a view of a sunset behind them. For your punishment, you're going to run 500 laps at the sunset. Got it. The Jonin then faced Team 7 and smiled with one of his teeth glistening. Lee then wiped off his tears and he smiled, giving his teeth with the same glint. Who are you? Sasuke asked. I'm Might Guy, and Kakashi's eternal rival, he proclaimed. Eternal rival? I don't believe you, Sasuke said. Don't insult my sensei like that, Lee shouted. Guy smirked and in a speed was now behind Sasuke, leaving the Uchiha surprised with his actions. I'm stronger than Kakashi, Uchiha, he said. I was impressed by your abilities, Guy-sensei. No wonder they called you Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. A testament to your immense taijutsu prowess, Naruto interrupted. Guy looked at Naruto and said, At least someone was aware of my greatness. Your flames of youth shine brightly. And youth is invaluable. I'm always in the springtime of youth, Naruto said, giving Guy a thumbs up, to which Guy stared wide-eyed and returned the smile. Don't tell me, another Lee, Sakura paled. I'm looking forward to fight you in the exams. Naruto-kun, Lee said. Well, we should be off. Then they disappeared. Sakura and Sasuke just looked at Naruto with a mix of surprise and confusion. They have difficulty reading this guy and he does not usually open up with them, nor does he spend time with the team. We shouldn't be late to the exams, Sasuke said. The trio walked and they were astounded by the sounds of arguing students. Genjutsu, huh? Naruto muttered. Naruto, where are you going? Sakura asked. To the exams on the next floor, Sasuke replied with his Sharingan activated. I didn't expect that Naruto would be able to notice the genjutsu right away. Sakura just gave a slight nod and soon they were outside a room to where piles of different people were gathered. He then saw Ranmaru, Sora and Temujin talking to each other, which made Naruto smirked. Then, Team 10 and Team 8 then appeared. Naruto, where did you go? We haven't seen you for the past 3 months, Kiba said. He wouldn't even tell where did he go, Sakura said. Then she found herself staring at Ino and the latter did the same. Naruto observed the two and he was so annoyed by the girls that he decided to stay away from them. Then, they were interrupted by a voice coming from a man with onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, to which he keeps on a ponytail and notably he has glasses. You should be quiet, especially the both of you. He then gestures at Ino and Sakura to shut up. And who are you? Kiba asked. Kabuto was the answer. Then, Naruto saw that Kabuto was holding a deck of cards. May I see those? Naruto asked. I can show you, but only my chakra would reveal the information in it, he said. He then held the blank card. Your cards reveal several ninja information, correct? Naruto said. Yes, and to be honest, it's embarrassing to say, but this is my 7th time taking the test, Kabuto said. Maybe you're just weak, Kiba said. Quiet, a man shouted. He then pointed to some random sound ninja. You 3, any more fighting and you'll be disqualified in the exams. The sound ninja then backed off and the man looked at the others smirking. My name is Marino Ibiki, the proctor of the first stage of the Chunin exams. All of you sit down. Your seats have your names on it and it would not take much time to find it. He then motions the students to enter the room. The genins followed his command and Naruto found himself sitting beside Hinata. He observed his subordinates and saw that Gaara was between Ranmaru and Sora, whereas Temujin was right behind Sasuke. He smirked and turned his gaze away, looking at a piece of paper on his desk. On your desk is a test paper. The first test is a written one. Before we begin, I shall go over by the rules. Do not let yourself be caught cheating, otherwise you'll lose points. For this test, you begin with 10 points and for every wrong answer you lose a point. If you're caught cheating 3 times, you and your entire team will be disqualified. He then looked towards some of the genin to which they nodded in response. You may begin, Ibiki finally stated. Naruto flipped over his test paper and he saw that the questions would be really difficult for genin to answer. That's why some chunins would be put amongst the crowd so that other genins could cheat. He knew the answers but decided not to answer. Bored, he drew the QB on the test paper. Meanwhile, the students did their best to cheat. Gaara used his third eye, closing his other eye, and an eyeball was hovering over the papers of the students. Tenten used her mirrors to guide Lee, whereas Neji used his Byakugan and Sasuke his Sharingan. Ino used her mind-body switch technique to enter Sakura's mind in order to cheat. Each student had their own ways to cheat and Naruto was amused by this. He then sensed that Sora was not answering his test paper, including Ranmaru. Temujin was the only one answering on their group. As Gaara wrote down his answers, he was troubled by the sound of burping and he looked at Sora, drinking milk with several empty bottles at the floor. Then he heard the sound of giggling and looked over to his side, seeing Ranmaru drawing a tiger on his test paper using crayons. He was surprised but decided to ignore them as he was focused on his exam. Sora, Ranmaru, these two. Can't help it then, Naruto thought. Temujin was busy copying the answers from the answer key directly to his test paper. His answer key was embedded on his wristband and Ibiki didn't see this. 15 minutes have passed. Naruto has finished drawing the QB. He couldn't resist the urge to smoke at the moment and he took out 2 tobaccos and lit them up with a lighter. A kunai was then thrown at his desk. And what do you think you're doing? Ibiki asked. I'm done with my test. I'm just smoking to take the stress out, he replied. Humph, surprising. You're too young to smoke, kid. Smoking is fun, Naruto grinned. Well then, I'm allowing you to smoke in the condition that you won't disturb others. Naruto just nodded. Several minutes passed. He smirked that Kankuro was caught cheating through the use of his puppet and was complimented at it by Ibiki. 45 minutes have passed and Ibiki said, Pencils down. It's time for the final question. Before I reveal what the third question is, I have a few rules that I'm willing to lay down. You can leave if you don't want to take the third question. You can just try again next time. And why would we do that? Temari asked. Well, it's decided that if you stay and got the wrong answer, you and your team would be prohibited from taking the Chunin exams ever again, Ibiki replied. Some of the ninjas gasped and others decided to leave, deciding to take the exams next time. Naruto raised his hand and Hinata and some of the Rookie 9 gasped at his action. So, you're going to quit, Ibiki said, smirking. I am not. I just want to ask your permission where I would throw the ashes of my tobacco. Naruto pointed at his ashtray and Ibiki didn't expect the question. You can throw them later. Okay, Naruto answered. Then, Ibiki smirked and said, You all pass. What? What about the third question? Temari asked in a state of mixed anger and confusion. The reason for the 10th question was simple. As shinobi, you will be asked to be put into life or death situations. You cannot just give up and run away, which is why if you decided to give up for a simple question regardless of its consequences, you were not yet ready to become a chunin where the stakes would be much higher. As a shinobi, you may be asked to gather intel from enemies without getting caught. That's the purpose of cheating, Ibiki said. He then removed his bandana to which it revealed several burns, cuts, scars, and many injuries that were scarred on his forehead. As a ninja, you must endure any torture for the sake of your village. That includes not giving information to several ninjas at the exchange of it, he said. Then he put back his bandana on. Suddenly, the windows cracked and there appeared a humanoid figure to which is female and she said, Hey students, I'm the beautiful and sexy Mitarashi Anko, your proctor for the second phase of the exams. She then looked at the genins not giving any sort of reaction from her performance. Anko, can't you discern the situation? Ibiki asked. She blushed heavily in embarrassment and said, Well, follow me. For the second stage of your exams. Mitarashi Anko, former student of Orochimaru, Naruto muttered. Everyone then followed the female proctor going to the second phase of the exams. Chapter 31, The Forest of Death. Everyone followed the proctor to where the next exam would be taken, the Forest of Death. Anko began to explain the rules regarding the second phase of the exams. Every team would get a scroll, either a heaven or an earth scroll. The team has 5 days to find the other scroll on another team and get to the center tower. To pass, one should not look in the scroll and the entire team had to make it to the tower. Anything was allowed. At that mention, several murmurs of the other Chunin hopefuls expressing the idea of outright murdering the competition could be heard. As the rules were being told, they saw Konohamaru and his teammates coming into view. What is this kid doing here? Naruto thought. Why are you here? Naruto asked in an annoyed tone. We're here for an interview for an article, he replied. Sorry, not interested. Naruto then turned his back towards Konohamaru. What a rude guy, Moegi muttered. I'm sorry, he's just like that, Sakura said. Konohamaru and his friends left Team 7 and interviewed some people who were present. The Genins then waited for several moments until they received their scrolls, and Team 7 has received a heaven scroll. They soon made their way to the gate waiting for the buzzer to go off. They waited, and after several minutes, the buzzer went off. Teams then entered and jumped from tree to tree, scattering from several directions, leaving Team 7 alone on their own. Now alone, they've stopped jumping. They now walked through the forests. Neither spoke with one another as they walked. They soon heard a feminine voice. A predator meets its prey. Who are you? Sasuke asked. Shiror. She attacked, to which Sasuke and Sakura evaded. No matter how much you hide your appearance, I know you. You are Orochimaru. Naruto smirked. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke attacked only for Shiror to emerge unscathed. You interest me, boy. Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted. She dashed at Shiror forward only for the enemy to grab hold of her hair with the enemy's snakes. Stretching her neck, Shiror proceeded to wrap around Sasuke and bit him on his neck, leaving the young Uchiha fall down the ground unconscious. Sakura, desperate to save Sasuke, cut her own hair from the grasp of the snakes, and she proceeded to go near him, only to be thwarted when she was pushed away by Shiror. Sakura then looked towards Naruto and said, Why aren't you fighting her? The opponent's not someone to be underestimated, was the reply. Sakura then observed Naruto walking calmly towards Shiror. Oh, a brave lad. You show no signs of fear on your face. Shiror proceeded to attack Naruto, only for him to gaze at her impassively and released a simple shock wave of chakra from his eyes, sending the enemy flying at a considerable distance. Don't touch me, Naruto said, angered. Naruto. Sakura stared wide-eyed in shock. He then grabbed Sakura and the unconscious Sasuke. Before Sakura could protest, the earrings Naruto wore formed into a giant serpent, to which he threw the duo on it and he stood on top. The serpent then flew towards the skies. Na Naruto? Sakura asked. What? Was the emotionless reply. How did you do such thing? I'm not going to answer any questions like I've told you earlier, Naruto replied. Sakura just nodded. She silently thought what prompted Naruto to change. His attitude exudes an aura of ruthlessness and intimidation. Leviathan landed on the ground and it turned back into a pair of earrings, much to Sakura's surprise. Naruto put his hand over Sasuke's chest. His eyes glowed green and a wave of green energy began to envelop Sasuke. Naruto knows medical ninjutsu? Sakura thought, unaware that it was the power of the Gelul within her teammate. As he finished, Sasuke's eyes darted open. To Sakura's relief, she hugged Sasuke, to which he immediately shoved off. What happened? He asked. You were bitten by that Shiror, making you fall unconscious, Naruto replied. We need to find some earth scroll in order to finish this test. I can't go a full day staying in this forest. I totally hate this place. You can't just finish anything quickly, Sakura said. What if we can? Naruto countered. I know what to do. All we need to do is wait for some ninjas to appear on this spot and take their scrolls quickly. Without Sasuke and Sakura's knowledge, the Shior's bite within Sasuke delivered a cursed seal and Naruto absorbed the chakra within it, overpowering Orochimaru's consciousness within it and making it disappear from Sasuke's neck. Sora was flying into the sky and he enjoyed the view. Ranmaru and Temujin got the heaven scroll they need from some sound ninja they've come across. He knew that Naruto's team needed the earth scroll and he decided to find some teams having it. One thing came into his mind, Team Baki. Gaara finished killing the AIM ninja, taking the heaven scroll. You're all weaklings, Gaara said. Kankuro, Temari, let's go. As they were about to leave, they heard shouts of cheers coming from the sky. They saw a single AIM ninja falling towards them and quickly grabbed the earth scroll from the Jinchuriki's hand. Got it, Sora shouted. Sora was about to run when a burst of sand shot at him, only for him to dodge it. Sora then hovered 5 feet above the ground. Why you can fly? Kankuro asked. Sora just smirked. He threw the earth scroll at the location to where Team 7 is. How dare you? Temari said angrily. I'm going to knock you all out once. Nobody can win against Sora. He then raised his right hand towards the sky and gathered air currents towards the palms of his hands. As the wielder of the wind element, this I'm going to show you. Go forth, winds of demise. Wind release, gust. He attacked the trio with extremely strong gusts of wind, making the trees separate from its roots. Gaara attempted to block the attack with his sand, but his sand were blown away by the winds. They were flown away by the extremely strong air currents. Then the winds grew stronger, reaching out to where the other ninja teams are. It's Sora, Temujin said. I didn't expect that his attack would be much stronger than 3 months ago, Ranmaru said. Meanwhile, as Team 7 was staying in their spot, the gusts of wind reached them. They held on to some trees, but they were also blown away. Leviathan, Naruto ordered. Naruto's earrings turned into a shield and encased the trio, making them immune to the strong wind attacks. Before Sasuke could ask about his weapon, he stated, This is Leviathan, my serpent weapon. It could take on any forms of objects I want. I just picked this up a month ago. I didn't expect that this one is a sentient weapon, he lied. Sasuke gave a slight nod. The winds are extremely strong, Naruto smirked, knowing that it was Sora all along. And by the way, why do you want for us to stay here? Sasuke asked in an angered tone. It's because maybe some ninjas would pass by and that would be a great opportunity for us to take the scroll from them, he replied. I explained that earlier, weren't you listening? As the winds dissipated, Leviathan turned back into earrings. Such a strong wind, Sakura muttered. Then, Team 7 saw a scroll in front of them. Isn't this the Earth Scroll? Naruto asked while picking it up, feigning confusion. How? Sakura said, wondering. It's not important. We must head to the tower quickly, Sasuke said. Naruto's serpent could fly. We must get there as quickly as we could, Sakura suggested. Naruto just nodded and they rode Leviathan going to the tower. The wind stopped and they haven't seen the AIM ninja that they've encountered. Damn, he has gotten our Earth Scroll, Kankuro snorted. He's strong. I want to kill him, Gaara said. Why are you always like that, Gaara? Can't you just listen to your older brother just for once? Gaara stared at him with bloodlust on his eyes. I've never thought to any one of you as my siblings. If you don't silence yourself, I will kill you. I'm sorry, Kankuro said. Anyway, we must find another team to get some Earth Scroll on, Temari interjected. They walked and found another sound team. Dosu, they're from Suna, isn't it? Kin asked. Yes, they are, he replied. Without introductions, Temari attacked the team, making them fall unconscious, and she picked up the Earth Scroll from them. Now we have the Earth Scroll, we must head to the tower, she said. Soma manifested himself before Raza. Before Raza could know it, he found himself staring at Soma's Sharingan. You will stop investigating about the bounty hunters that went inside Suna. You will tell your followers to stop the investigation itself. He then disappeared. Raza then got out of his office and ordered several of his umbu to stop the investigation process, not knowing that he was ordered by Naruto's avatar, Soma. Chapter 32. Preliminaries. As Team 7 reached the tower, they saw an AIM ninja standing alone. Wait, I recognize you. You're the one who attacked Naruto, Sakura said while pointing at Temujin. Why did you attack him? Sasuke asked. Temujin didn't answer and just pretended to not hear it. Hey, we're talking to you, Sasuke shouted. Stop fighting, a young voice interrupted. A child? Sakura muttered. He's a prodigy, Temujin replied. Impressive, Sasuke said. Ranmaru, I've been waiting for you. Where's Sora? Temujin asked. I'm here, Sora waved his arms. We're now complete, Temujin said. How long did you get here? Naruto asked. We finished the test for 42 minutes. The test itself was not that difficult. Your team came after a minute we came in here. Impressive. You too, Naruto smirked. Naruto, he attacked you. How could you talk so casually at him? Sakura asked. I just want to know more about my enemy, Naruto replied. I'm looking forward to fight you in the second stage of the Chunin exams. Humph, me too. Several days past teams finally arrived. Passing the second stage of the Chunin exams, the Hokage congratulated them and explained to them the true purpose of the Chunin exams. Since there are a lot of participants who passed, we're going to hold preliminary matches. The choices will be randomized, however. Anyone who wished to forfeit may do it now, Hiruzen explained. Kabuto then raised his hand and explained that he couldn't advance further because of his injuries, to which Hiruzen nodded and allowed him to go. Kabuto, according to Hayden, your Sasori's spy, and also Orochimaru's right-hand man, you can't fool the god of chakra, worthless human, Naruto thought while smirking. My name is Gecko Hayate and your proctor for this match. We should start right away. The first match is Temujin from AIM versus Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha, he said. Naruto just smirked at this. Flashback. Soma, Naruto's avatar, was with Temujin, Sora, and Ranmaru. I've received intel from Utakata that Danzo possesses Shirsui's Sharingan. Hayden also telepathized that the other eye of Shirsui was in the possession of Itachi. It was embedded in one of his crows, Soma whispered. How did Hayden knew about that? Sora asked in a low manner of voice. I taught Hayden how to read memories of individuals, and he used it with Itachi the first time he met him, when Akatsuki recruited him to join the ranks. You manipulated the proctor to let him decide that you will fight Temujin, isn't it? Yes, let's give the crowd a good fight, Soma smirked. Begin, Hayate shouted. Temujin and Naruto looked at each other. Let's see what you can do, Naruto said. Temujin smirked and dashed at Naruto, throwing punches to which Naruto dodged with kicks. Naruto did several backflips and did a handstand and spun on the ground as Temujin threw some fireballs at him. The ninja from AIM. I cannot see him weaving hand seals, Kakashi stated. Excellent chakra control. He then ran towards Naruto and Naruto jumped into the air, kicked him onto the face, only for Temujin to grab hold of Naruto's foot and send him hurled across the arena. Naruto didn't fall from the ground as he regained his balance from Temujin's attack. You're good, Naruto said. You too, Temujin replied. Naruto, 3 months of training made you this strong, Hiruzen thought. Well then, I'm going to try this upon you. Naruto activated his Sharingan and he earned gasps from the crowd. Naruto has a dojutsu, Neji muttered. Impossible, Sasuke muttered. Naruto, what are you? Naruto could hear the thoughts from the crowd and he smirked at this. A dojutsu? What's its name? Temujin asked. Sharingan, he replied. Let's see what you can do. Sharingan. Release the gate of the archer, Sagittarius. A purple glyph appeared and what they saw astounded them. Even the Jinchuriki Gaara has his eyes widened in surprise. A creature appeared with his lower torso a horse and his upper torso an unclad human. He wields a golden bow and arrow and he possesses yellow hair and his eyes were blue as the sky. A summon, Hiruzen muttered. Sagittarius then proceeded to attack Temujin with a volley of arrows to which Temujin dodged with his hands. Fire release, Dragon's Flare. Temujin attacked Sagittarius with his fire. The summon ran and said, Blue fire. He spewed blue flames from his mouth which engulfed the whole arena and Temujin shielded himself using his Jello powers. You're so good at dodging, Temujin. In order to defeat you, all I need to do is to ground you. Don't tell me, Shikamaru said. Sharingan. Release the gate of the scales, Libra. A woman with hazel brown hair and brown eyes wearing skimpy Egyptian attire appeared, adorned with several scarabs and amulets on her wrists. Seeing this woman, blood poured out of Hiruzen's nose, similar to some males who were present. The Kazekage Raza just stood wide-eyed at Naruto's performance, not affected by the woman's beauty. Kakashi blushed seeing the woman. Libra, alter the target's gravity. As you wish. She then made gestures similar to a weighing scale and Temujin felt himself unable to stand up, being pulled down towards the ground. What's happening? Choji asked. Naruto made that Temujin guy heavier. That summon can manipulate gravity, Shikamaru replied. Sagittarius, attack. Yes, sir. Sagittarius darted towards Temujin and he was stopped and Libra was also being pulled down towards the ground. What? Some ninjas gasped. I see. So you can also wield gravity, Naruto said. You've grown strong, Temujin. I'm so proud of you. Naruto spoke through his subordinate's mind. I know you're letting your spirits hold back. Nevertheless, I'm going to prove that I'm so much of a use to you, he replied. No need, Temujin. You always prove your worth to me, Naruto said. During the fight, Temujin hurled Sagittarius towards Libra, sending the two crashing in a distance. Libra, Sagittarius, dismiss. The two spirits then disappeared. His summons were no ordinary ones. I speculate that it was the power of his eyes, Kakashi said. Sasuke gritted in anger. Naruto has a lot of tricks up to his sleeve and he wondered how he got stronger than him. You know what? I really want to defeat you here, Temujin said. He then unleashed chakra chains that wrapped around Naruto's feet, and he was thrown into the arena's grounds repeatedly. Naruto, Shikamaru and Choji shouted. Naruto-kun, Hinata muttered. Take this. Temujin acted as if he's merciless. My chakra chains are quite durable, you know. And to let you also know, Naruto removed his turban and it revealed his extremely long hair. It soon wrapped around Temujin's wrist and Naruto continued, that my hair is also quite durable. Everyone was surprised seeing Naruto's hair extremely long except for Team 7 as they've seen it back in Wave. What? Temujin said surprised. Naruto then manipulated his hair to spin Temujin and Temujin did the same with his chakra chains. The two spun each other with their respective weapons, sending them spinning midair. Several minutes passed, they let go of each other, sending themselves flying in opposite directions. It's just the first match, and they're giving their all, Kurenai stated. Naruto's youth burns bright, Guy said. The crowd was cheering to the fight and both parties stood up, completely unscathed. Uzumaki Naruto, you're strong. You're worth killing, Gaara said. Temujin then charged towards Naruto with a barrage of punches to which Naruto dodged with kicks as he did some handstands. What an unusual way to fight, Kakashi muttered. Temujin then sent Naruto flying backwards and he wrapped Naruto with his chakra chains. You're going to lose now, Uzumaki Naruto, Temujin said grinning maliciously. Naruto acted in pain as the chains constricted around him. I will defeat you, Temujin, Naruto said in a desperate tone. And how? He asked smiling devilishly. Serigan. Release the gate of the twins, Gemini. Two 3-inch tall figures with antennae and bore resemblance to paper dolls, having pale red skin with undistinguishable gender appeared. The other one hit Temujin full force on his face whilst the other one destroyed the chains that constrict Naruto. Just how many summons Naruto has? Asked a jealous Kiba. Instead of complaining, go train yourself, Kurenai reprimanded. Watch the fight until the end. Hurry, do that thing, Naruto ordered to his summons. We haven't practiced yet, says Gem. And we don't know if we could do it, Aini added. Then just transform into anyone else. Roger, Gemmy. Gemini then transformed into Gaara. Naruto then paled at Gemini's actions. The crowd was astonished to what Gemini did, including Gaara. What does Naruto plan? Shikamaru thought. Gemini, why of all people you transformed into Gaara? Naruto asked. Can't be helped. If we transform into you, you'll increase the damage. I see. Thanks for reminding, Naruto said. At the sidelines, Ranmaru asked, Soma-sama, what do you plan upon Temujin? I'm going to try casting it, one of the forbidden techniques of the celestial spirits. Naruto, Temujin growled angrily as he tries to get up the ground. My act fooled everyone else, Temujin smiled. Naruto, what are you planning right now? Kakashi thought. Gemini and Naruto then held hands and said some words. Invoke the sun, Invoke the moon, invoke the stars. Open the heavens at our command. Show us your light and guide us with your shimmering brilliance. The duo then soon glowed with a golden light. Everyone gasped at this display, and a large amount of chakra was emitted off from them. What is this? The Kazekage said. Naruto and Gemini continued the chant whilst the golden light enveloped the whole arena. I am the ruler of Celebes, thus surrender to thy will. I demand to open the celestial gate. O powers of time and space, cast. Everyone was astounded as their surroundings were engulfed in an otherworldly appearance with several floating glyphs similar to Naruto's eyes. From the ground to the roofs of the arena, including the seats, were no exception to the technique. What is this? Temujin muttered. Andromeda, Gemini, and Naruto shouted. The floating glyphs attacked Temujin, 100 of them, until the arena returned to its original state, leaving Temujin unconscious. Not a sound was heard until the proctor broke the silence. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you for giving me a good fight, Byakuya-sama, Temujin communicated through Naruto's mind. No worries, you really gave a good act. You know what to do with this defeat. Don't worry, you two. He really is not unconscious, he's just pretending. I order him to not show himself for a while. I'll explain his mission to you later, Soma told his subordinates. Meanwhile, as Naruto reached his comrades, they looked at him with mixed emotions of awe and fear. Naruto, you have a dojutsu? Sakura asked. And what was that jutsu? I didn't see you weaving any hand seals. Yes, I have. The technique I used earlier is Andromeda. I let Gemini transform into Gaara so my chakra level would increase, he replied. Naruto's parents do not have dojutsu. How come he has one? Kakashi thought. So Naruto, can you explain more what the power of Gemini is? He then explained that Gemini has the ability to copy the thoughts, powers, and abilities of an opponent, including its appearance and smell. It isn't bad to reveal some of Gemini's abilities, though they must not know the true extent of their powers, Naruto thought. Such a useful ability, Naruto. Do not lose your eyes, Kakashi stated. Naruto, how did you awaken that dojutsu? Asked Sasuke. I don't know, was the reply. Meanwhile, the proctor said, the next match will be Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. As Sasuke's name was called, he immediately proceeded to the arena to face off his opponent. Chapter 33, Show-Offs. Everyone observed the match between Sasuke and Yoroi. Though Sasuke was about to lose, he was able to win against the Sound Ninja. Next was Misumi Tsurugi versus Shino, and Naruto was impressed as Shino, formerly Purple Zetsu, just won with no effort at all. He continued to watch the matches until the third participants who will fight will be Ranmaru and Kankuro. I didn't expect that a kid would fight here, Kurenai said. One thing's for sure, that child's a prodigy. Let's see what he can do, Asuma replied. Everyone couldn't believe that a 7-year-old child was a genin. Many others immediately concluded that he was a prodigy. Go! The proctor shouted. A kid. Don't you know I hate kids? Kankuro snorted. Says a person who wanted to participate in a kabuki theater, Ranmaru smirked. What did you say? Kankuro asked angrily. I'm going to humiliate you, was the child's reply. Let's see it then. A puppet appeared behind Ranmaru, and as it was about to hit him, Ranmaru did several backflips to evade the attack. He dodged each attack of the puppet by doing backflips and jumping into the air. I'm not as good as the others as I still need to do hand seals. Never mind. I'll just train more to freely alter chakra, just what Byakuya-sama or the others do, Ranmaru thought. He did a single hand seal on his hand and said, Earth release. Scourging rock pillars. At the sidelines, Jonas and Konoha were awed that a child was able to do a single hand seal. That concludes that he was a prodigy in his own right. Everybody was impressed at the staggering performance the child does. Meanwhile, at the fight, rock pillars erupted from the ground, attempting to hit Karasu and Kankuro. It seems I've underestimated you, kid, Kankuro said. He then used Karasu to surprise a sneak attack behind Ranmaru. Karasu attacked Ranmaru, only for the child to disintegrate similar to a broken glass. What? Kankuro said, confused. A clone? No, I didn't see him weaving hand signs. As the arena was covered in rock pillars, Ranmaru used the opportunity to cast illusions, learned from Sora, to hide himself while running towards Kankuro. Because he couldn't see the child, Kankuro used his puppet to break the rock pillars only to be surprised that Ranmaru wasn't hiding. "Where is he?" Ino asked. Kankuro was now alone at the center of the arena. He looked towards any directions as to where the child. "Is he using Genjutsu? I'll find it out," Niji thought. As he used his Byakugan, he couldn't even see the chakra signature of the child. This is impossible. Where would he hide? Niji is now confused. Kakashi even used his Sharingan but did not see the chakra signature of the child. "Damn, where is he?" Kankuro now said, angered. Ranmaru jumped into the air and he undid the illusions within him. Before Kankuro knew it, Ranmaru used a jutsu that made everyone painted their faces in disgust. Konoha's secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. He then put his middle and index fingers towards Kankuro's anus, releasing enough chakra to send him flying across the arena, making him fall down unconscious as his head hit the wall. "What kind of jutsu was that?" Sasuke said in disbelief. Ranmaru was just smiling at the event. "Winner, Ranmaru," Hayate said. Ranmaru then walked in a happy-go-lucky manner going to his team. Kankuro was defeated. Tamari shook her head in disbelief. "Those genins from AIM, they shouldn't be underestimated," Baki stated. "I didn't expect that technique would be used in an actual fight," Kakashi muttered. The next match was then Sakura and Ino. Naruto looked at the two girls fighting and he expected that it would be a double knockout. "Fighting for a single man," Naruto muttered as he took out a flask and began to drink alcohol. Naruto waited for Sora to fight. He was bored at the matches, but one caught his attention. Gaara versus Lee. Despite Lee being defeated, he was able to use 5 of the 8 gates. As the last participant was called out, Choji was assigned to fight Sora. "This is going to be interesting," Soma muttered. "Go!" the proctor shouted. At the signal of the match to start, Choji was reluctant to fight. "Ready to lose, fatty?" Sora asked. Hearing the statement, Choji burst into anger. "I'm not fat. I'm just chubby. Multi-size technique." Choji then enlarged himself and yelled, "Human bullet tank." He dashed toward Sora and Sora extended his hands as he blocked the human bullet tank of Choji. "Impossible," Shikamaru said. "Just how strong are these AIM ninjas?" Asuma muttered. Sora smirked and he gathered enough air currents on his other hand and attacked Choji with it, sending the Akimichi at a considerable distance. Choji stood up weakly, panting with his blood pouring out of his mouth. "Just what is this guy?" he thought. "I dislike fighting you. You're too weak for me. I'm going to finish this." Sora raised his right hand upwards, gathering air currents around it. "That jutsu," Gaara recalled. "That was the attack he used to force the Sand siblings to retreat." "This enormous amount of chakra," Hiruzen said. "I'm going to finish the fight now. As a ninja with the rare wind release affinity, I'm going to show you one of my finisher attacks. Go forth the element of wind. Wind release, gust." Sora then threw all the accumulated air that he has gathered, sending it towards Choji. There were strong gusts of wind that the roof of the arena fell down, revealing the sky above. The ones standing on the balcony desperately clung to the rails, albeit unsuccessful, as they were eventually blown away by the massive gusts of wind. The winds then stopped and Sora widened his arms, expecting to receive applause, yet was disappointed when he saw that several ninjas looked at him with disbelief. Hayate stared at him with disbelief as he could execute a jutsu that was extremely strong. "Winner, Sora." As the arena was destroyed, Soma smirked but went down and acted angry. "Sora, how many times do I need to tell you that you don't need to go overboard, especially if the opponent was weaker than you?" "Forgive me, Soma-sensei. I can't just hold myself," he laughed. As the preliminaries finished, Soma and the rest of the team walked out with an unconscious Temujin at Soma's shoulder. As they were now away at Konoha, Temujin got out of his pretense and stood up. "You've grown stronger, Temujin, same as the others," Soma said. 3 months of endless training really paid well," Sora stated. "Temujin, you know what to do. You'll disguise as a root umbu and help Utakata gather a lot more sensitive information from the organization, as well as Kenjutsu." "Yes, Soma-sama." "What about us?" Ranmaru asked. "I want you to continue training. We have a month to train before the finals. Temujin would stay out of the spotlight for a meantime. We wouldn't want some rude people to recognize him, and all the missions we'd done would be for naught, now would we? Humph, can do, Sora replied. Utakata, still a member of Root, sent some information to Yagura concerning Shirsue's Sharingan embedded on Danzo's eyes. It has an extremely powerful genjutsu named Kodo Amitsukami, a genjutsu that could control anyone without the need for eye contact. As the former Mizukage received the intel, he immediately selected corpses for the ritual. Shino has already sent the DNA of the three, but there is one thing that is needed. They must do the ritual on the three corpses at the same time once they've acquired Shirsue's eyes, as a replacement for Azuna's eyes that were now embedded on Nagato himself. Haiden was greatly annoyed at Kakuzu's antics to collect bounty off from certain ninjas. Whilst acting as a spy, he reported to Naruto several of Akatsuki's activities, ranging from the recruitment of Deidara, an explosion release user from IWA, up to several information of its members. All were S-class missing Nin, and were tasked to capture several bijus for world domination. As Naruto received the news from Haiden that there was a Zetsu among Akatsuki's ranks, he immediately investigated the matter. Using Yamatsu Hirasaka, Naruto went to his ice dimension and looked up into the mirror. As he saw the Zetsu amongst the Akatsuki ranks, he immediately knew that the white half of the Zetsu was a victim of the previous infinite Tsukuyomi, and the black one was a will of someone, namely Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thanks to the Shinju he has eaten, he was able to know the past history of the world itself. He then ordered Haiden to monitor the activities of Zetsu, especially the black one, as this one could be a threat to their plans. Chapter 34. Sent. P.S. From now on, I'll call Naruto Byakuya. Byakuya gathered his subordinates into the land of eternal night, discussing plans how to execute their goal perfectly. Once the attack begins, Temujin will disguise himself into one of Orochimaru's subordinates. The most preferable one is Kabuto. After that, he's going to attack Danzo in a blind's eye. Remember that he has Kodo Amitsukami, Shirsue's most powerful genjutsu, so I'm giving you a charm to evade his genjutsu. On his arms were full of Sharingan. Each has the capacity to cast Izanagi, but not that long. I'm very sure that he'll abuse the ability itself. As much as possible, I want you to sever one of his arms to prevent him from doing hand seals. Aim for his dominant one, to which is the right, Byakuya lectured. No problem, Temujin replied. So, then, I suggest that while Temujin is fighting Danzo, Utakata will come and go aim for the eye, Sora said. A good one, Sora. I must compliment you for having a tactical mind, Byakuya complimented. Don't flatter me, I'm shy, Sora scratched the back of his head while blushing. Now to the point, Utakata, you must be careful when shooting Danzo's eyes, Shirsue's. If we damage his eyes, then there would be no chance of me repairing it, Byakuya said. Understood, he replied. I thought you could fix everything, Fuka said. Yes, I could fix anything, but I wouldn't waste chakra for that. Remember that we need a lot of chakra. Those are one of the plans, he replied. So then, when will we extract a portion of Shikaka's chakra to let it roam free? Yagura asked. When he fights, he usually uses its powers consciously. We would learn more if we see him fight. Based on my calculations, if he transformed into the full form of his biju, then a more advantageous rebound on our side. We could choose how much chakra we'll extract. The excess will be absorbed by all of you, but first I'll remove its consciousness so that it won't be a disturbance on your part, he explained. Great plan, Byakuya-sama. So what will Ranmaru and I do? Kimimaro asked. When the invasion begins, Ranmaru will quickly teleport to our location. Kimimaro, Yagura, and Tonari will then proceed to reanimate the corpses upon receiving Shirsue's eyes from Fuka after Utakata retrieves it. Fuka is good in the art of seduction, so I know that she would be able to seduce those members from Root. Upon hearing this, Fuka laughed. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Byakuya-sama. He just smirked. After the eyes have been retrieved, Haiden will proceed to backstab and ambush Itachi. I will help him, but I'll transform into Sasuke to quickly put the blame to his brother. I can imitate anyone's chakra signature and even smell, so no worries on your part. That really is a great plan, Sora said. Izuna for sure won't cooperate, considering he's very loyal to his brother Madara. He even gave his eyes to him just for the sake of fighting over the Uchiha, Tonari said. Mind games and just a little convincing would do the part, Yagura said. Humph, little boy's right, Fuka said. I'm not little. I'm an adult, Yagura shouted. Everyone laughed, then suddenly they felt an immense chakra coming towards them. Watch out, Tonari shouted. A loud crashing came from outside of the castle, and they saw two men wearing all white, each having horns and the eyes were white, having Byakugan embedded on them. So, you were the one who ate the fruit from the land of the dead, the shorter man said. State your intentions, Byakuya spoke. What we want is your chakra and Kagaya's, he replied. Kagaya? Don't tell me, Shino muttered. Yes, we want more chakra for us to gain eternal youth. After our guardian gave us his chakra, he died. The tree that he's been telling us is immensely forbidden, and I surveyed it several times, the shorter man said. So, you're the one Leo tells me about, Byakuya said. Leo? What an unusual name. I've never heard of him. Go away, Sora shouted. Wind release, gust. As he unleashed his technique, the shorter man just extended his right hand and absorbed it. You're an Otsutsuki, Tonari muttered. Right? Mamashiki no Kimi will be the one who gets all of your chakra, the taller man said. We have no interest, who are you? All we want is for you to be dead, Temujin shouted. Mamashiki just smirked and released Sora's technique doubled the amount, sending him flying over a considerable distance. Then each of them proceeded to attack the two. Instead of using ninjutsu, they used taijutsu. Byakuya kicked Mamashiki towards Kinshiki, but they are a bit unharmed. Tonari then used his Byakugan to determine the chakra points of the two individuals. Byakuya then opened up his Rinasharingan and Tonari entered it, emerging towards the other side and at hitting the chakra points of Kinshiki. You have Kagaya's dojutsu. That's what make us want your chakra more, Kinshiki growled. He then released a multitude of red-colored weapons, each exploding on contact. Wind release, flower scattering dance, Fuka said. She then unleashed a huge torrent of wind which blew the weapons away. As Mamashiki prepared to absorb the attack once again, a rift opened him to which then he appeared into Byakuya's side and attacked him with a lightning-empowered punch towards his stomach, sending Mamashiki a considerable distance away. The damage to the hideout was devastating considering the attack of the two parties. As the two were slightly weakened, Sora shouted, Byakuya, absorb their chakra. I know, was the reply. He then concentrated and roots of trees entangled the two Otsutsuki. You, Mamashiki growled. Mamashiki no Kimi was the word that only left Kinshiki's mouth. Byakuya then proceeded to absorb their chakra when suddenly a rift opened overhead and Byakuya was sucked inside it. Byakuya-sama, Ranmaru shouted. What did you do? Shino asked angrily. We just transported him to a different world. I do not know wherever he was. I don't really want to use the technique, but it leaves me no choice, Mamashiki just laughed. Before the roots that entangle them were about to break, Yagura used the opportunity to kill the two from behind. Argurk, the two screamed. You'll pay for this, Kinshiki shouted. You will be the one to pay for this, Fuka countered. Before one of them could speak, they were beheaded by Byakuya's avatar, Soma. Byakuya-sama, his subordinates said in relief. I'm just an avatar. The real me was in another world, so I don't know how to return here. How could you say so? Tonari asked. Yamatsu Hirasaka only works by traveling to my other dimensions or into this world. But going back here requires an immense amount of chakra, Soma theorized. It would be very hard, my lord. Make sure you don't vanish, Shino said. I know. I must conserve chakra at this state, considering this is a very hard situation. If I vanish, then our plans would be for naught. That's why I'm going to absorb the remaining chakra of these 2-inch. He then looked towards the fallen bodies of the two Otsutsuki. This is going to be a long and arduous journey, Shino said. Chapter 35. Another World. The flow of chakra in this world is somewhat different, Byakuya muttered to himself. He saw that Konoha is still the same, albeit there are eccentricities. First, Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage who should have died sealing the Kyuubi inside him, was alive. Not only that, Uzumaki Kushina was alive too. They have a son that looks the former him, but instead of being this one Naruto, the name is Menma. He investigated the place more. Everyone was in their polar opposites. Kiba likes cats and dislikes dogs. Shino is disgusted by the sight and sounds of insects. Hinata is aggressive, and so on and so forth. Next, the third Hokage is young instead of old, and very calm and very mature for his age. That's what the information he has gathered by looking into the memories of objects. I don't want to be stuck into this alternate dimension. I must return to fulfill my plan, Byakuya said. He has also noticed that Ichiraku Ramen doesn't exist, and the fourth Hokage in the world was Sakura's father. Niji is a pervert and Sasuke is a playboy. Byakuya chuckled on this, but discarded the thought as he was focused on finding a way to return to his own world. Yamatsu Hirasaka, the root of all space-time ninjutsu. I can't believe it won't function. Sure, I was able to traverse my dimensions, but returning to the real world is possible yet requires a huge amount of chakra. I must find a way for me to return to my own world, Byakuya muttered to himself. Soon, he began planning on what to do in order to return to the place where he belonged. This chakra will suffice, but it won't last long, Soma stated. My lord, will you still fight in the Chunin exams? Shino asked. It is needed for our plans to work. I still don't know how to return to this world. For now, I cannot even link to my original body and communicate with my original consciousness. But how did you know that your original body was attempting to return here? Fuka asked. I just sense it. My chakra senses it, was the reply. Before the Chunin exams will come to an end, you must find a way to return here, Tonari said. I know. Don't lose hope. We'll surely find a way. Our plans are vital for our ultimate plan, Soma replied. Byakuya explored the alternate world with his very own being. He went to the Konoha library and searched for ways on how to go other dimensions but still found nothing. As he was about to go out, he saw his alternate version, to which is Uzumaki Menma. Menma was surprised as he saw someone who was his look-alike, but before he could speak, he was knocked down by a simple shockwave from Byakuya's eyes. I will be successful in finding a way to return to my world. You will be my vessel. But don't worry, as I'll kill you for your existence to vanish. Forgive me, but this is the only way. Byakuya then enveloped Menma in a black mass, and then the poor boy's body turned to ash. Byakuya then transformed himself into Menma, complete transformation. He has even imitated his smell so he won't be detected. He has the memories of the dead boy. This is going to be perfect, he thought. Now, in the form of Menma, he exited the library and he went home. Menma, you're late. Where did you go? Kushina asked. I was just reading books in the library, Byakuya stated. Son, come here, dinner's ready, Minato said. Dad, I'm sorry, but I've already eaten dinner, was the reply. Menma, Kushina shouted. Okay, I'll just eat, Byakuya acted. In truth, I don't want to eat with such a disgusting family like you. I hate you, Byakuya thought. He then proceeded to eat the given meal to him silently. I shouldn't be stuck in here. I must find a way to return to my world. My family is waiting for me. Byakuya was lost in his thoughts when he was interrupted by Minato. You seem to be in a deep thought. Something wrong? I was thinking if there's a space-time ninjutsu that allows you to travel towards another world. Such a thing is possible, but considering the notion, I don't think that finding such a jutsu is easy. Plus, it requires enormous amounts of chakra to perform, Minato replied. Why ask? Kushina interrupted. Well, I was just curious. Is that wrong if I ask questions? No, you're not. But considering about your statements, it's rare for you to ask such a thing, Kushina replied. Byakuya just nodded. As he finished the meal, he immediately went to his room. He saw how Menma kept a lot of books, especially books pertaining to Genjutsu. He read those but didn't find it interesting, as he already knows how to perform those. He lays down on his bed, and was lost in his thoughts before he fell asleep. The rest of the Otsutsuki clan, despite being hurt that their beloved patriarch Otsutsuki Byakuya was gone, they didn't lose any hope that he would be able to go back in no time. They've searched for ways in order to return him but didn't find any until Shino catches an idea. I know now how to return our lord to this world. How? Sora asked. I didn't believe that it was simple as that. Our lord will be able to return to this world once he establishes contact towards his avatar, Soma. If he accumulates a large portion of chakra and he has located where Soma is, he would be able to connect this world and return here successfully. I thought Yamatsu Hirasaka doesn't work, Temujin said. Yes, it won't work. But in this situation, if he gathers large amounts of chakra and use Yamatsu Hirosaka to try and connect here, the portal will open briefly. That's the only disadvantage. He must be quick enough to transfer his whole being and the chakra of that world into Soma before the portal closes once again, Shino explained. Byakuya-sama has large amounts of chakra. Why must not he use it? Kimimaro asked. If he uses his reserves, chances are our plans won't be successful. You must remember that he having large amounts of potent chakra using it for our plan is vital. Our plan is almost impossible, but I know it will happen until the final card has been unleashed. I see, was Kimimaro's reply. Now, once the Lord will transfer his very being into Soma to fuse again and get out of whatever world or dimension he was in, I must immediately act. As Soma will act as a vessel, I must use myself to help my Lord get here once again, as he was an extension of my will. By wrapping around Soma and enveloping him in my mass, the process will be much faster for his immediate return. That's a good plan, Shino, Soma said. Not only that, while I was helping you transfer your original body here, I must also absorb huge amounts of nature energy for the portal to remain open and disguise the notion. How? Rimuru asked. Just watch and learn, was Shino's reply while his eyes glowed red. Chapter 36. Life in Another World. Every day of Byakuya's life, he has been acting as Menma. The original Menma was very serious and he also acted like one. It was no problem to him considering that he is also serious. The only problem that he has been dealing at is his attitude of drinking and smoking. He loved to do both and consume several ninjas because he wants to increase his chakra levels. He was in the library again and he was searching for forbidden jutsus available to return to his own world but never found any. Each technique was only a basic teleportation jutsu, but he managed to replicate these types to form new ones out of these. Oi, Menma, you've been very busy. I wonder where you are lately, Kiba shouted. Trying his best not to arouse suspicion, he acted extremely serious and said, It doesn't matter where I go. I'm doing something important. It's better not to disturb me. Don't tell me you've had a bad day or something, Menma-kun, Hinata said. Don't call Menma Menma-kun. You know he's mine, Sakura shouted. And that's it, huh? Hinata shouted. The two soon argued and were almost chaotic. Taking advantage of these, Byakuya disappeared into a flash, leaving the group not knowing where he went. Meanwhile, at long last I'm alone, he muttered under his breath. I need to feed off more chakra. I shouldn't waste my time here. He then took out 3 cigarettes and smoked them instantaneously. As he finished smoking, an idea popped up into his head. If he takes the bijus of that world and make those of his alone, then additional power will add up into him. In that way, he doesn't need to free some of the biju's chakra. Plus, additional karama has been inside him after he has absorbed the existence of Menma. He will use this one for his own selfish purposes and for the plan to accomplish. He then went missing, acting as the masked man, planning to hunt several Jinchuriki. For his plan for Operation Capture Jinchuriki, his first target was Gaara of the Sand Waterfall. In this world, Gaara was very opposite. A good man and very carefree, loves to play pranks just like his past self. He waited for the night to which Gaara was alone. As Gaara was sitting down on the night of the full moon, a gust of wind blew behind his back and there stood the masked man, known as Otsutsuki Byakuya, clad in black hair and a mask, very similar to the one in Naruto, rode to ninja. Before Gaara would put up a fight, he extended his hand and a black mass surrounded Gaara's body, to which the poor man screamed, and then his body turned completely into ash. As Byakuya was done feeding, a multitude of Suna ninja rushed to the scene, only to find out the Jinchuriki's gourd available and not a sign of Gaara and the infiltrator. The next day, news received fast that lots of civilians and ninjas were missing. Not only that, if the Jinchuriki of Suna, Gaara was gone. Missions were released to find the criminal, but none became successful. Instead of them hunting the criminal, they are the ones hunted by Byakuya. While planning for his escape into the world, he was having some fun absorbing other people's chakra. This is training for me. Before the end of the month, I must find a way to exit out of this dimension, he told himself. Menma-ea, Kushina shouted. Where have you been, huh? She asked angrily with her eyes wide in anger and her hair reminiscent to the tails of the Kyubi. Instead of answering, Byakuya just gave a stoic face. Mother, I had a lot of things to do. I'll go home later. You will go home whether you like it or not, she insisted. She then dragged Byakuya going into their house, and inside Minato has cooked food. Menma, you've been acting strange lately, Minato said. Father, I'm just doing a lot of things, was the reply. And what are those things? Minato asked. Byakuya, thinking of an answer, said quickly, I was training. So you've been training, Kushina interrupted. You should have told us. We will help you. But before that, you must eat first, son. Look at yourself. It looks like you haven't been eating for several days, Kushina added. Byakuya was forced to comply and started to eat the food that has been served in to him. After eating, he told his father, I want to learn some new jutsu. It seems you're fortunate, son. I don't have a mission now these following days. So, I'll teach you the Rasengan. Rasengan. It is a technique created by your father, Menma. He spent 3 years creating it. But do not practice now, you must sleep, Minato warned. Okay, father. Byakuya quickly went upstairs and locked his room. Rasengan, huh? Sounds interesting, he said. Soma did his best to be Naruto. He avoided Sasuke, Sakura, and several of the Rookie 9, including the Jounins and the Hokage. He was absorbing chakra from random ninja he would come across just to increase his own. My lord, how are you lately? Shino asked as he manifested behind Soma while Soma was somewhere near Orochimaru's hideout. These people were experimental products by the snake himself. I've been good, Shino. What is the status of the clan? Don't worry, Temujin has entered Root whilst disguised as one of the members of it. I guarantee to you that our plan will be an extreme success, Shino said. Good to hear that. My lord, have you found a way to retrieve your original body back? That's what I'm thinking lately, Shino. Before 1 month, I must make sure that my original body could return here. Otherwise our plans will be for naught, Soma stated. I see. To break off the bad news, Haiden has succeeded in getting Shirsue's eyes from Itachi. Are you sure? Soma grinned. Shino just nodded. Well, you already know what to do to Itachi, he said. Understood, was Shino's reply before he left. Chapter 37, Working On. Rasengan, Byakuya shouted. He managed to know it within a day and Minato was astounded by it. You're really good. You even mastered that just now. You haven't even went through the basics, Minato stated. Dad, let's just say I'm talented, that's all. I will be a disappointment if I will be a dead last, right? He replied. Even if you're a dead last, it doesn't matter. A dead last can still be powerful through sheer amounts of hard work and training. I'm so proud of you, son. Kushina then hugged her son. Byakuya awkwardly returned the hug, and for the first time in his life, he felt warmth and love in his heart. The one that he had always craved for, the love of a parent. I want to stay here, he thought to himself. Minato also joined the hug, and he also embraced his son. After the hug, Byakuya awkwardly went into his room and wept as he only wanted to never be left out. He wanted to have parents who truly love him despite who he was. He was jealous of this Menma as this one grew up with parents while he didn't. I will stay here. I'll never leave this place, Byakuya vowed. The Chunin exams have commenced and everyone was ready for the fight. The Otsutsuki clan stayed out of the fray and Soma transformed into Byakuya. I mustn't lose chakra. If I do, I'll totally vanish, he told Shino. My lord, do everything you can and just go on with the fight, he advised. The crowd was excited to who will compete in the first match. Until the proctor called, the first match is Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. The crowd then cheered. The two fighters walked off into the arena. Then Neji was the first one to talk. Fate has been decided in you, Uzumaki. While you may be good in the first fight, you'll certainly lose to me. And fate has also decided that your chakra will be mine soon, Soma just grinned. Humph, as if I'll give you mine. You don't know that your eyes originally belonged to me, Soma said. You're not Hyuga, so you will not ever get this eye. Accordingly, you're nothing but just a dead last yourself. That was a long time ago. The Naruto that you once know is already gone. So no more worries. You may have eyes similar to Hamura. But no matter what kind of chakra you have, all chakra belongs to me and me alone. Hamura? Let's get this over with. The proctor then yelled, Begin. Remember Niji. All chakra belongs to me alone. He then bolted towards Niji with a deadly kunai on his hand, and Niji defended himself with a kunai. Soma stayed into the stance steadily as he was overpowering Niji himself. Niji then backed off and threw several kunai to Soma, to which he only evaded when he disappeared into the field. He then activated his Byakugan and saw Soma from the sky dashing towards him with a kunai. He hit him, but he failed because it was only a substitution. Where is he? Niji muttered angrily. The Byakugan has a weakness. While it can clearly see all things, there is a blind spot near at the back of the neck above the first thoracic vertebra. You will not see me. You? Niji said under his breath. As he was about to move into his spot to fight Soma, a vine entangled him to which he can't move. This ninja of yours had a lot of surprises, the Kazekage said. He keeps a lot of things to himself, was just the third Hokage's reply to the man. I can't believe him. He has the Mokutan that the first Hokage has. This is really getting suspicious, the third thought. Soma walked calmly towards Niji and he put his hands over the man. You have Hamura's chakra. It may be good to transfer this to myself while I prolong my life, Soma grinned. Hamura, Hamura, Niji shouted. Who is that man? It doesn't matter anyway. His chakra belongs to me and me alone. Soma then put his hands over Niji's head, and the man screamed as the crowd saw his chakra was being expelled out from his body. A purple chakra then came out from Niji's body going towards Soma's eyes. Niji became weakened and he dropped off towards the arena. Winner? Uzumaki Naruto, the proctor said. Everyone gasped at this awesome display of immense power, and while they clapped after gasping, the daimyos was impressed by this Naruto that they see. Niji was barely conscious when he was drained of chakra. Before Soma left the arena, he told Niji, Chakra is everything. It gives one strength, vitality, and life force. And despite of you being weak, I must admit that your chakra is extremely delicious. Until next time then, Hyuga Niji. And before I forget, you are really a believer in fate, so I must say this. It's your fate to lose and it's my fate to win. Again, farewell, and be sure to give your eyes to me once we fight again. He just laughed and walked off, knowing that there would be other fights to begin with. In the alternate world where Byakuya is, he kept hunting several Jinchuriki. Finally, he became done absorbing their chakra, and as always, his power would increase dramatically. The Chunin exams are now commencing. Shall I go back? He keeps on muttering to himself. He then returned to Konoha and he was welcomed by his parents, again by giving him a good meal. He had grown fond of his family, and he grew to love them more. He was in depression, not knowing what to do with this kind of things. The chakra in this world will help me return to my own original world by opening Yamatsu Hirasaka. But he then looked on towards a picture of his parents he had taken on during that day as they celebrated a neighbor's birthday party. He wept and wept for that. He then remembered a conversation with Shino once. There are a lot of things that are hard to do. The more one loves a person, the more it is to get rid of them. They make you stronger, but the weakness is you get too attached to them. It will make you more vulnerable. And once they've discovered that you've done something wrong, they will scold you of it, but even with that, they'll still love you regardless of who you are and what you are. I still have my family in my real world. I wanted the plan to be accomplished. These people aren't my real parents. They will also hate me like my original parents did. He wiped his tears off and stood up, going out of his house and disappearing into the middle of the night. For special purposes, Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't be able to fight Gaara, but Uzumaki Naruto will be the one to fight. The daimyos wanted to see Naruto's capability, so let's give him a cheer. The people then yelled, and the two participants then walked off into the arena. Uzumaki Naruto, you're worth killing, Gaara grinned insanely. Soma felt a sharp pain inside his chest. Why now? He said. He felt he was going to vanish as his chakra is going down. Begin. Sand poured out of Gaara's gourd and he attacked Soma with it. While Soma managed to evade each attacks, he was in a pinch as he cannot use his chakra. If he does, he'll disappear and everyone will be suspicious of that. Uzumaki Naruto, I've seen your fights and you're the best of them. Be honored as you've caught my interest, as I will kill you instantly, Gaara said. I won't lose to the likes of you, was Soma's reply. What's going on? Ino asked. It seems something's wrong with Naruto now, Sakura replied. This is strange. I'm finishing this now. Sand binding coffin. Soma screamed as sand entangling him. Whilst on the sidelines, Shino was worried as Byakuya hasn't returned yet. This is bad, he said. He then stood up and Kiba asked him, Oi, where are you going? None of your business. Shino then dashed off and walked off towards a different direction. Byakuya looked on the moon and into Konoha. It was night and Minato saw him not yet asleep. Menma, it's so late now. It's not you to be awake in the middle of the night or something. Byakuya then looked on towards Minato with cold eyes and he said, The Jinchurikis, they became captured. So it's bothering you. Don't worry, Dad will protect you. Minato smiled. I killed them all. Minato's smile faltered and said, Don't joke around with that. I'm not joking, Byakuya screamed. Kushina was then awoken by the sound of her son's voice. What's going on? She asked. Menma, I don't like this. Stop your jokes now. Minato then told Kushina of what happened and then the woman looked horrified and angry. Before they can do something, Byakuya flew towards the skies and he opened his Rinne Sharingan. Shine upon this world, infinite Tsukuyami. Large roots then appeared, entangling the world and all of its inhabitants including Minato and Kushina as they screamed when they were about to be wrapped by the appendages. The night turned like daylight as Byakuya calmly walked off towards the two, watching the two slowly being wrapped by the roots. Mi Menma were their last words when they were completely wrapped by the appendages. Byakuya looked stoically as he did those things. He then opened Yamatsu Hirosaka and used up all the immense chakra in that world by absorbing it into him and turning his own physical being into chakra while opening up Yamatsu Hirosaka. Soma screamed as Gaara's sand started entangling him. I just can't disappear like this, he thought as he shouted and shouted. Then out of the blue he felt awed. Don't tell me. He then grinned towards Gaara. To think of you smiling even in the face of death, Gaara said. I will show you a forbidden technique that will show you my true prowess. Prepare to witness what am I really. Shino also sensed the opening of the Yamatsu Hirosaka by Byakuya, and he quickly transformed into his original form, Purple Zetsu, where he became invisible and slightly made it appear that he came out of Soma's mouth. He then stabbed the sand-covered Soma with his hand. Soma just smiled into the shocked crowd and into Gaara. Suddenly, several portals opened and a huge stream of chakra erupted from the ground, going inside Soma's body. Soma screamed as Purple Zetsu entangled him with his mass. Purple Zetsu then used the rifts to communicate to Byakuya that his plan is to subtly turn Soma into something else. Byakuya agreed as he already turned his whole physical being into chakra earlier, and his plans have matched by Purple Zetsu's plan. He used his avatar to be his new form. Soma's body bloated up as he was about to explode. He then became like the Jubi in size midair. Stop the match! Stop the match! The third Hokage shouted. But his voice was not heard as the people were screaming from this notion. As Soma became covered entirely in a purple mass, Purple Zetsu used this opportunity to help Byakuya turn into his physical body back and by absorbing Soma completely. The bloated body reduced and reduced until there appeared a revived Byakuya into his original form. Horns present, Rinne Sharingan opened and there he was, elegant in appearance, his true form revealed for the first time. He then opened his eyes and there revealed an activated Sharingan to which he grinned. Chapter 38. Byakuya's Tears. They all watched in mixed emotions as they saw Byakuya, changed appearance. Appearance otherworldly, but royalty in appearance. With grace and air of aristocracy they haven't seen before. This is my forbidden technique. Prepare to witness my true strength, Byakuya said in an apathetic manner just like Kagaya. What's going on? Kiba shouted. Nana Naruto-kun? Hinata said with worry. Even Sasuke, who was present, was shocked by the sudden transformation. Byakuya's extremely long hair was flying in the wind, scattering in different directions as it was extremely long. Out of the blue, he used it to attack Gaara. Seeing this, he cut the hairs using his sand. Byakuya then sent another wave of hair and Gaara was enveloped in it. He was pushed back with extreme force that he was sent flying across a nearby wall. Genma, the proctor, looked on in shock as Byakuya had an immense amount of strength to do that. Soon, he trembled when he saw Byakuya was very fast. He was 10 inches above the ground, levitating going towards Gaara while his extremely long hair that cannot be measured dragged across the ground. Then he stopped abruptly. Gaara of the sand waterfall, let's see how much chakra you have. Byakuya then changed his Sharingan into Byakugan, earning more gasps from the crowd. His forehead eye, a combination of the Sharingan and the legendary Rinnegan that cannot be understood. Now he has a Byakugan? The third thought. So, you really have a lot of chakra, huh? The third Hokage then remembered Minato and Kushina as he looked towards Byakuya with suspiciousness. What do you want with my chakra? Gaara asked angrily. Chakra, no Jinchuriki. It's futile to say that word when all you just do is tamper with it without knowing its true meaning. This world, this land, is my precious nursery. I cannot let it be damaged further by you. That's why, let's finish this fighting. He then focused his Byakugan towards Gaara and sent out needles of his hair. The red head covered himself with a shield of sand and Byakuya then stopped. He looked impassively towards the Shikaku Jinchuriki and said, Kagaya's chakra? You act triumphantly just because you have a special case of ability. However, no matter what kind of chakra you possess, all chakra belongs to me and me alone. Gaara gritted his anger while he stood up and transferred towards a different location in the arena. Once more, he said as he flew towards Gaara. I shall reunify all chakra, he then screamed. He then clashed towards Gaara using his chakra arm. Gaara then defended himself with his shield of sand. His chakra arm was extremely strong, the same to the shield of sand by Gaara. Gaara then jumped back, then used his hand to send out of arms made of sand. Byakuya then did the same. They exchanged blows, chakra arms versus sand arms. The crowd had their mouths wide open with the fight. It grew intense and intense. Gaara then screamed with all his might as he fought to try to push back Byakuya but just failed. Then, a lone chakra arm of the Otsutsuki hit him and he flew away. Byakuya was glowing with much chakra into his whole body as he witnessed that the Gaara he had hit turned into a clone. He was unaware that the real Gaara was behind him. Sand waterfall funeral. A large amount of sand was going to Byakuya, but he merely raised his arm then absorbed it. Gaara then widened his eyes in surprise as his attack was futile and he hasn't succeeded killing his enemy. With the pressure, he was sent flying back again. The red head then stood as he eyed his opponent in anger as he cannot kill the man. Naruto, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Your appearance isn't the same anymore. Tell me, is this the forbidden technique you've been talking earlier? Kakashi thought. A rift then opened behind Gaara unknowingly. Don't tell me, Sakura said as her eyes widened in shock. What is it? Ino asked. That jutsu, she replied. Byakuya entered the rift he opened beside him, then he emerged behind Gaara. The red head sensed this and he was paralyzed with shock. He slowly turned and faced Byakuya and he cannot move or say a word with immense fear. Gaara is losing. Just who is this Naruto? The Kazekage said. Byakuya then reached out towards Gaara, holding his cheek and slightly tilting his head upwards. As he looked on the red head, he saw his past similar to the one he experienced in Konoha. He cannot control it. Tears were falling from his eyes as he remembered how he was maltreated in Konoha, how he was neglected, harmed, beaten and stabbed to death, how the truth of him being a Jinchuriki was kept and how his own parents left him to be alone. The people who should care for me, Byakuya thought, now witness how cruel I can be. He then unleashed purple zetsu towards Gaara's body, wrapping the latter with his mass. The purple mass covered half of Gaara's body and while the other one was free. You're taking my chakra, Gaara said angrily. As purple zetsu fully manifested in Gaara's half part of the body, he said, It seems Byakuya is reluctant to kill the likes of you, Gaara of the sand waterfall. Isn't that sweet? He who was hated by this village. Such a poor, pitiable child he was. Why is he hated in this village? Gaara asked. It appears you don't have the slightest clue, Purple Zetsu answered. You purple mess. Just who and what are you? I am Byakuya's child. What? Sakura shouted. Everyone was silent and listening to the conversation the two fighters have in front of the arena. Even the third is completely bewildered by the unusual abilities that Byakuya is exhibiting. His tone has changed, Gaara thought. I recorded everything that happened to father, before he was even born and guided him. The tale of Konoha is the tale of father's hatred towards everyone. Huh, what are you talking about? Gaara said. Since you are aware that you are Jinchuriki, father is also the same as you. It's rare for two Jinchuriki to meet each other. But you want to kill him, instead of joining him. I kill to prove my existence. You really don't know that father's suffering is much worse than you. You know nothing, Gaara. Let me tell you his tale while I suck out all of your chakra. Everyone just looked on towards Byakuya as he was still crying more. Like I told you earlier, father's suffering is much worse compared to you. Father's father sealed the QB within his own son. Apparently, it was a complex seal that will the beast's chakra to mix with my father's own. The seal made my father's life into a living hell, and upon learning the truth from Mizuki he raged. Because of learning the truth, he gave birth to me for I could avenge him. I shall now show everyone what father is really like. By killing all of you. Chapter 39. Appear. By the way, why did that purple thing called Naruto Byakuya? Choji asked. There is something going on here. Plus, not only Naruto's appearance also changed but also his personality. Also, when he mentioned that forbidden technique of his, he became a monstrous entity, Shikamaru replied. Back in the arena, the crowd gasped as purple Zetsu continuously siphons Gaara's chakra going to Byakuya's body. I kill to prove my existence. I won't allow you, Gaara said while he destroyed the mass of purple wrapping at his side. To get my chakra. You're really disobeying Byakuya's will? Aren't you, rebel teenager? Purple Zetsu said as he retreated inside Byakuya's sleeve. Back in the sidelines, Kakashi looked into Byakuya. This level of chakra, it's unnatural. It's as if Naruto is God, he thought. In the audience area, Kabuto was about to perform the genjutsu necessary to make everyone sleep, but he felt his body tensed. He cannot move. No thoughts came into his mind as someone just controlled him, to which is Fuka. This is really interesting, Fuka said, while inside Kabuto's body. Back into the arena and into the fight, Gaara grunted his teeth while Byakuya just looked impassively towards the teen. No matter what you do, your attacks are futile against father, Purple Zetsu. Gaara extended his hands and said, Sand-binding coffin. A wall of sand began to encase Byakuya. Naruto, Sakura shouted. Byakuya just grinned while the sand entered his body and it dissipated completely. The crowd gasped on this. Impossible, Hiruzen thought. After the sand completely dissipated, Byakuya opened a rift to his right side and he entered his arm in it. He managed to grab Gaara's gourd, but he didn't catch the red-haired Jinchuriki. You're good at evading Gaara of the sand waterfall. How about this one? Purple Zetsu said. Byakuya then opened a rift and he entered his arms inside it. Another rift has opened behind Gaara and he managed to evade it again. You're so good, Gaara. What an annoying child he is, Purple Zetsu said as Byakuya enlarged the portal on his right side to which he slowly entered, and then it slowly described. I must be on guard, Gaara thought to himself. He then looked on towards his surroundings, as to where Byakuya would emerge, but instead of the Otsutsuki emerging, rocks from the ground slowly flew up into the air. The ground shook like an earth. Others screamed with the notion. The skies went dark and there were strong winds everywhere. Then they heard a mysterious sound only for it to show that it was a gust of underground water coming from the ground. It then burst out, then engulfed the rocks, then slowly swallowed Gaara. The genjutsu hasn't been casted yet, Tayuya said. It doesn't matter. We'll just attack in a matter of seconds, Orochimaru said. The Oto Nins will attack the arena in a matter of seconds. They weren't aware that Sora was spying on them. He then contacted Fuka through the mind. The Oto ninjas will attack soon. Why you didn't let the Kabuto bastard cast the genjutsu? I was watching the fight between the Jinchuriki of Suna and Byakuya-sama. I was having a lot of fun watching here. Have you forgotten? We need to execute stage 2-inch. Don't worry, little Sora. I'll be casting the genjutsu in a matter of several minutes. Just give me time. Byakuya-sama knows what I'm doing. And besides, Purple Zetsu has been taunting the Shikaku. So amusing, little 1-inch. Whatever. Just make sure to finish everything quickly, Sora said before cutting off the mental connection he had with Fuka. Gaara continued to evade each attacks. Large rocks just sprouted on the ground attempting to wrap the Jinchuriki. Despite not having his gourd, Gaara used his sand as a platform to ride himself on and evading each wrapping rocks around him. As he was on his platform flying, he saw that his arms were turning to stone and his sand platform vanished. What? he thought. He then fell down and several vines from the soil erupted and wrapped around his whole body. Then a rift opened, revealing Byakuya. Then he went out from the rift. He's finally showed himself, the Kazekage thought. While on the sidelines, Fuka did a hand seal. Now is the time, she chuckled. She casted a genjutsu and there were falling feathers around and all of the audience fell asleep. Seeing this, the Kazekage ran from the sidelines and out into the arena. "We're attacked!" Kakashi shouted. Fuka, in Kabuto's body, jumped and disappeared into nowhere. She then met several of the Oto ninja including Orochimaru. "What took you so long to cast it?" Orochimaru asked. "I was enjoying the fight between the two Jinchuriki," she replied, perfectly emulating Kabuto's actions and speech. The snake Sannin just smiled and did several hand seals. He summoned his snake summons, then said, "Attack Konoha. Spare no one, not including civilians," Orochimaru said. The snakes then immediately rushed out and scattered in the village. The remaining Sand siblings jumped onto the arena and tried to free Gaara. Upon seeing this, Byakuya unleashed a torrent of wind to which Kankuro and Temari flew away. "You dare attack someone stronger than you. I've known this from the beginning. You have plans to attack our village. But before that, I must thank you for bringing your Jinchuriki along. I can say that your tactic is a very brilliant one indeed," he grinned. "You?" Kankuro growled. The other ninja from the sidelines that didn't fall asleep dispelled the genjutsu and some of the citizens woke up. Once the rest woke up, Kurenai said, "Escape already. Konoha is under attack." The rest followed on and went out of the stadium in fear of their lives. Meanwhile, she looked on towards the flying Byakuya and thought, "I'll leave the rest to you, Uzumaki Naruto." She then left the stadium to aid in the other ninjas fighting against some of the Oto ninja that attacked Konoha.